Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to your Alpha live stream of round 9 of the 2023 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship, coming to you live from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm alongside Andrew Mather in the comms position. Together we're Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's our pleasure and privilege once again to be here to talk you through all of the action for this penultimate race meeting of the Senior Sprints calendar. We have returned to the Whilton Mill circuit. We were back here for round 3 in April earlier this year, but this time we're running the alternative configuration, the national layout, or Zulu layout as it's known, after the corners that are unique to this particular configuration, the wiggling, zigzagging corner before the back straight. It's a popular circuit, one that we visit often in Club 100, but that means it's competitive and we get some good racing around here. Being the penultimate round, of course, plenty to talk about in championship terms. And the weather could get involved as well. It's glorious October sunshine at the moment on the circuit, but it is greasy. It has been raining in this part of the world quite a bit over the last couple of days, and we may see some of that come to bear on us later on today. For the moment, though, it's all about a dry line forming on a greasy track. As I say, I am alongside friend and colleague, Mr. Andrew Mather, in the comms position. How are you today, Andrew? It's looking like it's going to be a good one.
I'm good. Yeah, I think this is going to be a really exciting day of racing here at Whilton Mill. Championships could be decided today. The vast majority of them are still in play. Only one of our 7 titles, to include the super heavyweights for the heavies this afternoon, has already been decided. That's Joe Holmes in C1 in heavies. But this is going to be a big day of racing, I think, particularly because drivers know this circuit so well. If you want to get a good result here today in any which way you look at it, whether it be a C1 driver through to our novices in C3, you've got to have to give it 100% here today. And these conditions that you've already mentioned, how we had a lot of rain overnight, really going to spice things up, I think, for the next 6 or 7 hours or so of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be kicking off the action with the lightweights, and then the heavyweights are later on today. It's the inverse of what we had last time we were with you at Ella Park. So we'll be focusing on both of those championships in due course, although it's worth remembering the heavyweights was wrapped up last time out, at least in the Class 1 ranks at the top. Still plenty of other battles going on in that championship still, though, so there's plenty of stuff to talk through there. It is the lightweights first, though, and we can start to look ahead to our first of the 30 races. Yes, you heard me right, that we have for you here today. It's going to be the first sprint heat for our lightweights. We've probably got a few minutes before we get the karts out onto the track, and they have also got some warm-up laps. But let's get the grid sorted for you first. Then Greg Smith will take us from pole for the first race of the day's running. Chris Woodger, bit of a disruptor coming into today, will start alongside. It'll be Andrew McWilliam and Stephen Westwood on row number 2, with Justin Draper and Samuel Essery on row 3. Callum Martin and Toby Smith will be your 4th row of the grid, with Russell Cooper and Nicholas Lacasas rounding out your top 10. Steph Theodoru and Joshua Sangster are row number 6. Then it'll be Clifton Malcolm and Douglas Smith on row 7. There they are. Adam Sheargold and Chris Hancocks are your 8th row of the grid. Patrick Millman and Benjamin Sproat are on row 9. And rounding out the 19 karts that will contest this first race is Isaiah Aguegu in the number 27. That's how they'll start then, the 19 karts. Now you might be wondering, wait, I'm tuning in to support driver X. Where are they? Don't worry. The way that this works is that different drivers are taking part in different races throughout the day. There are going to be 12 heat races in total ahead of the finals. Those 12 races are all about getting as many points as possible on the board. From a championship perspective, but also about maximising your grid position. But not every driver will compete in each of those 12 heats. So each driver will take part in 3 heats. So you can think of those 12 as 3 cycles of 4. So by the end of heat number 4, every driver will have contested 1 race. By the end of heat 8, every driver will have contested 2 races. And by the end of heat 12, every driver will have competed in 3 heats. The points will then be brought together to bring ourselves a superset of grids for our C, B and A finals, and that's how we'll round out the round. And then we will rinse and repeat for the heavyweights later on today. So if the driver you were supporting wasn't on that grid, don't worry, they will probably be on one of the grids in the next 3 races. All drivers are given a random grid slot in each of their races, but it is done in such a way that across all 3 of their heat races, you'll have the same average grid position for everybody. What that translates to is you'll have 1 start from towards the front, 1 from towards the back, and 1 in the middle of the grid. And that way everyone's had the same average chance. Means you need to try and move forward in the race where you start towards the back. You need to try and hold position in the race where you start from the front. The small caveat here is our class 3, our novice class. They also have random grids, but in an isolated pack at the back of the grid, and that's just to prevent anyone who's here for literally the first time having to start the race from pole position, because that puts undue stress on our drivers who are here trying to learn their racecraft and cut their teeth and get themselves bedded in. And we've seen many successful graduates from that class 3 come up and be extremely competitive. It's fantastic the way that system works and has been working for Club 100 since they introduced it a few years ago. So there's the bit of housekeeping. Was there any other ones? Yes, red number plates are your class 1 runners, as you'll see them on screen, and black backed number plates are your class 2 and class 3 runners. Those colours will change again when we do the heavyweights later today, but we'll tell you that in due course. And if you are supporting a particular driver, hopefully you're aware of this as we're on the penultimate round, but the drivers carry their kart numbers throughout the whole season. So if you are supporting a particular driver, it's always prudent to familiarise yourself with what kart number they are, bearing in mind there can be duplicate numbers across lightweights and heavyweights, but because we run them separately, that shouldn't matter. So yeah, always good to familiarise yourself with that. Final bits of housekeeping. If you want to see more detailed timing above that which is shown on the left-hand side of your stream once racing gets underway, we recommend you get a spare monitor, spare screen, spare device, and head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk, alpha with a PH, and click on Club 100 and you'll see full details of timing there. If you want to confirm any results or see any grids ahead of the races taking place, then change that URL from live.alphatiming to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100. Once again, that's results.alphatiming. It's Alpha Timing, folks, not Alpha Live, alphatiming.co.uk.
Or alternatively, there is now a button on the live timing page up at the top right-hand corner with a little podium. Which
That's
has the
true.
results.
That's very true. You can also get the
Recent
results.
edition.
That's true, on the live page. That's a very good point. So yeah, that's all available for you. We appreciate your support. If you can, like, share, subscribe. Let's get people talking about this fantastic Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. And we really appreciate everyone's support with the stream. Do let us know in the comments who you're tuning in for, who you're supporting.
At the top of the order as well, let's just go over some points, because in lightweights the championship is undecided but could be decided today. So as things stand, Rob Newman has the lead. Depending on how you'd like to cut the cake, I always like to cut it on the basis of what points the drivers have already got locked in and secured. If we look at it in that manner of things, you've got Sam Lovelace on 1,683. Second in that order would be Dan Seeger, 1,646. Rob Newman, 1,605. And the aficionados will know that's a little bit of a weird order, because actually the better way of looking at it from with drops is that Rob Newman has a slight lead. We've got both Newman and Dillon have both missed a round, so it's actually today when they will get their full complement of scores across the season. Basically, anyone who does all 10 rounds drops their worst 2 sets of scores. Obviously, if you miss a round, that becomes one of your drop sets of scores. What it all means with how the maths works out, that is, if Rob Newman wins all 3 of his heats today and the A final, he would be champion. That sounds simple, but it is quite a tall order here at Whilton Mill. If we refer back to round 3, which was here at Whilton Mill earlier in the season, his results were first, second, first, and then an A final first. Now, that may still be enough to win the title today, but he needs the likes of Dylan, Lovelace Kirkham, Ed Bars to all drop points. We'll keep abreast of that as we go through the day. We should also note that Harrison Kirkham could, I think, mathematically win C2 today as well. He's looking to outscore the likes of Steph Theodoru and Stephen Westwood. We'll have pictures of the karts out on circuit shortly, but don't worry, you're not missing anything at the moment. There's just formation laps going on for the drivers in heat number 1. 19 of them out there. If you're just joining us, the grid will look like this. Greg Smith from Chris Woodger. Good to have Chris Woodger back here in Club 100 Sprints. Andrew McWilliam and Stephen Westwood on row 2. Justin Draper and Samuel Essery, one of those C3 promotees that you talked about earlier. Howard is really impressed, stepping up the ranks the last couple of years. He's now in fact a C1 driver. So Samuel Essery and Draper on row 3, Callum Martin and Toby Smith on row 4, Russell Cooper and Nicholas Lacasas on row 5, Steph Theodoru and Joshua Sangster on row 6. I would say Steph Theodoru is probably you've got Stephen Westwood in there as well. They're your key drivers from a championship perspective to look out for. Then you're into your C3s, your novices. So these are on the offset back end of the field. Clifton Malcolm and Douglas Smith on row 7, Adam Sheargold and Chris Hancock's on row 8, Patrick Millman and Benjamin Sproat on row 9, and Isaiah Egwagu completing the 19 kart field. False starts we've just seen on our timing screen here, so that's okay. We'll go around again and we can now bring you pictures. We've got pictures here in the box.
What that might mean is we should keep an eye on the race clock, Andrew.
Yes.
They may knock this 7-minute heat down to a 5. Full disclosure, we do need to double check that there actually was a full start. You do sometimes get timing showing that.
True.
Just occasionally. But no, there is the full start flag. We can see it on the start gantry. So it has been a full start, so I would expect this race to be taken down to a 5-minute sprint heat race.
I'll have another go at championship points. I'll do it with drops applied this time,
okay,
so don't confuse everybody. So Rob Newman with drops applied has 1,396 points. Dante Dillon second on 1,368. Sam Lovelace and Harrison Kirkham both have 1,314. Ed Bars 1,307. But we should remember Ed Bars, the former champion in this category, has already used all of his drop scores. He wasn't racing for round 5 or round 6, so that's all of his drop scores used. Every race counts for him. That is how they stand. Thumbs up in the air. Drivers trying to get as much tyre temperature as possible. It's a cool, probably around 10 degrees at the moment here in Northamptonshire. Greg Smith there in the green overalls. Chris Woodger with the blue and white helmet, karts number 45, ready to go racing.
Still got greasiness offline as well, Andrew, which could be very interesting here. It's no more practice now. Now we're racing, and you're going to have to go offline to try and overtake.
Here we go then. Round 9 of this year's Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship begins here at Whilton Mill now. Good start for Greg Smith into turn 1. Good start as well for Andrew McWilliam. Immediately up into second place. There's a spin there for the number 21 of Stephen Westwood, so that's not a good start for one of the C2 front runners here in this championship. But in the early stages, Andrew McWilliam has taken the lead of the race. Great start from P3, and here we go into the different format to what we're probably used to, Howard. Through the Zulus, 1, 2 and 3, very tricky corners to string together, particularly on a day like today. That last one especially, I think, is today the hardest corner around this circuit, because you're downhill, it's slightly adverse camber as well. Everything wants to make you go towards driver's right, and there's a big curb and a load of grass out there as well that you want to avoid. And there's Chris Woodger running a touch wide within track limits, but that's going to be a factor of this morning's racing, Howard. A lot of water in that, standing water in the cattle grid curb on the last corner.
Certainly is. To be clear, that is nothing wrong with his Club 100 Rotax Evo kart. That is purely just water spray being kicked up into the air. And bear in mind, we haven't got any slick tyres all the way in Club 100. We don't use wets, so you've got to deal with any changes in grip. We don't have any special provisions for greasy surface other than running a load of go-karts around the track to dry it out, which is always quite effective, but it does mean that drivers have to deal with these greasy conditions. That is Callum Martin in the number 20, kicking the almost kicking the back out there through Paddock corner. You have to be bold with that corner. In fact, this is a circuit that rewards boldness. You know, going into oblivion as they are right now. Greg Smith here under pressure from Chris Woodger.
This is for second place. Woodger to the outside. Good defence from Smith there. I should note as well, there's been problems for Steph Theodori, who's fallen down to 13th place in the early stages of this one. A number of great starts from our C3 drivers. Douglas Smith, Adam Sheargold and Isaiah Eguagu all up into the top 10. Eguagu in particular, that's from the back of the field. A really good start.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Benjamin Sproke may have had a problem on that first lap, so I'm sure I saw a second spinner to the back behind Stephen Westwood. Chris Woodger continuing to apply the pressure for second place, and it's Justin Draper and Samuel Essery. It's Callum Martin and Justin Draper doing battle over fourth place behind them. We're following Smith in the green suit and helmet combination in the 88. Slightly wider line there through out of Christmas, but you can be a little more bold, really, Andrew, at the top of the hill here, because there's less time for your opponent to get one over on you before you've got to be thinking about the turn in for Inkermans. Now we're back onto the portion of the track that's common to both of the layouts that we use, and it's been a good lap there for Callum Martin. He's got by on Draper. Sorry, he did that last lap, and now he's starting to pressure Chris Woodger. So it's a four-kart battle for second place. Andrew McWilliam, though, Andrew's checking out on this one. He's 3.8 seconds to the good at the head of the field.
Yeah, and hasn't had a win so far this season in the heats. As the change there, through goes Callum Martin on Chris Woodger for third place.
And Draper was having a look as well. In fact, Draper's still having a bit of a look. You kind of have to go single file through Zulus. It's very similar to... Okay, this is going to be... See, this becomes a niche reference now. It's similar to the old Turn 8 at Singapore. Is it Turn 8 where everyone has to... The sling. Yep. Everyone has to go single file through Zulus, really, because it's a left, right, left. And as you say, the focus has to be on maximising your exit through that difficult Zulu 3. As you say, effectively, it's off camber, effectively, because you're not... They haven't sort of artificially cambered it. It's just you're turning left as you're on the side of the slope. The whole circuit here at Whilton Mill is on a slight hill. They are at the top of which right now. And there's Chris Woodger with a bold move there into Inkermans on Callum Martin. I say you can't go side by side through Zulu. They're going to do it. And he gets through. That was a beautiful move by Chris Woodger. This is why, Andrew, I think, you know, for this driver who we've seen so much of in the past, but isn't a factor in the championship. Yep. He's just here to have a fun day out in a Club 100 kart around Whilton Mill. It's moves like that that remind us of how good he is and why, you know, he may be a factor today, even if he's not in the championship hunt.
Andrew McWilliam leads this race, is on to the last lap of it. 5.8 seconds is McWilliam's advantage. As I say, he's had a few second places in heats so far this year, but has yet to take a race victory. He's less than a kilometre away from doing so. Greg Smith looks like he's going to hold on to second place here, knows this circuit very, very well. He'll be his second of those so far this season. But here comes Andrew McWilliam. Round the final corner is another one of the drivers in the lead pack for C2, and that's a very good start to his round 9. Takes victory in the first heat of the day here at Whilton Mill. Chris Woodger's going to take second place. Greg Smith may just hold on to third. No, Justin Draper grabs third place at the end there ahead of Greg Smith. Callum Martin 5th, Samuel Essery 6th, Joshua Sangster in 7th. Great drives from Douglas Smith, Adam Sheargold and Isaiah Eguagu. They all, as C3s, finish in the top 10 overall. Steph Theodori in 11th. That's not a great start for Steph in his C2 battle. Let's move on, though, because Heat 2 are heading out on circuit now.
Let's take you through the grid then for the second heat of the day. Rob Newman starts this one from pole, a position he would very much like to hold on to, not least with one eye on the championship. James Whittaker will start alongside him. Kim Ely and Matt Ellis are row number 2, with Andy Orford and Liam Nolan on row 3. Row 4 is occupied by Michael Reeder and Jake Wilkins. Dante Dillon and Charlie Summers rounds out your top 10, with Amy Breacher and Ben Lambeth on row 6. Row 7 is Chris Swaddle and Jake Hicklin. Thanos Chevalakakis and Harrison Earl are at row 8. James Britton and Curtis Mitchell are rown to the onto the back straight. It really is quite a... It's similar to the boot in that you really want to thread the needle there. So there's now, I'd say, 2 technical portions of the lap rather than one, not to take away from the international layout, but that middle sector usually is more about sort of going, 2 wide, 3 wide to battle over positions. So it does change the characteristic of the track quite a bit, and I think it slightly limits your overtaking opportunities, which means in these sprint races you've got to go for it when the opportunity's there.
This is a very big race, though, not just because it's one of the races that decides the grid for today, but you've got Newman versus Dillon in this one. These are our 2 front runners in terms of championship points. We're talking about Rob Newman. If he wins every single race that he competes in today, he wins the championship. Similarly, if Dante Dillon is going to have a little bit of a job here coming from further down the order, but if he can break through and get ahead of Rob Newman and take a win in his own right, it's like a football 6-pointer, because if you win one of these races, you score 30 points. If you get a second place, you get 27 points. So there's a potential here for Rob Newman to win and knock Dante Dillon back 3 points on a max possible score front. But in the same account, you could go it the other way. Dante Dillon could come through and take the race victory and knock Newman back a 3 himself. We're going to just try and come back to the camera set up at the moment. The race has begun with Rob Newman at the front of it. That is the number 47 of Andy Orford that we're having a quick look at.
5th place he's in at the moment, although not any longer, because there is a number 3 of Dante Dillon on the move. This, Andrew, was the race where it's his mid-starting position, this one, I think. So he needed to move on up and take the fight here to the front of the field. The other Class 1 driver in this field, by the way, is Ben Lambeth. So look out for the number 9 working his way through. Everyone's in the same machinery, don't forget. But these classes are based off of previous experience and successes, meaning that nominally we would expect the red number plated drivers to filter towards the front, but it is not always so, particularly with the competitive Class 2 and Class 3s that we've got. Up ahead of Dante Dillon, there is a battle going on between Kim Ely and Matt Ellis. That's the 80 and the 28 respectively, battling over 3rd place, Andrew. Through the Zulus they're going now. And then further up the road from them, in fact they're not too far behind, the 161 of James Whittaker, who's had a good start to retain that 2nd place, and Rob Newman a couple of seconds out front. You'll see him wearing, as often he does, his distinctive orange helmet. So you'll see that just up the road from these drivers in some of the longer shots. But this battle for 2nd place, and Dante Dillon is just coming onto the back of it now, Andrew, and beginning to turn the screw on the 3 drivers ahead of it. I think he's going to compress this all up, and we're going to have a nice tidy battle here for 2nd down through 5th.
Yeah, this is a difficult proposition actually for Dante at the moment. The gap at the front is 3.2 seconds, so really not only does Dante need to get through this group of drivers, he also needs someone to go with him and have the pace to work as a duo and close in behind. That was a bit of a moment for Kim Ely. Well held there as there's a yellow flag out going into the boot.
Yeah, you have to say somewhat that yellow flag is a little bit of a salvation there for Kim, because that was so easy to happen through Zulus, Andrew, particularly in still greasy conditions, of course, where if you go a little bit offline, it can come to tears. Liam Nolan and Michael Reeder have got one, Charlie Summers for 7th and 8th there. Up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Good speed from Matt Ellis, and he goes for the move on Kim Ely, and that's nicely done from Matt Ellis, as we're able to look here down from Christmas Corner at the top of the track. Into Inkermans they go, and through the Zulus once again.
The other thing to think about, though, for Dante's situation, whilst, yes, he needs to get through as quickly as possible, he cannot afford, in this race in particular, any penalties.
No.
And if you get an ABC bump and pass, if you nudge someone out of the way and take advantage by contact, that's +4 places. That would be a more than 4 points. You're talking more like 7-8 points. basically handing more and more of an advantage to Rob Newman, who meanwhile set the fastest lap of the race, 45.784, and leads by 5.3.
Yeah, this time roles are reversed. Is Kim Ely who has a good run up the hill. Matt Ellis is able to keep Kim at arm's length. It's actually Dante Dillon applying the pressure. He's going to go for it into Inkerman's down the inside. You have to be bold there because it's not a big braking zone. Even though it's a hairpin, you've not gathered up too much speed from Christmas Corner. But Dillon judges that one nicely, and he's up into 4th place there, courtesy of a very tidy move there. That's how it's done into Inkerman's hairpin.
And I think that's what Dante's thinking here. He's looking at that gap up ahead to Rob Newman going, yeah, I'm not going to be able to close that down in the remaining 2.5 minutes. I just need to make sure that I finish in a clean 2nd place here. Rob Newman sets another new fastest lap of the race, 45.377. Not that any of this will bother him. He just needs to go and win races today to try and sew up this championship one round early. 2 minutes remaining. Who else is having a good run? Harrison Earl is up to 9th place. That's your top C3 runner at the moment. There is a cone penalty, however, for another one of the C3s. Thanos Chevilakakis is going to lose 14th place as things stand, drop behind Jake Hicklin. If the race was to finish right now. Here's Andy Orford. He's now challenging Kim Ely for 5th place on the road.
Yeah, having a good run. He's worked his way past Liam Nolan, although, in fairness to Liam, he's keeping Orford honest here. They're sort of working together here to get onto the back of this battle ahead of them. And as you say, now beginning to apply pressure to Kim Ely. In fact, up the hill, has Andy Orford got a run? We're looking for the 47 on the 80. Kim Ely keeps the card a little bit over to driver's right just to deter a move there into Christmas Corner. Into Inkerman's they go. And traction off of Inkerman's is important as well, because if there is ever a pass in the Zulus, it comes off the back of a traction battle out of Inkerman's. Into the boot section now. Through the boot, round the toe. And Liam Nolan trying to tuck underneath Andy Orford there, but there wasn't the space given. Through Paddock Corner they go as another fastest lap of the race set by Rob Newman. It's the consistency as well, Andrew. He's improved by 7 thousandths of a second to a 45.370.
Big couple of laps here for for Dante Dillon. Well, for Rob Newman as well. He needs to just see this through to the end, but Dante Dillon needs to find a way through. He's having a look down the inside there on Matt Ellis for 3rd place, but no way through. Good defence there from Matt Ellis. At the moment, this would be a effectively 6-point loss in the title battle for Dante Dillon. There's no threat from behind. He is going to go down the inside for 3rd place. Has got the block pass on the inside there. Will surely have the move. Is actually helped a little bit by the pace of Rob Newman. He goes round, starts another lap. So even though time has expired for these drivers as they end lap number 9, they're going to go round for a 10th tour, and that's going to give Dante Dillon potentially an opportunity to get past James Whittaker, but not up there into Christmas because they've got a bit of a gap to find. Huge braking zone there from Dante Dillon. Pulls himself onto the back of the 161. He's got to find a move here to get 2nd place because it would be worth 2 championship points.
Yeah, absolutely. Eyes on the start-finish line, though, because this man here, he's so far up front. Rob Newman, we've not seen him all race. He's going to take the win in heat number 2 and start his bid for the championship as well as he can. Can Dante Dillon bag any other positions? He's right all over the back of James Whittaker as they come through the last corner, but it is going to be the 161 of Whittaker who takes 2nd place ahead of Dante Dillon. Matt Ellis is in 4th, Kim Ely in 5th, Andy Orford in 6th, Liam Nolan in 7th, Michael Reeder in 8th. Harrison Earl is your best placed novice class 3 driver in 9th, and it's Ben Lambeth in 10th. Charlie Summers in 11th, Jake Wilkins in 12th. Jake Hicklin makes up some positions on the last lap for 13th, and it's Amy Breacher, Curtis Mitchell, Thanos Chevilakakis, James Britton and Chris Swannell. Up next then, it's going to be the 3rd heat of the day for our lightweights. Here's your grid then for the 3rd heat of the day. Sam Morris starts this one on pole with Ashley White alongside. Christopher Powell and Thomas Barrett are your 2nd row, with George Lawler and Dean Everest on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Sam Lovelace and Rihanna Percox. Dan Seeger and James Martin round out your top 10. Ed Bars and Andrew Rabbage are next up. And then row 7 is occupied by Alex Rule and Mortaza Hassan. James Browning and James Scanlon are row 8. Michael Meow and Charles Palmer are on row 9. And rounding out the 18 karts that contest this one, another disruptor in the mix there. It has to be said, we've mentioned Chris Woodger already on this stream. Rihanna Percox is a name very much familiar to those of you who've watched Club 100 for a while, and particularly familiar with this Club 100 circuit. If she was ever going to go out racing at a track on the calendar, it'd be this one. And she too is definitely a disruptor today, running in Class 1. So that's going to be one to keep a look out for. In fact, quite a collection of Class 1 drivers in this. This translates badly to audio. 8 Class 1 drivers in this one. So a significant portion of the field are in this heat. So it's going to be an interesting one to get us going. An interesting one for Sam Morris as one of our Class 2 runners to start it from pole.
Just to update as well on the championship points, because we're keeping an eye on them. Whilst that was a drop of a few points for Dante Dillon, it's still, as of right now, no change in circumstances for Rob Newman. If he goes and wins all the races for the rest of today that he competes, he'll win the championship. But there is a scenario where if Newman wins both of his remaining heat but comes second in the A final, Dante Dillon can still mathematically take the title to Buckmore Park.
Yeah, it always gets quite
got to win in his own right, of course, but
yeah,
that's the point. Rob's still in that same scenario of Plan A: turn up, win everything, and leave.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a lot to the calculations here, because you've got the drop scores, and of course you've got the phenomenon of every time Rob Newman finishes first, it's a time when Dante can't finish first. Yeah. I know that's a statement of the obvious. It's why we're here. We're here to race. But what we're always tracking is whether the score that Rob has beats the best possible score that Dante could get in all of the opportunities remaining to him. That's essentially what we're always looking for here. It's one of the beauties of the drop score system, is it tends to keep things open longer in the championship, because of how there is that opportunity for drivers to buy back in. At this point in the season, you're racing against your former worst self. Yeah. You're trying to be better than your previous drop scores, with how all of that works out. But it means that we get a nice championship battle often right up until the end, which I have to say, just sparing a thought on the heavyweights, is why it's so impressive what Joe Holmes has done in that championship to wrap it up as early as he did. Right here, though, we've got plenty of championship battles going on in our lightweights. 7 minutes are on the clock, and we're ready for heat number 3. Away we go. Sam Morris leads them away into oblivion for the first time, and through the crook and up the hill. Ashley White is trying to pull alongside in the 44 and has gone by in the 44. Christopher Powell has followed through as well. And wow, that's a move for Chris Powell. Round the outside, what a run up the hill for Powell. Takes himself immediately into the lead as they go through Inkermans. Sam Morris still under pressure from those behind. I think it's Thomas Barrett who's competing, who's right behind him at the moment. As they all stream through, there's the 92 of Ed Bars trying to make progress there, but good positioning from Dean Everest. And there is Rihanna Percox sweeping in the 87. Side by side with Ed Bars into Paddock Corner. This is only lap 1, their first racing lap of the day. And there's plenty of action there as James Martin and Andrew Rabbage are trying to buy into it as well. But at the end of lap number 1, it is Christopher Powell off of a charging start, Ashley White in second, and George Lawler up into third.
I've got to say, I've been really impressed with Christopher Powell the last few weeks. He had a great weekend, some super speed last time out at Ella Park. And he's another driver who knows this place very well, will have raced on this layout. As down the inside there goes Dan Seeger.
Yep.
And that's going past George Lawler for 4th place, Sam Lovelace. Key race this for Sam Lovelace. Winner last time out at Ella Park. He needs to keep the pressure on those ahead. He similarly needs to go out and win as many races as he can today for those championship scenarios. Side by side between the 30 and the 34. This is Sam Morris and Dean Everest, and a very eager Ed Bars and James Martin trying to fight their way through all of this as well. There's been a problem for Rihanna Percox because she's fallen all the way down the order, Howard, to 16th. Oh, bit of a moment there for Sam Morris. Can he keep it out? No, the grass is too long and thick at this time of year. He would have got away with that in July, but not in October. That will be the number 34 out of this race.
Yeah, as Ed Bars goes down the inside of Dean Everest. That's a move he's been working to try and do for a couple of laps. But yeah, that's disappointing for Sam Morris, our pole sitter in this one. As you say, Andrew, the sodden wet grass, the slightly longer grass as well, just collects up the cart, and he's going to have to drag his cart back to the road and start on the tarmac. You're not allowed to just plank your foot and try and spin up the wheels getting back onto the track. He will have to recover the cart, which is why there are yellow flags out now for turns 1 and 2. Christopher Powell with the new fastest lap of the race, 45.653. Interesting to note, that pace relative to, Powell is no slouch in these Club 100 karts.
No.
And Rob Newman's lap times, what was it, 45.370? That was a statement from intent from Rob Newman in that earlier heat. This is Dean Everest, though, with James Martin behind him. And is that... Yes. Andrew Rabbage behind, I think it was. I don't think that's changed this lap. Indeed it is. And Percox now back amongst some of the Class 3 runners, currently putting pressure on Michael Meow.
Needing to be careful with the contact warnings, though. Rihanna in the number 87 has picked up a couple so far in this race. 3.5 minutes to go then. Apologies for the technical issues earlier on in the stream. I think we're all good now. 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. That looked to be...
Martin on Everest.
Yeah, Martin on Everest for 8th place. As here, you see, so there's a change for the lead. So something must have happened here. It's Christopher Powell on this lap because he's lost a lot of time, Howard. Had a 6/10 lead over Ashley White at the end of lap 4, but they're quite clearly the number 44 leading at the end of lap 5.
Yeah, that one caught us off guard. That's changed significantly. Not a moment ago, we were talking about Christopher Powell setting fastest laps of the race, but Ashley White has caught up and passed. And now the 44 leads the 23. Sam Lovelace in 3rd and Dan Seeger, I think, working together at this stage to try and get onto the back of these two now because there's opportunity here and there's enough time left on the clock for it to come their way.
This is very good news for Sam Lovelace. He needs a bit of a fight up ahead of him to close that 1.5 second gap. As good as a driver as he is, it can be a difficult circuit to close in on runners, especially if you're a single runner trying to chase 2 ahead. But if there is a bit of a squabble between White and Powell, they'll slow each other down. They've got to keep themselves in formation for, I'd say, at least the next minute and a half to hold off, say, the winner last time out in this series at Ella Park. And there's also a good pace from Dan Seeger there, the number 5 in the blue suit with the white and blue helmet.
Yeah.
Top 4 covered by a 2.5 seconds, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, those two pushing quite hard in 3rd and 4th. 79 of Lovelace and the 5 of Dan Seeger. Quite similar get-ups, actually. Blue and white helmets both. We're back here with Andrew Rabbage, who I think has just got by on James Martin. I think that would know. Martin's still ahead of him. The 25 chasing the 74. This is over 9th place. Driving well in the early stages of today is Rabbage, without in the practice session earlier on.
Track limit warning for Dean Everest. We have got a little bit of a feature later on. We'll come back to that in a minute because Powell's down the inside. Lovely move by Christopher Powell. The textbook Christmas corner overtake, I like to call it. Gets him back into the lead of the race. Has to defend a little bit into Inkermans, but holds that position. Gets back to the front of the field. Will look to consolidate that spot now. And I think that I see there that's Dan Seeger ahead of Sam Lovelace. They've got two similarly coloured suit and helmet combos. No, this Lovelace still ahead of Dan Seeger for 3rd.
And I'm unsurprised by that. I don't think they want to fight right now. There's an opportunity here quite clearly, and it wasn't the last lap board that time around, Andrew, so they'll get 2 more bites of the cherry here. That was close, I think, on the clock. Ed Bars now sets a fastest lap of the race in the pursuit of George Lawler. That was just in the background of your shot there, but it's all about this top 4 now. Seeger goes for it down the inside of Lovelace into Inkermans. It's going to be a little bit of a traction battle off the corner, but that will effectively gift a bit. Well, actually, they've done that quite efficiently. They're still within touching distance of the two ahead of them. Further down the order, by the way, Michael Meow's just got by on Mortaza Hassan to move to the top of the Class 3 runners. Rihanna Percox has now cleared the Class 3 ranks, whatever befell her race. And there's change of position for third place. Dan Seeger now ahead of Sam Lovelace, and it is the last lap this time around. Christopher Powell then is where he got to on the first lap here at the head of this field. Ashley White some 0.4 of a second back. Through Inkermans they go. Quite equally spaced now, this top four.
Chris Powell has not had a heats victory so far this season. He's been second 4 times in the number 23 entry. He's going to have to defend a little bit into the boot. Not too hard though. He's just got to get it off the toe of the boot and keep it tight as well. Offer no opportunity down the inside. Get round the final corner as well. It's going to be a potential sprint to the line, but Christopher Powell is going to take a heats win in sprints for the first time in 2023, and well deserved. Wins by 0.095 of a second, but won't care about that one jot. That is a number 1 in the column for the wins this year for Christopher Powell. That has been coming, I feel, for the last couple of rounds.
Absolutely. I'd like to highlight the inverse of a commentator's curse there, a commentator's blessing. Later on, folks, you'll see an interview I did with him, and I said, "Can you win today?" And he said, "No." I didn't specify what, and he's just won something. He's just taken his first heat. So well done to him. Entertaining race, that one. We've got to look ahead immediately, though, to heat number 4. Here's your grid then. The man who comes into today leading Class 2 standings, Harrison Kirkham, starts this one from pole with Rana Menon on second place alongside him. Aaron Clark and Jeremy Deeks are on row 2, with Christian Lehner and Bryn Alban on row 3. Row 4 is Tony Philbin and Yusuf Bin Sahel. James Dunnett and Andrew Ward are on row 5. Luke Phillips and Ryan Williams are row 6. Row 7 is Ricky Goodwin and Tommy Lee. Penny Millman and Mark Hensler are on row 8, and Yusuf Sohajono is the 17th car there on the grid for the last of this first rotation. So at the end of this, everyone will have contested their first race of the day. Everyone will have some points on the board. And still plenty to play for. 30 championship points, don't forget, up for grabs for whoever wins a sprint heat. And so it's not just about the grids for the finals that people are trying to get to. And we saw it last time we streamed at Ella Park, though, how competitive it was to get onto, the respective grids. It was so close on the points. When we get down to it, when you actually see the grids, we don't often have time to comment on it because we're about to go into racing. But when you look at the grids for the C, B and A finals, we do put how many points. On the grid graphic, you can see how many points people have accrued throughout the heats. And it's always so tight. The tiebreaker is usually decided by who got the fastest lap across the heats. So it really is everything. When people are picking up penalties and stuff, or if people battling over every position, it really comes down to the finest margins as to whether you get into onto the grid that you would nominally expect yourself to be on pace. So and then there are promotion opportunities, which we'll get to later. There are ways of moving up through those grids, but there's only a few golden tickets of promotion between the C final to the B and the B to the A. So you really do want to try and get that one nailed in the heats. But good racing in these early phases, and I have to say the circuit's drying out a little quicker than maybe I thought. You can really see the dry line on this shot. You can even see on that cattle grid curve, you can see a sort of paler part where it's dried out, and some of the water has been kicked out of the curb. So the circuit drying out quite quickly here in this really nice October sunshine so far, it has to be said. I have to say, I live quite close to this track, and as I was sat at home last night, I didn't think it would be looking like this. So, yeah, it's it's good conditions for karting at the moment, but will those be maintained? You're not missing anything at the moment. The karts are just out for their warm-up laps. You can see the checkered flag there on the digi-flag just to tell them to get into their formation order ahead of the race start. Those warm-up laps are only for the first rotation of heats, by the way, so this is the last race for these lightweights where we'll see this. After this, we will go straight up into rolling up laps, so the drivers won't get the chance to shake down the karts, and we won't get the chance to be quite so leisurely with our reading out of grids.
And reason for that is, yes, there was a practice session just at 9 o'clock this morning, but in theory, there's drivers out there who didn't take part in that, so they get a little bit of practice, a bit of reconnaissance before they go into racing. Key drivers to look out for this one, of course, Harrison Kirkham on the front row of the grid. Easy to forget that he is a C2 driver, has had a tremendous C2 season, and I would definitely expect to see him in C1 next year. Nearly won last time out at Ella Park. Can wrap up the C2 Championship today with another strong performance. Let's see what he can do in this first race. Then look out for Bryn Alban on row 3 as well. Another one of the C1s in this one, and Andrew Ward towards the back of the field. 7 minutes on the clock. Green light, away we go then. Harrison Kirkham leads from the front of the field through the first couple of corners and up towards Christmas then for the first time. Decent start for Aaron Clark there in the number 50. Is being challenged by the number 26 of Christian Lehner as through the first big braking zone they go. Yusuf bin Sahel in the middle of it all as well there in the number 73. Into Inkermans for the first time. All looking pretty clean at the moment, Howard. And a good start from our lightweights. Yeah,
absolutely, and a good start for, as Bryn Alban's challenging there, Jeremy Deeks in the number 46. He'll be up the inside of the boot, but Deeks will have the inside for the rest of it, and if he can just keep it tight there, he should be able to stave off an attempt there from Bryn Alban as behind them. That is Yusuf bin Sahel getting racy in the mid-pack, but it's not going to pay off for him here. He's going to drop down a little bit off the back of that. Harrison Kirkham leads then at the end of lap number 1. Aaron Clark in second, and once again Jeremy Deeks is having to go defensive against Bryn Alban, and there at the top of the hill Bryn Alban is through on Jeremy Deeks there. That is for 5th place, so that move's been brewing right since the start. Here's Andrew Ward trying to get up through the hill. I think that's through there on Yusuf bin Sahel, and he's now trying to get through on, I think was that James Dunnett.
No, it's
Luke Phillips. Yep, sorry. So through on Phillips there. There's a contact warning for Bryn Alban. He'll have to be a little bit careful with that.
Penalty for Yusuf bin Sahel for forcing a driver wide. I tell you what, for Bryn Alban, with the results that I'm looking at so far of drivers in and around the same region, points-wise, great opportunity now for Bryn Alban to get himself further up the orders. Currently sat around 13th place in the points.
Yeah, still being tackled though here, or still having to deal with Jeremy Deeks here. Deeks has not taken that pass, had that pass put on him without a fight there, and he's still trying to keep them honest. Gesture there from Rana Menon on Christian Lane, and that's because that's been a change. That's been a change for 3rd place. Rana has got through up into 3rd and is saying, let's not battle anymore, let's work together to stay in touch with Harrison Kirkham and Aaron Clark, but they've got a job on their hands because Aaron Clark now sets the fastest lap of the race, although that's immediately bested by the chasing Yusuf bin Sahel, who's trying to work, I think, with Andrew Ward to get onto the back of some of the carts further up the road. In fact, there you can see the number 6 of Andrew Ward, the red number-plated Class 1 driver, and the 73 of Yusuf bin Sahel. So those two have some pace at the moment, and they're coming onto the back of Tony Philbin in that 67, the driver with the black helmet, the black suit with the high-vis yellow accents. Here he is coming through the Zulus now, the driver of the 67, through this difficult off-camber corner onto the back straight. Ward has got some good pace behind him here, has come up onto the back of him over the course of this lap. But I don't think there's going to be an opportunity through this final corner. Onto a new lap they go. Harrison Kirkham leads by just a second ahead of the number 50 of Aaron Clark. Rana Menon in 3rd and Christian Lehner in 4th. It's all Class 2 top 4 at the moment as Tommy Lee sets the fastest lap of the race, a driver who, if memory serves, had a pretty decent time of it out at Ella Park. And there's the move from Andrew Ward through on Tony Philbin, and Yusuf bin Sahel, brilliantly judged, has followed him through immediately, as too has Tommy Lee actually. So costly few corners there for Tony Philbin just got taken offline, and that upset the momentum enough for 3 drivers in total to get by on him. And he's already got the pressure from Luke Phillips as well to deal with. But there's Tommy Lee in the blue and white suit there in the 86. And he's doing well here. He's staying in touch with Yusuf Bin Sahel, who in turn is doing well at following Andrew Ward through each time he's making a move as he works his way up the field.
Really close situation for Tommy Lee in the championship. Sits near a small handful of points, 13 points behind Adam Sheargold. They're 1 and 2 in the C3 category for novices to Club 100 this year. I think the performances that we've seen from Tommy Lee and Adam Sheargold this year very much warrant a move up at the end of the season. And again, we'll carry on performances that we've seen like Samuel Essery and Greg Smith from C3. It's a good learning curve. They get the racecraft honed very nicely over a year in C3 before they move up into the ranks of C2, where they will also be amongst the C1s at the start of these races.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeremy Deeks now under pressure from Andrew Ward. Ward is just ahead as they go over the start-finish line, but they're still side by side into oblivion. How does that one all shake out as they come up through Fine Lady and up the hill here towards Christmas Corner? They're through, and once again the pack of 3 have struck. This time Jeremy Deeks is the victim, and once again I have to say actually the 82 of Luke Phillips is right there with him to try and pick up some pieces as well. But once again this pack of 3 of Andrew Ward, of Yusuf Bin Sahel and Tommy Lee working together well here to move up the field.
A great use of local knowledge there by Andrew Ward, because he only lives 5 minutes up the road. Just held back through the final corner last time around, because you could see that Christian Lehner was having a bit of a moment to stick himself on the outside for turn 1, knowing that he'd then have the inside for the run up the hill. And good follow through from Yusuf Bin Sahel, who we had a chat to earlier. You'll see that interview, entertaining interview during the Paddock show later. Another driver who's got good experience not only around this circuit and this layout, but at this time of year as well, being a graduate from the BUKC.
And we did interview Andrew Ward, but you've not seen it yet, so I don't know if it counts as being in the future, such that we haven't commentator cursed him yet.
Well, we talked about the curse being over. It was a very good run last time out
true.
at Ella Park. The most cursed man in Club 100. I don't think he's cursed at all anymore, but there we go. 55 seconds on the clock. Harrison Kirkham continuing to lead this race, has just done a 45.274. I think that's the fastest racing lap that we've seen so far today. Aaron Clark is second, third for Rana Menon, Bryn Albin in fourth. Oh, just to say that, Bryn Albin's off. Off goes the Welshman from fourth place, was in a beautiful position to move up into the top 10 in the live points, and just like that, throws it away.
Now then, I only saw the end of that. How did that start? I will say though, by the way, you say that 45.274 is the fastest racing lap we've seen. It was bested. Andrew Ward has set a 45.064.
I've just had a little quick watch back on our replay monitor in the box. On his own, purely on his own, did Bryn Albin throw that off. And that's the thing, it is such fine margins here today. On the racing line, there'll be a good amount of grip. I don't know whether... Oh, bit of a moment there for Tommy Lee. Hooks it all together. That was very close between himself and Christian Lehner. I just wonder, had Albin run a bit wide out of the final corner, got some water on the tyres, and just at the point through turn 2, out of oblivion where you need the grip, it befell him. It wasn't there, and he spins around.
Absolutely.
I'm speculating, but I wonder if that's what happened to
this
him.
man here, though, is coming round the final time, or coming round the boot for the final time. He's going to start his... He's going to start his day exactly as he would wish. Harrison Kirkham is going to cross the line to take the win in heat number 4. Aaron Clark is bested on the last lap there. Rana Menon. Sorry, I was focusing on Kirkham, but the significance of what we were seeing there was Rana Menon getting through on Aaron Clark there for second place. Good run there from the driver of the 213. Andrew Ward finishes in 4th place, having worked his way up the order. Yusuf Bin Sahel in 5th. Christian Lehner in 6th. Tommy Lee is your highest placed Class 3 runner in 7th, and it was Jeremy Deeks, Luke Phillips and Tony Philbin to round out your top 10 there. Bryn Albin all the way to the back of the field, and you're absolutely right, Andrew. You have to calibrate your turn 2 based off of how turn 1's gone as well.
Yeah,
it's so easy if you've had to. There he is crossing the line, and you can tell that he's frustrated. Well, he will have opportunity to make good on that later in his other heats, but disappointing for him. Well done though to Harrison Kirkham. We have to look ahead to the second rotation of heats, which kicks off with heat number 5. Here is your grid then. Ed Bars will start this one on pole with Ben Lambeth alongside. James Martin and Dante Dillon make it an all Class 1 first 2 rows of the grid. James Whittaker and Stephen Westwood are on row 3, with row 4 occupied by Kim Ely and Greg Smith. Dean Everest and Michael Reeder are on row 5, with Justin Draper and Benjamin Sproat on row number 6. Row 7 is occupied by Charles Palmer and Jake Hicklin, and then Clifton Malcolm and James Scanlon rounds out the 16-kart grid for this 5th heat of the day. Second opportunity for all these drivers to get points on the board, and an interesting first couple of rows, as I say. Not too often in the heats that we get Class 1s. In fact, the entire field is in class order here. All the Class 1s on the first 2 rows, all the Class 2s behind them, and then all the Class 3s by design occupying those last few rows. Here we go then. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise. We're green as Ed Bars leads them away into oblivion for the first time. Good start from Ben Lambeth, who's able to retain second place there. But Dante Dillon has bested James Martin for third there. Martin under pressure from, I think that's Stephen Westwood, as they head up the hill for the first time. It's not Stephen Westwood. I think that's James Whittaker. Yes, it is, who's got by on James Martin there. Yellow flag's out, though, and that is for a spinner there who was on the exit of Inkermans. I think they may have spun there through Boxing Day and had to go through the grass. But anyway, Greg Smith here side by side with the 21 of, there's Stephen Westwood battling away, and Smith is through there, so good little move there from the driver of the 88. As they come around to finish lap number 1, then Ed Bars has retained that lead. Dante Dillon has got by on Ben Lambeth, though. I don't think we saw that on camera, but that's been a change for second place there. It's a good start from Dante, from 4th on the grid up to 2nd. Then it's James Whittaker in 4th ahead of James Martin. We're looking here at the number 9 of Lambeth, with James Whittaker behind, putting pressure in that 161, who goes for it into Inkermans. Nice move there from James Whittaker, and he's up into 3rd place, and immediately James Martin is all over the back of Ben Lambeth as well. Kim Ely as well in that 80 kart. Consents opportunity here, running in 6th. And then further back, Stephen Westwood under pressure here from the 35 of Draper, and that's a nice move from Draper. You have to be so confident to put a move in at Paddock Corner, and that was beautifully judged from the number 35 and through up into 7th place, although there's a penalty as for Dean Everest, though, for forcing a driver wide. So clearly felt that. I wonder if that's what led to the spin we saw on the first lap. Well, Dean Everest is right at the back of the pack, actually, so may well have been involved with that. Michael Reeder, I think, was the other driver involved. They've both dropped back and will have to work their way up through the order if they at all can. Here's James Martin in the 74, running in 5th place, trying to find a way by on Ben Lambeth, or possibly working with him at the moment to keep the pressure up on James Whittaker, who's running really strongly in the 161. End of lap number 3. Ed Bars leading by just under a second, and Dante Dillon now is trying to put the pressure on him with the new fastest lap of the race. So we are going to have to keep an eye on that lead gap. You can just see Dante there. He was just ahead of this driver who we're following now, the 161 of Whittaker. Battle over 3rd place.
Rob Newman will be watching this race keenly, I'm sure, because at the moment Dante Dillon is dropping another 3 points off his possible total. He needs to find in the next 4 minutes those 8/10 and overtake Ed Bars. But saying that, it's Ed Bars that he's got to try and overtake, a former champion and a driver in his own right, who still has a chance in this title hunt and has just set the fastest lap of the race. An awesome 45.157, extends his lead to nearly a full second.
Yeah, the track's getting faster, isn't it? We saw a 45 dead from Andrew Ward in the last heat, and now a 45.1 in fairly early stages of this one. I say fairly early, we're just entering the second half of this race now. Greg Smith trying to catch on to the back of this basically 4-way battle over 3rd place, although saying that, Kim Ely needs to up the pace just a little bit maybe to stay in touch with James Martin. But if Ben Lambeth tries to put a move on James Whittaker, for example, it's going to stall their progress slightly and probably bring other drivers into play. There's the 4 karts you can see that are sort of battling over 3rd. Kim Ely, though, at the moment, just falling away off the back. Greg Smith trying to buy into that as Ed Bars sets the fastest lap of the day that we've seen so far, a 45.041. As I say, it wasn't wet conditions this morning when we got to the track, but it was greasy, and that is now drying up quite nicely. Through these Zulus you go again. Drivers have to be careful as they come off there, because you don't want to dip the right tyres over the curb, particularly in conditions like this. It's muddy and boggy beyond the exit curb of that Zulu 3 corner, so you definitely want to avoid that. It's chain and sprocket side of the kart as well, so you just don't want to risk it. As Ed Bars becomes the first driver of the day to dip below the 45-second mark now with a 44.988. He is absorbing this pressure from Dante Dillon very, very nicely at the head of this field. As Andrew was saying, yeah, Dante would like to get towards the head of the field, but it is a certain Ed Bars that he's trying to get by, and Ed Bars at the moment is doing a fantastic job of keeping him at arm's length. It's really good to see so far.
That's a good record round here. Took 2 heat wins earlier in the season when we were on the international layout. That was round number 3. Really good run as well here from James Whittaker. That's his first appearance this season. As James Whittaker put in there as a C2. But I can just tell by looking at the suit and the confidence of the wheel. This is not a novice driver. This is a quick driver indeed. Taking part in Club 100 for the first time in 2023 for the sprints. 90 seconds to go. How's Greg Smith getting on there? It's in 7th place, just behind Kim Ely in 6th. 1.6 seconds now the gap for Bars, and this will be good news for Newman. Still at the moment with how the points work out, it's down the inside goes the number 37 of Michael Reeder. Lovely move there by Michael on Charles Palmer. Gets Reeder up to 11th place, but back comes Palmer there. Hasn't given this one up. Side by side as they go through Zulu 1, then 2, then 3. Almost like a Winter Olympic skiing slalom course. You've got to be light and on your toes through that part of the course. But that was well worked by Michael Reeder, getting himself up a spot. Another new fastest lap of the race from Bars, a 44.8.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you got to be nimble through those corners, definitely. As yeah, it's an interesting one, that battle, by the way, for 6th place. Greg Smith has been chipping away at Kim Ely's the gap to Kim Ely over the last few laps, and it probably is going to become a battle on the last lap, which is where we're heading towards. Ed Bars will come around and see the last lap board this time around. Here is that battle, the 80 versus the 88, and this gap used to be several seconds, so it has been a good effort from Smith in that 88 to reel in Ely to have an opportunity as they go on to the last lap. James Whittaker now with the fastest lap of the race, though, would really like to keep Ben Lambeth and James Martin at bay. He's been having to have one eye on them all race long. And here is the move from Smith, though, at Christmas corner. Through he goes, and that, once all is said and done, is a very nice tidy move there to get himself up into 6th. And 2nd highest of the Class 2 runners. We do need to be looking, though, to this man here, another driver in green. Ed Bars has controlled this one nicely. He's absorbed the pressure of a rapid Dante Dillon, and he's going to round the corner now to take the win in heat number 5. And it's, in the end, a fairly comfortable gap. Fastest lap of the race to boot as well, a 44.677. The lap times are plummeting now as Dante Dillon takes 2nd. James Whittaker finishes a very strong 3rd. Ben Lambeth in 4th, and James Martin to round out the top 5. Well, Joe, the thing is there that that's another race that Dante hasn't won.
Correct.
So that's another race where Rob Newman can tick that one off and go, yep, that's one more opportunity that hasn't been fully capitalised on.
Indeed, it could be a scenario now as the rest of the heats play out that Newman might not need to win the A final after all. But a long way to go before we get to that. Heat 6 is up next.
Let's take you through the grid then. It'll be Andrew Ward who takes this one from pole position, with Andrew Rabbage alongside. James Dunnett and Dan Seeger are on row 2. Chris Woodger and Thomas Barrett are on row 3. Row 4 will be Andrew McWilliam and Sam Morris, with Bryn Alban and Callum Martin on row 5. Rihanna Percox and Christian Lehner are on row number 6. Mark Hensler and Curtis Mitchell are on row 7. Mortaza Hassan and Chris Swaddle are row 8, with Penny Millman and Thanos Chevalakakis to round out the 18 karts contesting this heat, which will bring us to the midpoint in our lightweight heats for this round. I like the way that we're now really testing the theory of the commentator's curse being over. We're really testing it now, because it will be Andrew Ward who takes this one from pole position. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise for this 7-minute heat. The second opportunity for all these drivers. And away we go into Oblivion Corner. Andrew Rabbage having to hold off the pressure from everyone else behind, but it's a good start from the pole sitter. Andrew Ward has a few kart lengths in hand as they head up the hill. Can see Chris Woodger trying to apply pressure to Dan Seeger in the early phases, and they're both through, I think, on James Dunnett as they go through. There is a spinner at the top of the hill through Christmas Corner. Chris Swaddle, we think that was in the 204s through Inkermans. They go 2 wide, even 3 wide. We've got drivers on the grass, and that's never going to work. And we've got another spinner there from fairly high up in the order. We'll have to double check who it is, though, as they come down the back straight for the first time. Here is Andrew McWilliam trying to make some progress early on. He's going to try a switchback move here on Sam Morris in that 34, and he's going to execute it beautifully. That was nicely done from Andrew McWilliam as they come round to finish lap number 1. Andrew Ward leads ahead of Andrew Rabbage. Dan Seeger in 3rd, Chris Woodger in 4th. James Dunnett is in 5th, and your spinner was Thomas Barrett, was it, in that number 68 car off to driver's left.
Penny Millman's also had a problem in the 77. I think, simply just a case of too many karts going for one piece of road on the exit of Inkermans. Yellow's out through that part of the course. 5 minutes and 45 remaining on the clock. Well, this has been a very composed start for the two Andrews at the front of the order. Ward from Rabbage, Dan Seeger there in 3rd, Chris Woodger in 4th. Bryn Albin needs a good result now in this one after that mistake, spinning from 4th place in his first race. He's got 5.5 minutes to work up into, I'd say they're really the top 5, because you can recover back into an A final from having one bad result, but you can't from when you've had 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone else who that will be on the mind of is Rihanna Percox, who, don't forget, had a bit of a problem in her first heat earlier on. Is now trying to work herself up the order into this one. Here is Seeger under pressure from Chris Woodger, and he goes for a bold move there into Inkermans, provided he can hold the inside for that first part of Zulus, which he can. That is a very nice move there for 3rd place for the driver of the 45. We've got Yellows out as well at the boot just to seal the deal.
Indeed, well timed there from Chris Woodger, a former winner of this championship back in the day when there was an Invitational Premier Clubman class. So he's got a good record round here at Whilton Mill. 4.5 minutes to go. New fastest stop of the race for the race leader. Rabbage a bit wide though. You can see how tricky it is once you get off the dry racing line. It's going to be under attack now from Woodger and Seeger, but Seeger wants that 3rd place back. Has he run too deep through and towards Boxing Day? No, spot on from Dan Seeger. Retakes 3rd place, but Woodger's back down the inside. 3 wide off in towards the Zulus. They get back into formation. That was well driven by James Dunnett, just to hold back there and not try things too hard. Andrew McWilliam, who's already had a race win so far today, is in there as well. This is a fascinating fight for 3rd.
It really is. I'm trying to work out why the Yellows are out in this final part of the lap, to be honest, though, Andrew. I've not
Might be a
seen.
replacement.
There's something. Is it maybe Sam Morris? Sam Morris has dropped down the
True,
order.
yeah.
So
Sam Morris has dropped down.
Yeah, I wonder if he's had an incident out there. Which it's clearly had some form of drama down there. Hope everything's okay, because it's not a place around this circuit that we like to. Well, we don't like seeing drivers as Rihanna Percox goes for a move on Callum Martin. They're still going to be side by side, but she'll have the inside line at Inkermans. We obviously never like to see drivers going off around this circuit, as that is brilliantly judged by Andrew McWilliam. What a few moves we're seeing from McWilliam in this race. He's judging these beautifully, and that was through on James Dunnett there, and James Dunnett is suddenly thrown to the lions here. Callum Martin all over the back of him. Dunnett's the number 60, Martin is the number 20. But yeah, if Morris has gone off in that part of the lap, Andrew, hope everything's okay, because it's the fastest part of the lap with the least runoff at that final corner. So if I am putting 2 and 2 together and making 4, which I might not be, hope everything's good there, as Seeger lines up for a move here on Woodger into Christmas Corner and is through nice and tidy there, and gives the universal symbol for let's work together here to keep Andrew Rabbage, who's having a really good run here, within reach here by the end of the race.
I think we've reached fever point of what can happen here at Whilton sometimes, because everybody, well, not everybody, but the the majority of drivers know it so well. You almost get this fraught style of racing in the middle of the heats as drivers get very conscious of their position and knowing, I've got to get forward, because it is so much harder to work your way through. There's better returns in a way when you're in the heats versus say in the finals. You know, nobody wants to get bogged down in the middle of a grid in a B final when there's only 2 spots to get into the A, and I think that's what we're starting to see right at this moment.
Absolutely. Bryn Olban sets the new fastest lap of the race in his pursuit of a much better result than his first heat, which ended in disappointment in the wall down at turn number 2. Now, James Dunnett has been given an ABC takeout. Now, I do wonder, he was, as this is Seeger versus Rabbage. Seeger's gone for it for second place. Still side by side, though. Is this going to give an opportunity for Woodger? He is there, but Seeger's going to get the switchback. Beautifully judged by Dan Seeger to get through and up into second place. And immediately Rabbage is under pressure from Chris Woodger in the 45. Andrew McWilliam, who we've seen make several opportunistic moves as well, is right there, but Woodger is through the crook, but they'll both be compromised up the hill. Look out for McWilliam. Rabbage has got the pace over Woodger up the hill because of the line that Woodger took through turn 2. Into Christmas corner, they're still side by side, and Woodger's going to let him by because he fears an advantage by contact penalty. But McWilliam there is going to get through on him as well in Inkermans. I am so impressed by how Andrew McWilliam has judged his moves throughout this race. That's the 3rd time I've seen him read a situation beautifully to benefit from others having a little bit of a contretemps around him. And it's really nicely done there. Meanwhile, Rihanna Percox, who got by on Bryn Olban last time around, is now right there with Woodger as well. So we've got our 2 designated Class 1 disruptors lying astern here in Chris Woodger and Rihanna Percox. We're on the penultimate lap here. Andrew Rabbage has got to defend against 4 drivers behind him. He takes the defensive line. Andrew McWilliam will try and get the switch back. Can he do anything with it with the short distance we have before breaking into Inkermans? Again, Rabbage hugs the inside because he knows that will pay dividends coming into the Zulu. It's hard for anyone to get a switch back through this part of the lap and take the sort of later apex and get better pace. Onto the back straight, though, he's still going to be under pressure here. McWilliam has a think about it, as meanwhile behind them, Woodger has been demoted down 2 spots, courtesy of Percox and Olban.
Yeah, Percox and Olban really did need those moves, need to get themselves up through the order. This is great work from Andrew Rabbage, but he runs a bit wide, and he's going to have some water on his tyres, needs to be careful and thread the needle through the next couple of corners. Is he going to gather it up? Yes, that's a beautiful recovery from Andrew Rabbage. He's got a bit of a gap now. Rihanna Percox is steaming alongside, trying to go round the outside of Andrew McWilliam there. He's going to have her nose in a little bit through Boxing Day, still side by side as they go towards Inkermans. Wow, this lightweight sprint has really come alive in heat number 6. McWilliam holds on ahead of Percox. We're on the final lap. Andrew Ward is going to come round the final corner to take race victory on home soil. Percox down the inside for 4th place. Andrew Ward takes race victory, a dominant run to the line. 2nd is going to go to Dan Seeger, 3rd to Andrew Rabbage, and a brilliant fight back there from Andrew McWilliam round the outside of Rihanna Percox through the boots, takes 5th. Bryn Olban 6th, Chris Woodger 7th, Thanos Chevikilakakis, what a drive from Thanos there, up to 8th place from the back of the field. Curtis Mitchell was 9th, Christian Lehner was 10th, 11th for Mortaza Hassan, Callum Martin, James Dunnett, Mark Hensler, Chris Swaddle are your top 15. What a race. What a race indeed. That brings us to the halfway point of the Heats programme. Next up, Heat 7.
Action coming thick and fast here at Whilton Mill. Let's have a look as we go into the second half of the heats for our lightweights at your grid for heat number 7. Steph Theodorou, we start this one on pole with Luke Phillips alongside Nicholas Lacasas and Yusuf Bin Sahel on row 2 with Rana Menon, who had a really competitive first heat, Matt Ellis on row number 3. Aaron Clark and Rob Newman are row 4 with Samuel Essery and Tony Philbin rounding out your top 10. Jake Wilkins and George Lawler are row number 6. Row 7 is Michael Miao and Isaiah Iguagu. Ricky Goodwin and Alex Rule are row 8. Ryan Williams and Harrison Earl are row 9. And then the 19 kart grid is rounded out by James Browning in the number 19, just for convenience for us commentators here in the box. Do hope you're enjoying this coverage coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live, with commentary coming to you from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Still plenty of racing action to come here today, so don't go anywhere. Don't forget, if you've got a spare monitor, live.alphatime.co.uk, click on CLUB100 to see the more detailed live timing. Are we good for a start this time? Yes, we are. Here we go then. 7 minutes on the clock. Green on the flag and a great start from the pole side of the grid. Steph Theodoru has got at least 3 kart lengths already.
False start.
As he's only a false start. Yeah,
it's too good.
It was too good. Too good a start there. And we're going to roll up again and take the clock down to a 5-minute race.
That's not good news if you're Rob Newman, because this is your grid where you're a little bit further back. You need that time to be able to pull your way back through. So that's a good bit of news if you're Dante Dillon, because if you want to take this title on to Bookmore Park, and the points advantage is with Newman at the moment, you need to start seeing Newman himself dropping a couple of points through circumstances to just drop away the points tally that Rob could have by the end of racing here at Whilton Mill.
Absolutely. And speaking of people running second in standings and stuff, Steph Theodoru here with a good opportunity for some good points on the board as well. It's important to remember comes into today as the second place Class 2 runner. He has had 2 heat wins so far this year. Can he make it a third? Officials just making sure that the 2 sides of the grid are evenly matched, and away we go then for now a 5-minute race. Steph Theodoru leads them away, and although he doesn't have the same advantage he has last time, it's still a very decent start, and he's followed through by Nicholas Lacasas in that 91 as well as they stream up the hill for the first time into Christmas Corner. Side by side, all looks like they're cleanly through there, which is good to see. Over the top of the hill, Yusuf bin Sahel starting to look racy early doors there against Luke Phillips, that is in the 82. Meanwhile, another good start for Rana Menon, who's turning into another disruptor here today, has to be said, in that 2-1-3, is up into third place as Yusuf bin Sahel goes down the inside of Luke Phillips and makes the move stick, and there is Rob Newman making early manoeuvres here, although he's got Bolt there, and that was almost an opportunity for Aaron Clark in the number 50 to get a move in on him, but thought better of it. At the end of lap number 1, it's still Theodoru in the lead, Nicholas Lacasas in second, Rana Menon up into third place.
And a decent start there for Newman, up 1 place to 6th. Luke Phillips was wide through turn 2, and that's going to open the door for Newman to step on through. Aaron Clark's going to have a go as well in the number 50. If Clark can hold his nose on the inside there, that's a lovely move through increments. And I think Samuel Essery in the number 8 was trying to fight through there as well. Onto the back straight then. Theodoru continues to lead. Lacasas second, had good speed at times at Ella Park at the start of the month. Mechanical flag for Jake Wilkins now. I wonder what that could be for. I've not seen anything in terms of kart damage. That could be something like a helmet being loose. Speculating again, of course, but either way, Jake Wilkins is going to be coming in the pits and is effectively out of this race. 3¼ minutes remaining then. This is a damage limitation job at the moment for the championship leader, but he's going to be down the inside of Lacasas, who's been overtaken by Menon and bin Sahel. This is what we're talking about, isn't it, Howard? That when you get out of line here today, because it's so compact, because everybody's on their A game, is that's lovely from Yusuf bin Sahel down the inside. Rob Newman's going to have a go as well at Rana Menon for third place. Has to settle to slot back in behind for what will be fourth place.
But to pick up on that point, you're absolutely right, mate. We always talk in sprint racing about your momentum being disrupted, you're being pushed offline. Here it is particularly pronounced because of the competitive nature of it and the nature of the layout we're using as well. The Zulus, the line is so prescribed through there that if your momentum is upset, you're going to know about it. There's several places around this lap as Rob Newman goes for that move on Menon for third and gets that one done. He knows that he's got to be a man on a mission here as Lacasas has pressure from Aaron Clark and Samuel Essery behind him. But it's the nature of this track. Again, this is another place. If the line gets upset through the boot, your whole run up till Christmas Corner can be disrupted. So, in fact, in some ways, you can almost think of this layout as two sections of running. You've got the last corner all the way up to the top of the hill at Christmas, and then you've got increments all the way down to the boot. Rhythm is everything. Momentum is everything around this Whilton Mill circuit. This is getting quite tasty. towards the end of this, isn't it? As Lacasas is under pressure. There's Ben Lambeth with a move that he's been looking to pull for a little while, and he's through. And Lacasas will allow that through, but will not allow Luke Phillips, Matt Ellis, or George Lawler, any of the drivers who have caught up to the back of him a little bit here, to come through.
I think we saw a move from Rob Newman for second place. Now this next lap is very important for Newman. 0.6 is the gap. 45.1. Now that is huge, considering he was doing some overtaking on that lap. Is this a lap that we're going to look at the end of today and think, yeah, that was a big moment in deciding round 9 of this championship? Defensive to the inside is Matt Ellis, trying to hold on to 8th place ahead of Luke Phillips and George Lawler behind.
Bit of housekeeping on this top 10. Aaron Clark's accrued a cone penalty at some point in this race, so he'll be docked one position from wherever he finishes. Still running well in 5th there, but at some point has hit a piece of track furniture, which has not been to the liking of the clerk of the course. Yes, indeed, there's going to be one lap now. I think they'll see the last lap board this time around. Can Rob Newman? What's the gap this time? It's close. We need to be looking at this. Here it is, your lead battle. Steph Theodorou in the 85. Rob Newman in the 13 as they come up the hill. And Yusuf Bin Sahel has played himself into this one beautifully as well, Andrew, to be right there, ready to pick up the spoils. Down the inside, defending on the inside there is Steph Theodorou. They're all going to close up. Menon's in on this as well as they head through Inkermans. Down the inside of Newman goes Bin Sahel. Can he get the traction? Yes, he can. And that's a brilliant move from Bin Sahel, but a costly moment for our championship leader, who's trying to stem the flow of drivers trying to get by on him. The number 50 of Aaron Clark wants to get in on this as well. And what started as a lap where we thought Rob Newman would be challenging for the win, it's going to be Steph Theodorou who comes round to take the win of heat number 7. Yusuf Bin Sahel will finish a very close second, and across the line it's a pretty much dead heat between 4 drivers there. Aaron Clark finishes 3rd, albeit with a cone penalty to be applied. Rana Menon in 4th, and Rob Newman, who started that last lap 1/10 off of the lead, will finish in 5th place ahead of Samuel Essery. How about that then?
Wow, that really does swing the pendulum back at probably into the middle. We'll see how that plays out later on. Heat 8, though, is up next.
Here's your grid then for heat number 8, the last of this rotation. So all drivers will have contested 2 races by the end of this. Amy Breacher is on pole with Joshua Sangster alongside. Charlie Summers and Russell Cooper on row 2 with Ashley White and Jeremy Deeks on row 3. Row 4 will be Christopher Powell and Harrison Kirkham. Liam Nolan and Sam Lovelace round out the top 10. Toby Smith and Andy Orford occupy the 6th row of the grid. James Britton and Yusuf Sahayono are next. Patrick Millman and Douglas Smith are row 8. Row 9 is Adam Sheargold and Chris Hancox, and rounding out the 19 kart grid, it's going to be the 86 of Tommy Lee. That's how they line up then for heat number 8. As I can tell you now, folks, my commentary colleague is furiously doing some calculations now on the spreadsheet of doom, as we like to call it. It can be the spreadsheet of success as well for whoever wins, but you know, we like to call it a spreadsheet of doom. 7 minutes on the clock then, away we go. Is this start going to be good? It looks it initially, at least. Amy Breacher will lead them away. Good even start between the 2 sides of the grid, going 2 wide, even 3 wide through the crook, as is customary for the race start here at Whilton Mill. But it is still Amy Breacher who leads as they come up to the top of the hill. But going round the outside there is the Charlie Summers in the 81. Yes, it was, trying to go all the way around the outside as they're all getting a little bit held up through Inkermans. Still Breacher at the head of the field, but I thought Charlie Summers was going to go all the way around the outside then at Christmas Corner, but couldn't quite make that one work. There's a move there. Oh, that's a move, and that's going to surely be a potential penalty there for Kirkham. That could be a penalty for Kirkham. That was contact with Jeremy Deeks there, and Deeks was round as they came through the boot. Not my call to make, but that certainly looked like a suspect one there for the driver, the number 12. Deeks is round, though, either way, as Kirkham goes for a move now on Joshua Sangster for 3rd place and gets by. The 12 now ahead of the 51. But Jeremy Deeks is to the back of the field. As too is Christopher Powell. There's been a drama there for Powell. It did all get a little bit compressed coming out of Inkermans. I wonder if it could have led to a few tears for some of the drivers out there. Kirkham's looking racy here, though, but Charlie Summers goes defensive. But Kirkham's going to go, okay, I'll go down the right-hand side then, in the boot, and gets by. And that is a strong, robust move there for Kirkham, but gets himself up into second place. And it looks, from the early signs, looking at the penalty board, that Race Control have not deemed that one to be an ABC takeout. Amy Breacher goes a little bit defensive there. Kirkham is right on the limit on the inside. He is a man on a mission here. He wants this win. And there is the penalty. I thought it might come in. There is the penalty. ABC takeout for Harrison Kirkham. I've got to say that one seems fair enough to me. There was just that contact on the rear right of Jeremy Deeks on lap 1 through the boot. This part of the lap that we're going into now, as Kirkham contests the lead of the race. But yeah, it was just here that we saw Deeks go into a spin. Just the lightest contact on the rear, and Kirkham will see that penalty this time around. Yeah, there it is, and it looks to me from the body language like he doesn't feel that that's necessarily the correct call. But I have to say, I'm in agreement with the clerk in the course that time around.
What it does mean is now +6 position. Round the outside goes Kirkham. Well, that's a brilliant move. It's down the inside is Summers as well, trying to take on Breacher, but loses out in the end to Sangster. And I think Ashley White has hopped through in all of this up to third place. Here's Sam Lovelace on the scene all of a sudden as well, taking advantage of all that is going on. And Sam Lovelace, that move gets past Sangster and Summers round the outside, similar to what we've seen from Andrew McWilliams so far today, putting himself in a very nice position with 4 minutes to go. Summers now down the inside of Sangster. Sangster runs wide. He's not going to have much grip out there.
I have to say, that was that's one way to respond to the penalty. I think that was move of the day from Kirkham there. That was beautiful stuff. So he is racing well. As that was the look there from Sam Lovelace on Ashley White that was just going by for third place as they came into Christmas Corner. We're looking a little bit further back there. Here is that battle, and it has indeed changed. So Sam Lovelace through on Ashley White. The 79 now up into third place. Onto the back straight they go. And Lovelace is already starting to apply some pressure here to Amy Breacher in that number 15. And there's a penalty as well for Ashley White for overtaking under yellows. It's a clumsy one. It's an unfortunate one. As we said earlier, penalties count here, big time. You know, the slightest thing could be the difference here between A final and B final. Up the hill then comes the battle for second place. Amy Breacher again positions her car in the middle of the track, which is working well for her, just to deter a move, and she's going to keep it to driver's right as well here. Yeah, Breacher is positioning her car nicely, to be fair, and what that's allowed is for Ashley White to have a move there on Lovelace. Lovelace goes off to driver's left briefly onto the grass and kicks up a load of steam into the air, spray into the air, and that is going to be a costly moment for Lovelace. He's down to 5th now, behind Ashley White and Charlie Summers.
Of course, this is effectively a fight for the win, with the penalties to come for Harrison Kirkham. 1 win so far this season in heat format for Amy Breacher. For Ashley White, the tally is 1 as well. Great opportunity. This is what can happen sometimes at Whilton Mill. If you come with a clear head, a fresh mind, can get some strong results.
Just to remember, we know that Ashley White can't win it either with the penalty we've just seen.
He has a penalty as well, of course, for the overtake under yellow. That's the number 14 of Russell Cooper trying to find a way past
James Britton.
Thank you very much. Breacher has lost the position on track, but now gained it straight back again. Ashley White with a mistake into Zulu 1. Breacher slips it down the inside. Yellow flags are out, so Charlie Summers is quite nicely positioned in this as well. Driver here in the lightweights, but also in the Club 100 of the UKC iRacing Championship. Next round of that you can see on the DDMM YouTube channel Wednesday night. And an overtaking under yellow for Amy Breacher now as well. So that means Charlie Summers is sitting on a race victory here. So the top 3 drivers all have penalties. House now checking to make sure that Charlie Summers hasn't also got a penalty. Down the inside goes White on Breacher for that spot on the road, which is effectively 4 position because they've got the same penalty. Now down the inside is Summers on Breacher. Lovelace is now trying to get through as well. Is going to be on the inside. Will have to yield as they go through the Zulus. Super racing work here from Charlie Summers.
It is, and that was effectively side by side for the lead.
Yes.
You saw there between Summers and Lovelace. I thought I had seen his name. He's got a contact warning hanging over him as Charlie Summers.
Okay.
So it's a warning, not a penalty. And there's a track limit warning for Sam Lovelace just for good measure. And we're on to the final lap of the race. Harrison Kirkham is out front but can't win this race because of a penalty, even though he's 3.2 seconds to the good. It's position penalties, not time penalties here in Club 100 sprint racing. Here is Ashley White under pressure from Charlie Summers, but what Summers is surely not going to be aware of, unless he's sitting a maths exam whilst at the wheel of his Club 100 kart, is that attacking Ashley is not what will get him a better result. He needs to defend against Lovelace if he wants a win.
He does indeed. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Harrison Kirkham coming around the final couple of corners. Remember, he has a penalty. This on screen is the fight for the race victory. Is Charlie Summers going to take a second victory of the year in a heat? I think he is. Across the line, Kirkham takes it on the road. White second, but because of no penalties for kart number 81, Charlie Summers takes heat number 8 ahead of Sam Lovelace. Amy Breacher 5th on the road. Joshua Sangster 6th. Great drive there from Adam Sheargold. Another strong haul of points for the C3 category leader at the moment. 8th for James Britton, 9th for Russell Cooper, and 10th for Douglas Smith.
Really interesting race, that one, but costly penalties here might cost some of these drivers when they get to determining their grids in the trophy finals. Up next is heat number 9. Into our final rotation of heats then. Last opportunity for all these drivers to maximise points across the heat races. Rihanna Percox will start this one from pole position, and she'll have George Lawler alongside her on the front row. Callum Martin and Dean Everest are row 2, with Luke Phillips and Dan Seeger on 3. Row 4 is occupied by Nicholas Lacasas and Andrew Ward. Thomas Barrett and Aaron Clark are on row 5. Greg Smith and Rana Menon, who's been having a really good day so far, starts from row 6. James Scanlon and Curtis Mitchell are on row 7. Michael Meow and Chris Swannell are row 8, and then Jake Hicklin will round out the 17 karts as we enter this final rotation of heats. 4 more of these to go for our lightweights, and then we will be into those finals, and then we get to do it all again after the lunch break with our heavyweights. Don't forget, in that lunch break we'll have for you paddock walks. We'll kick off with the one that we did this morning with some of the drivers, getting some of those thoughts. It was good that we were able to talk to the lightweight drivers as much as we were this morning, because we didn't quite get a chance to talk to many lightweights at Ella. And then we'll have another paddock walk for you. Here though, we're ready to get racing. Heat number 9 for round number 9. Away we go then. Rihanna Percox leads them away in the 87 kart through Oblivion and the Crook. It's been a decent start from both sides of the grid there. George Lawler has been able to retain second place, as Callum Martin and Dean Everest were side by side there for third place. They're still side by side, the 30 and the 20. Bit of Noah's Ark formation there through Christmas Corner, and there's not really a way through for the likes of Dan Seeger, who's trying to find a way through this wall of Dean Everest and Callum Martin. And he's going to be on the outside through the Zulus. I still don't know if he's going to get by one of these. Side by side with Callum Martin there, the 5 and the 20. But Martin's still able to hold him off. And Andrew Ward has been able to get the better of Nicholas Lacasas at the start there to get onto the back of Seeger. So it's pretty much as they started, except Dean Everest has got through and Callum Martin. There's Greg Smith fighting through as well with some of the drives towards the upper echelons of the Class 3 runners as well. Rihanna Percox leads, George Lawler in second, Dean Everest in third. Callum Martin and Dan Seeger rounds out your top 5. How long will it stay that way though? They're all jostling for position here, and they all sort of cancel each other out there. Aaron Clark goes for a move on Andrew Ward though. That's nice there from the 50 through on the number 6.
Is indeed through has gone. The number 5 as well. All queuing up behind Dean Everest at the moment. Oh, look at that from Thomas Barrett. Lovely down the inside. He nearly loses it. And round goes Nicholas Lacasas in all of that. Wrong place, wrong time for driver number 91. Greg Smith has taken advantage of all of that. I think he gained about 4 positions on that last tour, up to 8th place. So a lot of overtakes there on that one. Means that Callum Martin now sits in 3rd. 4th for Dan Seeger. 5th for Aaron Clark. It's spread out a little bit at the front of the order. Poor Dean Everest fell down 8 places in that last race, in that last lap of the race. Apologies. Also take-out penalty for Thomas Barrett for that move that he attempted. Got wide, made contact that resulted in Nicholas Lacasas going round. So I think that's the judgment that's been made there and Thomas Barrett in the number 68.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but good effort.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just pendulumed on him, didn't it, in the boot, and suddenly he was 3 wide. It happens, but, you know, the rules are the rules with regards to that one, as Aaron Clark sets the fastest lap of the race, 45.328. Rihanna Percott's leading by 2.5 tenths over George Lawler. Callum Martin in third, as that looked like a good run through the first couple of corners for the 248. What move was that? I was just looking at. It was that Rada Menon's been on the move there, I think. Wouldn't surprise me. We've already seen some great passes by Rada. Apologies. We'll double check what that was on timing. Here is the lead of the race, the lead battle. And here is Callum Martin being passed by Dan Seeger, and that's a nice move from Seeger to retain the advantage, even around the outside going into Paddock. That was nice stuff from the driver of the 5, and it was Rana Menon who was on the move. Got by on Curtis Mitchell for 9th place.
Dan Seeger is starting to thread together a very nice set of scores. He's actually inherited a win from earlier in the day, and Andrew Ward got a 2-place penalty in one of the earlier heats. So at the moment, Dan Seeger's sitting on 3rd, 1st and 3rd, and you know, we've seen the likes of Rob Newman 1st and 5th so far, Dylan 3rd and 2nd, Lovelace 4th and 2nd, Kirkham 1st and what should be 7 points. Penalties to apply. Dan Seeger with these kind of results could be looking at the very front of the field here for the A final later on today.
Absolutely, driving very well so far. Fastest lap of the race from Aaron Clark in 5th place, trying to keep in touch with these two ahead of him, of Seeger and Martin. I feel like Callum Martin's been having a decent day as well. He's been featuring quite prominently in his heats so far. We're looking a little bit further back here. Andrew Ward in 6th place in the number 6, ahead of Luke Phillips, and then Greg Smith, who's got the attentions of a charging Rana Menon, and Curtis Mitchell staying in touch as well. Onto the back straight. This is the battle for 3rd place. I think at the moment there's a bit of a truce between these two, because they would fancy, the gap's a bit big, isn't it, to get them back with George Lawler. It's not too far. You can see the gap there. It's some 2 seconds. It has come down on that lap, but not by enough that it's going to work for them by the end of the race. Dan Seeger taking a wider line there out of the crook, which they are allowed to do. You can use all of the concrete runoff if you so wish. You probably don't wish, because it will draw your car away. If you go too far onto the runoff there out of the crook, it has a tendency to pull your car towards the left, which we saw Sam Morris having that moment earlier on, didn't we? Where he went onto the grass there.
And being Halloween in the week, there's all kinds of things out there at this time of year.
Oh, yes.
Slugs, toads, witches, they're all in there. You don't want to be out beyond on driver's left. Good lap there from Aaron Clark, 44.917.
I've just realised Rob Newman should have put like a jack-o'-lanterns on the back of his the back of his orange lid. A little bit of a look there from Aaron Clark on Callum Martin. He's been working hard to bring in this gap, as you can see there. Another fastest lap of the race. Very good fastest lap of the race there, at 44.917. As onto the back straight comes this battle over 3rd place. Rihanna Percox, Andrew, controlling this one quite nicely at the front. 6.5 tenths of a second. I don't think she'll see the last lap board this time round. No, it'll be 2 more laps left of this one. But at the moment, doing everything she needs to get a nice win here.
This is more like it from Rihanna. More we're used to when she's been racing in the BUKC for Birmingham in previous years and in this championship as well. It's looking good for getting into the A final. It's not going to be the best of grid slots, I think, for the A final, because she didn't have a good result in the first rotation of heats. But this is Percox definitely back on form on a circuit where she is very, very strong. Still George Lawler there in 2nd place. Fight going on for 3rd. And just to recap with George Lawler's season, this will be one of the best results so far in the heats for George Lawler. Has taken race victories. He's currently 17th in the points. 5 seconds remaining on the clock. Percox on to the final lap of things. There is George Lawler in the number 49. Could be very happy with this. I do think we're going to get a very mixed up grid once we get to the A final. Can often happen here. at Whilton Mill. Here's your scrap for third place. Seeger, Martin, Clark, 5, 20 and 50. Are they all going to come home in this order? They're a good way ahead of Andrew Ward as Seeger runs wide. That's the classic mistake out of Zulu 3 where you just take a little bit too much corner entry speed. Mr. Newton and his gravity works against you. Up the inside is Aaron Clark, 3 wide as they come around the final corner. Percox is going to take the victory. Lawler will be second, and across the line will be Callum Martin in third place. Aaron Clark fourth and Dan Seeger fifth.
Well, that was a dramatic end to that one. They're still coming across the line. Andrew Ward in 6th, Rana Menon in 7th, Luke Phillips in 8th, ahead of Curtis Mitchell and Greg Smith to round out the top 10. But plenty of drama there at the end. Good win, though, for Rihanna Percox. We have to immediately turn our attention, though, to Heat 10, which is coming out next. Here's the grid then for Heat 10. Jake Wilkins starts this one from pole with Christian Lehner alongside Bryn Alban and Joshua Sangster on row 2 with Yusuf Bin Sahel and Charlie Summers on row 3. Row 4 will be Ed Bars and Matt Ellis. Andrew McWilliam and Harrison Kirkham round out the top 10. Chris Woodger and Penny Millman are on row 6 with row 7 taken up by Tommy Lee and Isaiah Guegu. James Britton and Alex Rule are on row 8 with Martaza Hassan rounding out the 17 kart grid for this anti-penultimate heat of the lightweights in this 9th round of the 10-round season. It's this and Butmore Park to decide all of the championship battles that are ensuing in this Club 100 Lightweights Senior Sprints Championship. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage coming to you from Whilton Mill, courtesy of Alpha Live. Do please show some love, like, share, subscribe. If you've missed any of the coverage of any of the Club 100 action throughout the season, whether it be seniors, whether it be British University's Karting Championship, whether it be the cadets and juniors, there's plenty for you to enjoy on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. In fact, there's plenty. You can go back years at this point on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and there is plenty to enjoy. Even in this, as we enter the latter stage, I don't know about anyone else, but the end of October has completely caught me off guard. But even as we enter the latter stage of the year, so many things that Alpha Live is still up to and streaming between now and the end of the year, so definitely check it out.
Big race this, as always, but particularly for Harrison Kirkham. Starts 10th on the grid for this one. Confirmed that penalty was upheld, so yeah, plus 7 places for Harrison Kirkham in heat number 8. Should still be looking good to qualify for that A final, but needs at least a top 5, I think, in this next race. Bryn Alban similarly had a bad result in the first rotation, needs to consolidate from the second row of the grid. And Ed Bars, of course, has had a really good day so far. 5th and 1st so far in the racing appearances for the former champion. But to remind, he's had 2 absent rounds, which means he's used up all of his drop scores. So his 6 worst heats across the year and his 2 worst finals will, of course, be those ones that he didn't compete in. It means that every single race counts for Bars. Now he is 7th on the grid in kart 92.
Indeed. So we'll have this 7-minute race. Once again, last chance for these drivers to maximise their points ahead of the finals. And it is going to be that 41 of Jake Wilkins who's on pole. Pole on the left-hand side of the grid. Got some Class 1 drivers looking to make their way up here, perhaps with their lowlier position, so it could be an interesting one this. Green lights, away we go into heat number 10, into Oblivion. It's a good start from our pole sitter to lead them through. Christian Lehner as well has been able to retain second place, but making early moves here. Yusuf Bin Sahel picking up where he left off for battling. He's side by side with Joshua Sangster through Christmas Corner at the top of the hill. As they all stream through, we've got a driver on the grass there, and that's going to be a difficult one, barreling in the mid-pack, but we'll have to double-check who that was. It was from fairly low down in the pack. I think most people were able to get through before it was a risk at the apex of Inkermans. Move on Sangster here from Yusuf bin Sahel. I have to say, you're going to hear our interview with him in the lunch break where he says he's not very good round here. I beg to differ on that one.
I would say he's not had good results.
Yeah, well, he's putting that one to bed somewhat today. At the end of that one, it is still Jake Wilkins, but under a lot of pressure from Christian Lehner. Yusuf bin Sahel in third place, Joshua Sangster and Charlie Summers rounds out a all Class 2 top 5. But will it stay that way? Because Ed Bars is challenging Charlie Summers. Yes, it will stay that way. Ed Bars is too far back to make a move there. And it was Matt Ellis who was squirreling around on the grass there in lap number 1.
5 3/4 minutes to go in this one then. Jake Wilkins, who we also spoke to. It was good to speak to a good number of the drivers this morning. As down the inside looks bin Sahel on Lehner for second place. We've tried to get a few more drivers who we haven't necessarily spoken to so far this season. Jake Wilkinson has learnt a lot this year, moving into C2.
Kirkham needs a good race here, Andrew.
Does indeed.
He's sat behind Ed Bars there at the moment. 6th and 7th place, those two occupy at the moment as Matt Ellis begins his working back up the order. As this for the lead, Yusuf bin Sahel down the inside, or up the inside I should say, for Christmas corner of Jake Wilkins, and gets the move done. Nicely done there from the driver of the number 73, and immediately Jake Wilkins is under pressure from Christian Lehner and Charlie Summers. It stays as they were for now, so it's now Wilkins in second ahead of Lehner and Summers. Yusuf bin Sahel to the head of the field.
This is more like it from Yusuf, who was a bit scrappy, I think, in his own regards at Ella Park. This is him back on form. Ed Bars trying to wrestle his way past Charlie Summers there.
It's a difficult one for them to buy into this at the moment, I think, Andrew, as behind them there's a bit of movement, or Joshua Sangster coming under pressure from Bryn Alban and Andrew McWilliam and Chris Woodger. So good battle there. You can see the 51 of Joshua Sangster coming under pressure. Bryn Alban was ducking to the inside there and has got through. You could just see in the bottom right corner of your shot as Ed Bars, I think it was 2 wheels dipped on the grass there out of Boxing Day and heading towards Inkermans, is really struggling to pick anyone off here. They have got by on Charlie Summers. So Ed Bars is up into 4th place, and Kirkham has followed through as well. So costly few corners there for the 81 of Charlie Summers, who's down to 6th now. But yeah, just took a while for Ed Bars to find a way to get any traction basically in this fight.
Did indeed. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader, 45.310, 0.8 of a second ahead of Joe Wilkins. Christian Lehner has a look over the shoulder, sees that Ed Bars is there in 4th place. So good train going all the way down to Chris Woodger there in 9th place. I would still all argue that they've got good positions to build on here with 3 minutes and 30 to go. Contacts warning for Tommy Lee, who is the top runner in C3 at the moment. Again, needs good points in this C3 points battle that he's having with Adam Sheargold. Keep across that. Both of them made the A final last time out at Ella Park. It would be great if we could do again. Much bigger field today as well. It's always a popular one here at Whilton Mill. It is a sellout here this weekend for the lightweight sprints. There's only, across all the categories at the start of the week, only 3 spots available across 2 full days of racing. Incredible support once again. Bars down the inside of Lehner for 3rd place. Kirkham follows through. That's absolutely the correct thing to do if you're Harrison Kirkham. One of the best places to be, you could say, in this race is on the rear bumper of Ed Bars, because you know that the number 92 is going to try and move forward. Here he is again, this time for 2nd place. Crucial phase this for Harrison Kirkham. Now the separation with Ed Bars. Kirkham will need to get by on Jake Wilkins as quickly as possible. Wilkins has had good pace, 2 minutes and 20 to go. Let's see how this next lap plays out. I feel, Howard, that lap 7 is going to be a key one.
Yeah, absolutely. Up the hill they come then. Ed Bars is in that 2nd place spot. And that's a hairy moment there for Chris Lehner. It's going to bulk everyone up behind him. He's all over. He's quite leery over the curbs there through the top of the hill. That's going to cause opportunities behind him. And Bryn Alban goes through on Charlie Summers, and Andrew McWilliam, ever the opportunist today, isn't it? He's reading so many battles well, follows through immediately. So that's Bryn Alban up to 6th place and Andrew McWilliam up to 7th, and actually Chris Woodger has got through on Charlie Summers as well. So costly, not for the first time, unfortunately, today. Another costly lap there for Charlie Summers. Fastest lap of the race from Ed Bars. He's going to try and take the fight here to Yusuf Bin Sahel at the head of the field. 3.5 tenths. The gap was reduced by that time around, but he's going to need, I think, Andrew, he's going to need to take out a little bit more than that if he's going to have an opportunity come the last lap. There is Yusuf Bin Sahel. And then that's Harrison Kirkham in third, who could do with a good result himself after the penalty that he accrued in his previous heat. Won it on the road, but had a penalty for an ABC takeout of Jeremy Deeks, it was, in that race. Here we go then. Will we see the last lap board this time around? No, it's the penultimate lap. Penultimate lap, and that means that Ed Bars, how much was it last time? Half a second taken out that time by Ed Bars. And Yusuf Bin Sahel is going to have to dig deep here, Andrew, to hold off this charging pressure from Ed Bars.
Yeah, this is Ed Bars in a mood today. Knows he's just got to give everything to try and hold himself in the mathematical situation towards Buckmore Park. And if he can't do that, of course, he wants to end as high up this championship standings table as possible. At the moment, he looks like he's going to be moving into third place before we go into the finals. That'd be even more if he can find a way past Yusuf Bin Sahel. They will see the final lap board this time around. It's been 3 wins so far this year in the sprints in the heats for Yusuf Bin Sahel. Ed Bars, meanwhile, has had 8 wins. It's been 2 good seasons for these drivers up into Christmas. It's a good run for Yusuf Bin Sahel. Keep things calm there. I think there's changes further down the order.
Yeah, a bit of housekeeping. Jake Wilkins has had some sort of drama. He's dropped back 9 places that last lap, so something's happened there to Wilkins, unfortunately, as the lead battle comes onto the back straight for the last time.
Yusuf Bin Sahel checks over his shoulder, sees that Ed Bars is there. Is Ed Bars within striking distance? Oh, he had a think about it, did Bars. If Yusuf Bin Sahel can get round the final corner, it's going to be a win in the heats at Whilton Mill. Yusuf Bin Sahel just takes heat number 10 by 0.091 of a second. Ed Bars takes more good points there in second place. Third for Harrison Kirkham. Should see him through to the A final. But a bit of work to do perhaps in that A final if he's going to win C2 as a championship here today. Fourth for Bryn Alban, good recovery after a difficult start to the day. Fifth for Andrew McWilliam, more good points for another one of the C2s. We've got to move on though, because Heat 11 are out next.
Here we go then, your grid for heat number 11 of 12. Toby Smith and Justin Draper are row 1, with Sam Lovelace and Sam Essery on row 2. Ben Lambeth and Russell Cooper are the third row of the grid, with James Dunnett and Amy Breacher on 4, and Stephen Westwood and Kim Ely rounding out the top 10. Sam Morris and James Whittaker will start from row number 6, with Chris Hancox and James Browning on row 7. Yusuf Soa Hajono and Patrick Millman will be row 8. Benjamin Sproat and Clifton Malcolm on row 9, and the 19 kart grid is rounded out by the 75 of Ryan Williams. That's how they line up then for this one. This is going to be yet another interesting one. We've got 3 Class 1 drivers in this one, and quite a few. We've got 7 Class 3 drivers, which is brilliant to see as well. Just how many Class 3 drivers we've got here today at Whilton Mill. Eyes on the lights then, engine notes rise, and away we go. Toby Smith leads them into oblivion, and Justin Draper moved across very early there to try and seize the inside line. And it may have paid off well there, because that's one of the better starts I've seen for someone starting third on the grid. Often they can get a little bit swamped off the line. It is still going to have pressure from Ben Lambeth. Is Justin Draper as the driver's going 3 wide, 4 wide, and that could get a little bit messy through Boxing Day as they head towards Inkerman's corner. Looks like they've all sorted themselves out. I'm delighted to say no one was facing the wrong way. It's so easy for drivers to trip over each other, though, given the amount of runoff there at Christmas corner, but everyone has to get back onto the track by the time they go through the left-hander at Boxing Day. This is going to be a switchback opportunity here for Sam Lovelace, and judges it beautifully there against Toby Smith, and that takes him up to the head of the field at the end of lap number 1. So it's Sam Lovelace with a beautiful move there for the lead of the race, and the number 79 ahead of Toby Smith in the 97, and Justin Draper, who's been able to hold on to third place there throughout the whole of the first lap in the number 35, although has pressure from Ben Lambeth as they come up the hill. The 9 up the inside of the 35 now, and Lambeth is through and up into third place.
Yeah, and if you're Sam Lovelace in this race, you've got to go. You've got to go and win this to try and beat out the results of Ed Bars so far today, because that is a very close battle in the championship.
And Stephen Westwood as well was challenging Sam Essery there for 5th, but has managed to retain that as Lambeth now goes down the inside of Toby Smith. So the number 9 on a charge here as Justin Draper will try and buy into this. Toby Smith side by side at the apex of Paddock corner. Oh, I thought that was going to get a little bit leery. In fact, it did get leery. Toby Smith has to go well off the track there in avoidance of an incident, but there was a little bit of contact between the rear right of Toby Smith and the front left of Justin Draper. What it's caused is everyone to bunch up behind them, but Draper's on the attack again up the inside at Christmas corner, and it's going to open the door for Samuel Essery to have a go at Toby Smith as well. Stephen Westwood as well there in the green helmet, the black suit, excuse me, as they go through, and that was a costly few corners for Toby Smith. James Whittaker as well has made a few moves. I think he's got by on James Dunnett in that, so it's all changing amongst the top 10. We'll have to double check the exact order as they come through, as now Justin Draper is trying to get back past Samuel Essery, but there isn't an opportunity there. Kim Ely battling away with Whittaker. At the end of that lap then, Sam Lovelace ahead of Ben Lambeth, Samuel Essery. The class ones have all filtered up to the top of the field there. Justin Draper in 4th ahead of Toby Smith, Stephen Westwood, James Dunnett, Kim Ely and James Whittaker. Chris Hancock's rounds out your top 10. Going defensive there is Essery against Justin Draper, who will not let this third place go. Stephen Westwood is down the inside of Toby Smith, and that's going to be an opportunity as well for James Dunnett too. So another costly corner, unfortunately, for Toby Smith, who might be beginning to feel a bit punch drunk there. It's really difficult for him to gather up the rhythm again here. Yeah,
it's unfortunate for Smith. Drops him into the clutches of James Whittaker, who's been impressive so far today. Kim Ely has lost position there to Whittaker, so it's the 161 up to 8th place. New fastest lap of the race for Ben Lambeth. Oh, Whittaker looking for down the inside into oblivion there on Toby Smith, and that might have done the job. Got Toby Smith off the racing line, off where the grip is, and through, gains another position into 7th place. Samuel Essery still holding on to 3rd place. Just looking at the gap between Lambeth and Lovelace, it's 0.9 of a second at the moment, and it was a 2/10 advantage last time around. Penalty for Justin Draper. Had 2 contact warnings, has got a 3rd, and that will be a couple of places deducted for James Dunnett, kart number 60, at the end of this heat.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Toby Smith in a way. He's not doing anything wrong here. He's just not being given an opportunity to settle back into any sort of rhythm. But hopefully he can now gather that up again.
Yusuf Soho Yono has come through the order, knows this place very well.
Yep.
His top C3 runner now in 10th place. Is down the inside goes Whittaker on Dunnett, and that's another good move from James Whittaker up into 6th.
Absolutely. Fastest lap of the race last time around from Ben Lambeth, trying to reel in the gap on Sam Lovelace. It's not a done deal yet for this win whatsoever. There's a little look there from Stephen Westwood on the penaltied Justin Draper. Still think we should get that word added to the English dictionary. Nice little cluster of karts here, battling over 3rd place. Then Toby Smith has, I think, now been able to regain some momentum to his race there in 7th place at the head of the next pack of karts.
Ben Lambeth is throwing some huge pressure at Sam Lovelace. Another new fastest lap of the race, 44.689. Takes the gap down to around 6/10.
So Hayono through against Amy Breacher there up at Christmas corner. 42 gets past the 15. That is for 12th place. We're back with the battle over 3rd place. Yellow's out at the boot will neutralise any attempts at overtaking. Certainly should do, lest the drivers don't want a penalty. On this lap, though, that's a change for 5th, isn't it? Whittaker's ahead of Westwood now.
Yep.
So that was executed earlier on in the lap.
And a couple of penalties as well. James Dunnett for advantage by track limits, and also a bump and pass penalty for Kim Ely. A couple of drivers making mistakes out there at the moment. 1 minute and 20 remaining on the clock then. Response coming in from Sam Lovelace, holds the lead at just over 0.5 of a second. There's a close battle going on there for third. In fact, that's Lovelace. Lovelace being closed in by Lambeth.
Yes, sorry. So yes, we're looking at the lead gap. As we cut away, it was James Whittaker firing a big move down the inside of Justin Draper at Inkermans, which I think he's been able to make stick. It's a change for fourth potentially there as well.
So what can Ben Lambeth do here? 3 wins so far this year in heats competition for Ben Lambeth. Best result in one of these rounds is a 5th place in an A final. He'll be looking to maybe match or even improve on that today with the form that he's been in, but has got the winner from last time out to battle. Oh, that was James Whittaker off, as side by side running there between Toby Smith and James Dunnett, and now Kim Ely down the inside. But I'm pretty sure I just saw James Whittaker's suit with the blue and the yellow flashes off there through Christmas corner.
Yep, this is Stephen Westwood pursuing Justin Draper, and there is no Whittaker in the picture. Last lap board has been shown then. The gap is down to under 0.2 between Sam Lovelace and Ben Lambeth. You cannot say who's going to win this one yet as this battle goes on to the last lap. But here is your lead battle up at Christmas corner. That's one opportunity gone for Ben Lambeth to have a crack at the lead. And then the battle over third place there is well behind them between Justin Draper and Westwood, although remember Draper carries that penalty, so he won't finish in the precise position he finishes on the road. Here we go then towards the boot then. One last opportunity really for Lambeth. Into the boot section they go. Sam Lovelace in that 79. Is there an opportunity for Lambeth to tuck underneath? There isn't one forthcoming. Sam Lovelace will round the final corner and take the win in heat number 11 for round 9 of the senior sprints. Ben Lambeth finishes in second, and then it will be a bit of a wait, to be honest, of 10 seconds until this battle for third place, which will be a drag to the line between Justin Draper and Stephen Westwood. It goes the way of Draper, but it will matter not to Westwood because the penalty that will be applied to Draper will mean he finishes third anyway in the final standing. Sam Essery rounds out the top 5. Toby Smith, I'm glad, was able to get back up to 6th there after a challenging first half of the race. James Dunnett in 7th, Kim Ely in 8th. Chris Hancock and James Whittaker rounds out your top 10. We've got one more heat to go, and it's taken to the track now. Heat 12 is next. Your grid then for the final heat of the day for our lightweights. Don't forget we've got all the racing action for the heavyweights still to come. Tony Philbin and Andy Orford are on the first row of this one, with Michael Reeder and Liam Nolan on row 2, Andrew Rabbage and Dante Dillon on row 3. James Martin and Steph Theodoru are on the 4th row, with Jeremy Deeks hoping for a better time of it this time with Chris Powell alongside to round out the top 10. Rob Newman and Ashley White are on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Harrison Earl and Thanos Chevalakakis. Charles Palmer and Mark Hensler are row 8. Adam Sheargold and Douglas Smith are row 9. And the 19-car grid is rounded out by Ricky Goodwin. Andrew, a lot of significant names on this grid. This is the first time today we're going to see Newman and Dillon on track at the same time. And we've got some key players in Class 3 on the track as well. This is an interesting one.
It is.
Oh, sorry, they were together earlier. Apologies.
Because you've got a good number of drivers. They can't all win this race. They can't all take the top haul of 30 points. But who is going to take that top haul of 30 points? Away we go for the start of this one. Good start for Tony Philbin at the front of the order. It was a little bit wide through turn 2 and may have the attention of Michael Reeder to contend with as they run up towards Christmas corner. Oh, there's a bit of a spin in the middle of the field there for, I think that might have been Ricky Goodwin.
I think so,
going round.
That was an unusual one. Giving off to driver's left as the 67 of Tony Philbin here tries to hold off everybody at the start of this one. But yes, apologies, sorry, we have seen Newman and Dillon on track at the same time. Meanwhile, for the lead of the race now, Michael Reeder is up the inside at the boot. And is he going to make that sticker? Is he going to be out wide through the toe section of the boot? He is out wide. They're side by side for the lead. The 47 of Andy Orford as well, looking to pick up any opportunity as well. And it's still Tony Philbin at the head of the field somehow as they end lap number 1. But Dante Dillon has slotted into 3rd place there, side by side between Orford and Philbin for the lead of the race up the hill. Dillon's going to put his chips down on the inside line. He's going to go for a double pass into Christmas corner and gets it done. And through goes Michael Reeder, who a few corners ago made a costly move for the lead of the race. And Rob Newman's having to deal with all of this. And there's contact immediately in front of them. In fact, is that contact with Rob Newman immediately in front of him? Now, that could be interesting. We'll have to see how race control call that one. But for the moment, at least, Dante Dillon to the lead of the race. Well, that is what we can confirm. Rob Newman still trying to battle his way through this traffic, and there's more contact in front of him. More spinning. Is it raining?
No, I think that was just them going a bit too deep there. There was a tiniest bit of contact for Sheargold and the other driver involved. Penalties come through for Liam Nolan. So I think Liam Nolan has been judged to be at fault for the spin for Tony Philbin there. Plus 6 positions. I think Rob Newman might breathe a sigh of relief, but he's now gone down the inside of Andy Orford. He's got to let him through. He's got to let Andy Orford back through, and does so. Gets past Liam Nolan. Now Rob Newman goes back down the inside and takes the position. This is all because he's seeing Dante Dillon disappear down the road. The roles are switched from the very first heat of the day. This is now Dillon taking the advantage. As things would stand, Dante Dillon, before the A final, would be sat on 1,653 points. Now, going into the A final, that straight away, even if he was to be disqualified, would bring him up into the 1700s, 1765, somewhere around there. For Newman, if he was in third place, he'd be on 1683. He'd hold a 30-point advantage over Dillon going into the A final.
You can tell that this is the last opportunity for these drivers to get the best points they can. Thanos Chevelakakis running really well, by the way, up into 5th place. Well, he's not 5th place now because Ashley White and Christopher Powell both got by on him there as they headed up to Christmas Corner. But still running in the top 10. Really nice drive so far from the driver of the number 66. Here's James Martin, who's the lowest down of the Class 1 runners, and he's just got by on Andrew Rabbage. And Douglas Smith has dropped down a few positions as well there. So quite a bit of change there. Liam Nolan up into 9th. James Martin now makes it up into the top 10. And this, the move for 2nd place at the top of the hill. Rob Newman up the inside of Michael Reeder there and gets the job done. It's now Newman in 2nd place. But he has a 2.5 second gap pretty much to make up. That's 2 seconds when they were across the line, but he'll have dropped a little bit surely whilst making that move. So battle on between our top 2 contenders here. Dante Dillon leads. What kind of pace has he got to hold off a charging Rob Newman?
And just to add a little bit of spice into it, this is all if, buts and maybes, of course. If the results were to stay this way in this race, let's say Rob Newman goes on to win the final and Dante Dillon would be 2nd, that would be so close to Newman wrapping up the title. He would have a matched score of banked versus what Dillon could achieve. So it would roll on to Buckmore Park, but it still would be possible for Dante with a sterling day to take the championship. So that's why Newman's going to do everything he can in this next 2.5 minutes to close down that 2 seconds, just to try and take the pressure off a little bit when they go into the A final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Change for position for 4th place, confirmed Ashley White ahead of Andy Orford. That's that happened last time around. Here is that battle for 5th place you just saw there. Andy Orford under a lot of pressure from Christopher Powell and Steph Theodorou. Here it is up the hill. Christopher Powell in the 23 up the inside. And that's a nice tidy move there for Powell up into 5th place now. Steph Theodorou wasn't able to do anything with the opportunity there.
In fact, I'm just going to correct myself. No, I think Newman would be in title winning position on the basis of the tiebreaker countback. He'd have 4 A final wins to Dillon's 2.
Yep.
But that's still very much in the future. Lots still to happen. The pace of Newman at the moment, look at that.
1.4 seconds the gap across the line. 1.5 minutes effectively left on the clock.
And more importantly, that was 4/10 out of the lead. So at that rate, Newman is going to catch Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon needs to respond in the next lap or so. 1 minute 10 remaining on the clock. Who else is on the move? Harrison Earl has got past Douglas Smith for 11th place. You can see the determination of Rob Newman at the moment, because he knows that this could make the difference for winning the title today in front of Alpha Live's cameras. 60 seconds remaining on the clock. He is charging, Howard. That is another strong lap. 44.3. It's another 4/10 gone. This is on. This is on. It's not going to be on this lap, but it could be on the final lap that Newman has a go at his title rival.
Yeah, it's the penultimate lap now, and as you say, Andrew, he is going to be there or thereabouts coming on to the last lap, isn't he? He's pushing hard, and I don't know if right now in these conditions, with these particular karts that they're sat in, I don't know if Dylan's got the response. He's taking a look over his shoulder. He knows that the gap is coming down. They'll see the last lap board this time around. And
he's there. He is right there. This has been a huge lap from Rob Newman. This won't be to decide the championship, but it could be a very key moment in the story of this lightweight sprint contest. Can Dante Dillon, second in the championship at the moment, hold Rob Newman off here in the last heat of the morning, side by side, running towards Christmas corner? Newman's trying to go around the outside. Brilliant defence there from Dante Dillon. Will hold the inside line again as they go into and through Inkermans. Super racing between the top two drivers in this year's championship. Onto the back straight. Dante Dillon's surely going to have to defend from Rob Newman here into the boot. There's no line there for Rob Newman to get through. Is Dante Dillon going to be able to hold on? He is going to hold on in a really crucial win for Dante Dillon in Heat 12. Rob Newman takes P2. Third is going to go the way of Ashley White. What a race.
Beautiful positioning by Dante Dillon there on the last lap. That is how you defend around Whilton Mill Zulu. Always putting his kart in the right place, including Andrew holding back through the boot, you know, keeping it tight through the toe section. If you've gone defensive into the first left-hander of that boot section, you've got to be wise to the fact that you could skirt out wide through the toe section. And he knew that. He parked his kart on the apex and gave Rob Newman nowhere to go. That was brilliantly judged there by Dante Dillon. And what a nice little teaser for what we've got ahead of us there as we close out our heat racing for this round with the lightweights.
And I'm going to call that mathematically, as long as that result, of course, stands, because drivers will be checked for weight, etc., that makes this a two-driver battle. All of the drivers, apart from Newman and Dillon, are now mathematically out of the championship fight. That's based on both Newman and Dillon having made it through to the A final. Even if they didn't take part in that A final, they would still score points for 26th place. So it is down to Newman versus Dillon.
Very interesting. There's going to be a bit of a break now then whilst we work out those grids for our C, B and A final. We'll be back with them shortly here for you on your Alpha live stream. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you soon.
like who's going to be the bigger man. Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome back then. We're looking ahead to our trophy finals for round 9 of the Senior Sprints Championship for Club 100. Here is your grid for the C final. Nicholas Lacasas will start this one from pole with Emmy Breach alongside. Curtis Mitchell and Michael Miao are on row 2 with Mortaza Hassan and Toby Philbin on row 3. Row 4 is Jeremy Deeks and Jake Hicklin. There they are, and James Dunnett and Sam Morris on row 5. Isaiah Guegu and Ryan Williams are row 6. Row 7 is occupied by Charles Palmer and Toby Smith. With Chris Hancocks and Dean Everest on row 8. Patrick Millman and Penny Millman. And all Millman 9th row there of this C final grid. James Browning in 19th, and now we go beyond 19 karts in the race as we go into these races. Jake Wilkins alongside to round out the top 20. Mark Hensler and Chris Swannell on row 11. Benjamin Sproat and Ricky Goodwin are on row 12. Alex Rule and Clifton Malcolm will round out 26 karts contesting this C final. 4 promotion spots on offer into the Bs. So for the unfamiliar, the uninitiated, we've had our heat races, we've determined the grids. Some drivers will no doubt feel that luck didn't go their way or whatever it may be. Well, there is a system, there is an opportunity for promotion up through the finals. It's the top 4 from our C final go up onto the back of the B final grid, and the top 2 from the B final will go up onto the back of the A final grid.
Championship-wise, not too much riding on this race. Our key protagonists in C3 have both made it through into the B final. In C2, Harrison Kirkham is on the precipice of becoming champion, just needs a half-decent result in the A final to do that. C1, still pretty much in the balance. The grid will tell you later that if you want to get a sneak peek, results at alphatime.co.uk/club100, all the details are there. We've got the C final to enjoy first off though. Top 4 run through into the B final. So for the likes of Lacasas, Breacher, Mitchell and Meow, they will all be looking to hold their spots and get another race in here at Whilton Mill. For everybody else, they're on the outside looking in. 12 minutes are on the clock, looking for those lights to go green. There they are, and away we go for this C final. Very even start for drivers on the front row of the grid. Breacher's running a little bit wide. That's going to get a bit tight and may open opportunities on the inside for drivers like the number 60 of James Dunnett running from around the fourth row of the grid. That's getting very tight as they go through Christmas. That's surely not going to work through into Boxing Day, and it doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers off. That's all a little bit of a mess.
Yeah, six wide it was going into Boxing Day, and that just doesn't work. The way that even though the track doesn't itself tighten, and it's been called a false start.
Yeah.
Even though the track doesn't narrow, because of how much runoff that there is on the outside of Christmas Corner, it effectively funnels down into Boxing Day, and where immediately, in an instant, you feel that we're 6 wide. Not that you're aware of it at the time. But it is possible for the pack to go 6 wide. Suddenly you can't be that when it all comes to the apex. And what it leads to is exactly that, with drivers making pod-to-pod contact and with somebody ending up on the grass. And I have to say, I was quite feared for Curtis Mitchell as well through turn 2, because he got very, very wide.
Yeah.
And I thought he was going to be pushed onto the grass, but he was able to muscle his way back onto the road. But it was all to no avail anyway, given the dramas that happened towards the bottom of the field. So we will reset and go again, this time for a 10-minute C final. Just thinking of a few names who maybe would be looking to move up the order here. You know, Jeremy Deeks had that takeout done to him in one of his heats. We saw Sam Morris with that drama going off onto the grass at turn 2.
Jake Wilson had some really good pace before he had a problem, starting from the middle of the field. There are definitely drivers who can race their way through, and I guess the margin for error a little bit wider here, with it being 4 places from the C to the B as opposed to 2 when we go from the B final to the A final.
Yeah. A fair few drivers who I think would fancy themselves in the B tier, as it were. I think we're going to be all right to go for an attempt at this restart. Here we go then. Race is reset. The official will duck out the way at the last moment. 10 minutes now on the clock, and away we go for a second attempt at this start. Nicholas Lacasas leads them away in the 91. It's a good start from Mitchell off of 3rd on the grid, but Amy Breacher and Michael Meow will get back past through the crook as they head up towards Christmas Corner. The field a little bit more spread out now, but it's still going to get quite tight at the top of the hill. Can they all work through this one cleanly this time? Yes, it looks like they can, as they all stream through Inkermans. Jeremy Deeks getting a little bit sideways there on the apex, has lost out there to Tony Philbin, but I'm delighted to say it's a far cleaner start this time around, as the 1-2-2 is getting a little bit leery there. That's Charles Palmer, but he's able to recover there, as that's Toby Smith as well on the charge on this first lap as they come round to finish the first proper green flag lap of the race.
Far better play there from Amy Breacher. She just held back a little bit off the start, meaning that she could slip in behind P1 and get on the rubbered in racing line there. That was good learning applied by Amy. Means that you've got the top three are clear now, clear of the rest of the order. They should just play nicely and book their slots into the B final. It's all going to be about this 4th place battle to see if Curtis Mitchell can hold on to it. There's Murtaza Hassan just behind in the black suit with the blue details, trying to move up through the field, as well as Jeremy Deeks. Talked about him earlier, having some good pace. In a decent position. Another good start for Isaiah Aguagu as well, with number 27 up to 8th place, looking to make it through to the B final here. Fastest driver, in fact, at the moment is Aguagu on the 46.155. At the front of the field, Lacasas and Breacher going side by side. Don't necessarily need to fight for this one. No, there is the trophy on offer for winning the C final. Don't want to make any big mistakes, get any penalties that would take you out of the top 4 here. That's a close moment there for Lacasas and Breacher. He's bringing Meow back into this. They don't want to fight too hard. They want to hold that 1.5 second gap back to Curtis Mitchell. In fact, grow it so they can consolidate their places to promote through to the B final. Really good lap there from Curtis Mitchell. He's actually able to pull out from Mortaza Hassan just behind. Get to about 0.6 of a second. Bit of a close moment there for Nicholas Lacasas. Surely this is going to be a better chance for Amy Breacher. Down the inside, decisive move, takes the lead of the race, but has picked a cone warning up along the way for her troubles. Meow down the inside of Lacasas, takes P2. And, well, for Breacher and Meow, they will hope now just to calm things down a little bit. But I'd be worried if I was Nicholas Lacasas, because that group, that second group, headed up by Curtis Mitchell, is not too far behind.
Yeah, it was just a moment out wide, wasn't it, on the exit curbing of the Crook. That's turn 2. But yeah, there's yellow flags out there, so someone, I think... Oh, there's a car off to driver's right there. I think it might be Clifton Malcolm. I think I saw the number 39 on that kart. But yeah, Curtis Mitchell has been able to catch right up, except he gets a bit checked up there through Christmas Corner. It is indeed Clifton Malcolm there who's recovering in that number 39. Mortaza Hassan now quite close to the back of Curtis Mitchell, and Jeremy Deeks has got by on Tony Philbin behind them as well for 6th, so the 46 now up into 6th place. Now Mortaza had a pretty strong round out last time we saw him, Andrew. He finished in the top 5 of the B final at Ella Park, as that is Tony Philbin and Jeremy Deeks battling away. So yeah, it's definitely Mortaza would hope to get up into this top 5 and book himself a spot in that B final. He's under pressure from Deeks though, up the hill here. Mortaza Hassan is in the 143, Jeremy Deeks is the number 46. And Deeks to the inside. Now that could be a decisive move. That's critical for Deeks, as he gets himself now into not one of the promotion spots, but one of the spots. It's a great spot to be in, because things can happen like what we've just seen on screen. Amy Breach with a cone penalty.
Cone
So
warning at the moment.
she can't win this one. It's a cone warning. Sorry. Apologies. Misspoke there. Apologies. Yeah, it is a cone warning, not a penalty. But we have seen some other penalties come in though. One for James Dunnett for speeding under yellows, and another one for speeding under yellows for Patrick Millman there. So there are some penalties being given out. Yeah, apologies. Amy Breacher does not have a penalty, but needs to not hit anything else. And there's the move for 4th place. And that got things sideways there for Curtis Mitchell. And now the bows break, as it were, because Mortaza Hassan was suddenly seeing an opportunity. As this is Sam Morris trying to buy into this as well. Sam Morris in the number 34 was trying to move there on Tony Philbin. Isaiah Guegu as well in that 27 trying to put in a move, but it somehow stays as they were in the same order, and that's given actually a little bit of breathing space for Curtis Mitchell.
4.5 minutes to go. Everything just spreads out a little bit, so this lap will be key for the drivers just to get back on their pace. And in the order now, there is the number 39 of Clifton Malcolm in the middle of all of this. He will probably be given blue flags or notes to that effect to let the leaders go through. Through goes Deeks, through goes Hassan, and Eguagu will go through shortly as well. Alex Rule with a track limit warning. We spoke to Isaiah earlier on in the day, very briefly, just before he went out on circuit for a practice this morning, and that practice is definitely serving him well. That's a beautiful move by Isaiah Eguagu down the inside of Mortaza Hassan. Oh, that's a little bit close. Never like to see 3 wide into Paddock Corner, especially with the current profile of it. Contact warning for Jeremy Deeks. This is getting a bit tetchy out there.
Yeah, and that was partially came about because you had Clifton Malcolm a lap down there. The 39 having recovered onto the road, and just the leaders coming through on some traffic there in that final corner. And we've got drama here down at turns 1 and 2, and JV is on the scene immediately to talk to drivers. But that, and Clifton Malcolm is one of them again there. Now, who else is involved in that? It will have been drivers who were a lap up, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think it might. Well, Charles Palmer might be involved in there. Now, that's all going to neutralise the race. That is not good news not only for the drivers involved in the incident there, but Breacher, Meow and Lacasas, because that is presumably going to bunch up the field, and there will be some time remaining here. Everyone just needs to get into single file.
Yeah, full course yellow is out.
Chris Palmer, Patrick Millman, Chris Swan have all fallen down the order. And Charles Palmer, Patrick Millman and Mark Hensler. Mark Hensler's just come over the line now, so yes, it was Palmer and Millman, the two of the drivers there, with Clifton Malcolm involved in that problem down at turn 1. 2.25 minutes to go. Time will keep ticking on by. This is really going to spice things up. I think it's definitely going to bring Jeremy Deeks back into play for that top 4, but the pace Aguagu's had as well seemed cheery early on. It's a shame we only got a very short time with Arsai earlier on today. But if he gets through to this B final, I think he's going to be beaming even more. This is a great spot to be in. There will be some time remaining on the clock. I'm suspecting that we'll go back to green in the next minute or so. Amy Breacher will just need to get head down and trust that she's got the pace. We've seen that already in this race to race off the front.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting one. This it's kind of good for the top 4, but it's also not. If you're Curtis Mitchell, it doesn't feel too good. Unless, of course, it stays FCY all the way to the end. But I would imagine it won't, because the tyres are being put back into place at turn number 2.
They will get round again at this pace one more time, because there was around a minute and a half remaining on the clock when they crossed the line, and they're currently doing 51 second laps under this full course yellow.
Well, if it goes green this next time around, we're going to get one racing lap in here.
Yep.
With Breacher, Meow, Lacasas and Mitchell, your drivers in those promotion spots at the moment, but you can see how close Deeks is there on Curtis Mitchell, and it's gonna stay yellow. Well then, that could be interesting then. That might seal the deal here for our top 4.
You can see there's a couple of drivers I think a little bit frustrated at that decision, that they're not going to be able to have a go here, but that's racing sometimes.
Yep, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. I'm going to say this as neutrally as one can, we're not in the business of going green flag just because it's the last lap.
I hear what you're saying.
If there's cause for a full course yellow, there's cause for the full course yellow.
Yep, absolutely agree. So time has expired, and Amy Breacher, in unorthodox fashion,
indeed,
they say, should be about to take the checkered flag. There it is, across the line. Second for Meow. Lacasas third. Curtis Mitchell had a very interesting end to the race there.
Yep.
Nearly lost it on the last corner.
I'm going to check he hasn't got a track limits warning from earlier in the race.
Was off the road there, and Jeremy Deeks would have not been obliged to let him back onto the circuit if Mitchell had slowed down. So there you go. Breacher, Meow, Lacasas and Mitchell go through.
Yeah, obviously not how you would want a race to end, but sometimes that's how it goes, and well done to those top 4 for bagging themselves a spot on the B final grid. The B final then is coming up for you next here at Whilton Mill. Here's your grid then for the B final for round 9. Callum Martin will start this one on pole position. Michael Reeder alongside him. James Martin and Luke Phillips are row 2, with Matt Ellis and Adam Sheargold, your highest placed class 3 runner on the grid there on row number 3. Kim Ely and Thomas Barrett are next, with Stephen Westwood and Andrew Rabbage rounding out that top 10. Bryn Albon and Christian Lehner are on row number 6. Andy Orford and Russell Cooper are row 7, with Tommy Lee and James Scanlon on row 8. Douglas Smith and Harrison Earl are on row 9. Liam Nolan and Thanos Chevalakakis are rounding out the top 20. James Britton and Yusuf Sahayono are row 11. Your promotees from the C final might not have been confirmed yet. Let's just double check. We are actually still waiting for that to be confirmed. But we do expect it to be, as they finish behind that full course yellow. Amy Breacher and Michael Meow we would expect to be on row 12 with Nicholas Lacasas and Curtis Mitchell on row 13 to make it a 26 kart grid. For your B final, and its two positions that can be the top two who get promotion out of this one to make it on the back of the A final grid. Obviously, if you're not part of that, it's about maximising them as points as much as you can for the round. The top two will go on to score some points, unknown points in the A final. Depends how far forward we get, but then everyone else will be looking for the best that they can. I have to say, by the way, there's some drivers in this B final, but it just shows how competitive it is at the moment. Callum Martin, our pole sitter in this, has not had a bad day. He's had a very competitive day. It just goes to show quite how competitive it is. Also great to see. What is that? That is going to be 8 Class 3s on the provisional grid, joined by another 2 of the promotees. So 10 Class 3 drivers are going to be on this Sprint B final grid. That's fantastic to see. And it bodes very well for what we might see in 2024 and just generally the competition of this championship going forward.
Indeed. I've just had a little quick look through the scores for our 2 top running C3s. They have a bit of a gap over the rest of the C3s behind, and I think I'm right in saying we've lost Eguagu. Eguagu's day ends in the C final, and apologies, I'm just trying to find James Britton on my notes at the moment, but James Britton is a little bit further back. Well, he's at the back of the grid for this one, of course, 21st on the grid. So we're looking mainly at Adam Sheargold and Tommy Lee here. Sheargold starts 6th, Lee starts 15th, and you don't need a maths degree to work out that from that Sheargold has also taken a bit of an advantage in championship points. 4th, 9th and 12th were the results for Sheargold across the heats, compared to Lee's 6th, 10th and 14th. So similar, but each time Sheargold just having the little bit of an edge there means that at the moment, with drops applied, Sheargold is on 994, Lee is on 979. We'll see how that goes. This one is the C3 final will go to Buckmore Park. It won't be decided here today, because in theory you could have a C3 driver go and win every single heat and the A final, so mathematically it could still happen. Unlikely, but
it stays inherently
points
open.
remain open.
Yeah, absolutely. By that nature, that's how it tends to go in Class 3. Also how it goes in Class 3 in heavyweights, and indeed the super heavyweight class. We'll have all of that coming as well, just as we're getting towards the sharp end of this round for our lightweights. Don't forget, the action won't end once we've done the A final for lightweights. We're but halfway through the action that we have hit for you here today on your Alpha live stream. During the lunch break we'll have the paddock walks, and then we'll be into the same format for the heavyweights in their penultimate round.
Another way of looking at it for the C3s, if they held their respective positions on the grid, it would mean that Sheargold would have a 35-point lead going into the season finale. So you must remember as well that Tommy Lee has missed a round, so today he gets a full complement score. Right, B final. Big race in C3, and also 2 spots available to make what will be a very competitive A final. Away we go for 12 minutes here in the lightweight sprint. Good start for Callum Martin from the front row. Good start as well for James Martin. Knows this place well, runs well in these longer races, and has immediately got himself up to second place. Will try and push Callum Martin along to get away from the rest of the field. Adam Sheargold's in the middle of the order there, has held on to at least 6th place ahead of Bryn Alban. Was that Kim Ely going round off the back? And I think Yusuf Sehayono is also in a spot of bother. Had started 22nd on the field and unfortunately won't go up from there.
Yeah, it just all got a little bit leery over the curves. Nothing like as significant as we saw in the C-final, so the start will be called okay. No false start flags will be shown. At the end of lap number 1 then, Callum Martin leads from James Martin. James Martin, one of only 2 Class 1 drivers in this one. Bryn Alban is the other one. You can see their red number plates on the timing tower off to the left-hand side. And the blue number plates for our Class 3 drivers, albeit they carry black number plates in reality. There's Bryn Alban getting by there on Sheargold. Through Inkermans they go into this downhill Zulu section. Tommy Lee is on the move. Got up 5 positions on the first lap and hold the front page. Nicholas Lacasas, having been promoted, is up to 13th place, having been promoted from that C final.
Well, that's what you can do sometimes around this circuit. Weave your way through, gain those positions. It's going to need to work hard though. It's got another 11 to find if Nicholas Lacasas is going to go through to the A final. It can be done. We have seen it this season. Examples of drivers racing through from the C final all the way through these 2 repecharges and into the top 26. 10 minutes remaining in this race. Martin the Martin. Sounds like a solicitor firm at the front of the order.
Luke Phillips was getting a little sideways there through Inkermans, but is still sat there in the wheel tracks of Matt Ellis. Bryn Alban coming onto the back of this now. Alban has to push up here if he wants to avoid being, well, I don't want to say it so harshly, but the only Class 1 driver not to make it out of the B final at the moment. So he has to take the fight there as there's a penalty for the 78 of James Britton.
Yeah, and Bryn, of course, fighting for top 10 honours. I think he will, if he doesn't make this A final, he will be kicking himself after being in such a strong position earlier on in the day. That's a nice move from Christian Lehner round the outside of Adam Sheargold. That's for 8th place, and also very keen in what's going on out there. Change in C3 lead. Tommy Lee has got ahead of Adam Sheargold in all of this. Someone was running out wide there. Might have been Thomas Barrett, perhaps, because I'm looking out for where the 68 is on our screens. We'll count it through in a moment. I think it's that Nicholas Lacasas again moving up through the order.
It is, yeah. And Andy Orford's had a good lap. In fact, they're both through on Sheargold there. Sheargold, I think Sheargold's not happy about something. He's not too happy about. He's got an issue with the cart, has he, or something? I'm not sure what that is, but it's not going the way at the moment of Sheargold out there. Here's Luke Phillips being attacked by Bryn Alban, and that's a decisive move by Alban up into 5th place. We have had just housekeeping. There was a penalty for Douglas Smith a few laps ago. There's 4 places to be deducted for bump and passes. Tommy Lee now having a look at Luke Phillips.
Tommy Lee is the fastest driver on circuit at the moment, a 45.215. That was on lap number 4. That's just been beaten by James Martin's 45.1. The 2 Martins at the front doing brilliantly. They've got a 2.5 second gap over the rest of the field. Can just keep this formation now for the rest of the race. James Martin has been racing around Whilton Mill in Club 100 machinery for many a year. I remember racing him myself back in 2015 and 2016.
This could be a good trivia one, isn't it? Have we had both promotees with the same surname? I feel like that must have happened at some point.
I'm sure Dave Whitehouse will be
I'm
on
sure
that,
he'll be on that.
To
yeah.
Let us know on that one. It's the legal partnership at the front of the order right now. 7.5 minutes to go. Michael Reeder having a good run here in 3rd, and good reason to keep pushing on, because you never know. All it takes is for one driver to miscalculate their weight, as Adam Sheargold's not happy in this race, but just needs to keep calm because he's still got a good advantage in the points in C3. Bryn Alban down the inside trying to get those Dunlop tyres to work and give him the adhesion to overtake down the inside, and has done just that. Past Matt Ellis for 4th place.
Absolutely, he is playing himself into this one, is Bryn, as we approach the halfway stage of this race, but he's gonna have to, come what may, if he can clear Michael Reeder, he's still got to make up that 2.5 second gap to the two Martins at the front, who James Martin, Andrew, is a very experienced operator in CLUB100. He knows that it's all about getting onto the A final grid. I don't think he's about to do anything rash at the head of this field to try and challenge for the lead. I'm not saying he won't take an opportunity if it's there, but he's going to have his eye on the bigger picture, surely, as Tommy Lee is putting all sorts of pressure on the 28 and Matt Ellis now. But Matt Ellis, to be fair, is positioning his kart nicely here to deter the move. It does mean they're losing out a little bit to Luke Phillips ahead of them in the 82, the driver in the red suit. Can Tommy Lee get by into the boot? Yes, he can. Can he retain it? Yes, he can. He'll surely park it on the apex just a little bit, just to stop Ellis from having a right for a response there. Christian Lehner, though, has gotten to the back of them now in the 26 car. Fastest lap of the race from Bryn Olban. He's trying. He wants to get by on Michael Reeder, and he wants to try and get up the road and get this last promotion spot, because nobody wants to be that. No one wants to be that one Class 1 who didn't make the cut. But hey, I don't think there's too much shame in it this season. There's such a competitive Class 2 field, but even so, it's going to be that thing on your mind that you want to get up and through.
Just to come back to C3, so that Tommy Lee move for 6th place, that's effectively one more championship point, would mean, as things stand, should stress these results are provisional. So if there are a little bit of differences on alpha timing later on, don't hate me. 20 points would be the advantage for Sheargold over Lee going into the final round. So decent lead, but one that in the course of a B final or even an A final, very much leave it open to chance when we get to Bookmore Park.
Sorry, I'm just trying to work out where Luke Phillips has suddenly found this pace from. He just did a 44.792, and here it is, reeled in 1.2 seconds on Bryn Olban in one lap, who has subsequently got by on Michael Reeder. So the change for position has happened now for 3rd place. Bryn Olban is up. He had got by last lap around, but even so, 1.2 seconds. I know they were battling ahead of him, but goodness me, that was a rapid lap from Luke Phillips. And you know what? There's 4 minutes left on the clock, Andrew. The gap's 3 seconds. There are some drivers here who have not given up on getting this promotion spot at all here. Bryn Olban's now free to push. Not that I want to take away from the effort that Michael Reeder's been putting in, but Olban is now pushing. And Luke Phillips has got real pace under him when he wants it in that 82 kart.
Has indeed. He's had a good season as Luke Phillips. He's got good experience through these finals in particular. Was in the A final last time we were here at Whilton Mill, finished 19th. It's been a bit. We've always been here at every single round so far this season. Is there a key moment?
Well, first lap of Bryn Olban in clean air, 4 tenths he's taken out of the gap on that lap alone. So he is pushing now to try and bring that gap down. And the two Martins at the front really do. They cannot rest on their laurels and start thinking, well, we've pulled out the gap now, maybe we can have a little bit of a fight just for the fun. No, you've got to stay focused here, I think, because Bryn Olban's not going to let you have that luxury. 3 minutes, well, just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Across the line they come there. There's Bryn Olban, and still Michael Reeder is holding on to that 4th place ahead of Luke Phillips. How about that time? I was 2.5 tenths that Bryn Olban took out there, so a bit of a response there from the top two. I think they might just have enough here to retain this, the two of them, but they cannot rest on their laurels at all here. And that's Luke Phillips is through. Luke Phillips is through on Michael Reeder as well, which means that Tommy Lee in the 86 now is in a position to get by if he can, but he can't make it work in the boot. We did see him get such a move done earlier on in the race, but Michael Reeder positions his kart nicely through the boot to hold on to a top 5 spot for now. It's getting more frustrating, I think, for Sheargold out there. He just lost another 2 positions that lap. Thomas Barrett and James Britton have both got by. Reeder versus Lee, though, up through Christmas Corner. Michael Reeder will be able to park his kart on the inside of all these corners and make life a little bit difficult for Tommy Lee. We'll get a nice little late apex and switchback out of Inkermans, but it won't be enough for Tommy Lee, because you're not going to be able to, you haven't got enough space to work with before you've got to be turning in for the Zulus. Now, though, up the inside of the boot, that's a decisive move from Tommy Lee. And yeah, I like that one. Is there any response there from Reeder? No, he can't quite get his nose alongside. So, Tommy Lee up to 5th place. Fastest lap of the race is with Tommy Lee now as well. There are the top 3. 1 minute left on the clock. I don't think it's going to be quite enough for Bryn in these closing stages, but my goodness, is he giving it a fair try. Another 3/10 taken out of the gap that last time. It's down to under 2 seconds. But frankly, if Callum and James don't start if they don't battle at the front, I don't think the opportunity will be there for the Welshman in the number 16.
An update as well on C3. It's not been a good race at all for Sheargold, and also with the 2-place penalty for multiple pieces of contact, that means that the points advantage all of a sudden is diminished down to 11 points. We were talking about 30-something before the start of this race if drivers held their positions. It's been a cracking run from Tommy Lee. I would argue his best run of the year so far. I know he made the A final at Ella Park, but that was a smaller field.
True.
Getting a top 5 in a B final here at Whilton, where everybody knows the circuit so well, is no mean feat.
Absolutely. Here, though, it looks like it is going to be an all-Martin promotion here at Wilton Mill. Callum Martin will lead James Martin around the paddock corner, around the last turn of the lap, to take the win in the B final for round 9. I doff my cap to Bryn Alban, who, if he gives the right gesture, I think across the line of, I tried. That he did. It was some really good pace from Alban towards the end, but he just ran out of laps to make it work. He got that gap down to 1.5 seconds towards the end. Luke Phillips finishes 4th. Good competitive run from him. Tommy Lee, as Andrew says, with a great run to 5th there. Michael Reeder in 6th. Matt Ellis in 7th. There was Christian Lehner, Andrew Rabbage, and Andy Orford to round out the top 10. Nicholas Lacasas, having been promoted from the C final. What a run to 11th place. Douglas Smith is in 12th but has a penalty to be applied. Curtis Mitchell, good progress from him as well, having been promoted, getting to 13th. Then it was Harrison L. Russell Cooper in 15th. James Britton in 16th. Amy Breacher in 17th. Adam Sheargold, could have been a significant race for him in 18th place. Liam Nolan in 19th. Kim Ely in 20th. And it was Yusuf Sohayono, James Scanlon in 22nd. Thomas Barrett in 23rd. Thanos Chevalakakis, Michael Meow, and Stephen Westwood. I don't think we mentioned, but I think he was involved in the first lap shenanigans as well. So disappointing for him. That was the B final then. Coming up next, it's the trophy final for lightweights here at Wilton Mill. Let's take a look then at this A final grid. Dante Dillon will start this one from pole with Rob Newman alongside. That tees it up quite nicely from a championship perspective, doesn't it? Andrew McWilliam, what a day he's had. I've been so impressed with his driving. He actually tied on points with Rob Newman. It was decided by a fastest lap between them. He starts 3rd. Sam Lovelace alongside him on the 2nd row of the grid. Ed Bars and Harrison Kirkham are on row number 3, with Yusuf bin Sahale and Dan Seeger on row 4. Ashley White and Aaron Clark are on row 5. James Whitaker and Chris Woodger are row 6, with Rana Menon and Andrew Ward on row 7. Steph Theodoru and Ben Lambeth on row 8. Justin Draper and Samuel Essery on row 9. Charlie Summers is next, with George Lawler alongside him. Joshua Sangster and Christopher Powell are row 11. Rihanna Percox and Greg Smith are row number 12. And then your promotees, as we just saw from the B final, pending any disqualifications, being underweight and all that that's being checked as we speak, we expect it to be Callum Martin and James Martin to make it an all Martin back row of the grid to bring us up to 26 karts in this A final for the lightweights for round 9. Coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media at Wilton Mill Kart Circuit in Northamptonshire, England. do hope you're enjoying it as we get into the business end of this round.
So C3 goes on to Buckmore Park, as mentioned, and it's a little bit closer than I thought it would be before that B final. You'll be able to follow that on the Alpha timing applications and across CLUB100 social media when we are at Buckmore Park in later stages of... actually, no, not the later stages. It's mid-November. We're at the last round. It's late November when we're there for cadets and juniors that you'll be able to see here on Alpha Live. Bit more simple situation for C2. Paris and Kirkham, by my strictly provisional calculations, needs 22nd or higher in this race to take his score beyond what any of the other C2s could achieve with a perfect run here in this A final and all the way through Buckmore Park as well.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, he starts 6th. He's where he needs to be from a grid perspective to convert that. But yeah, 22nd was that.
22nd or higher. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Is what Harrison Kirkham needs here to secure this one. Could very well do that in the next 15 minutes or so. Just for reference, his closest competitors in C2, Steph Theodorou, is in this final, can score a maximum 1,688 with 5 wins between now and the end of the season. Yusuf bin Sahel is still mathematically in play for C2, is a few points further back, and then you get into the round where we've got Andrew McWilliam and Stephen Westwood as well. So all of those drivers, actually no, Westwood hasn't made it through to the A final, of course, but those others all have. They're going to be keenly fighting over their own point situation to be second in C2 and take one of the big trophies at the end of the season home with them. And then, of course, you've just got the small matter of the overall standings and C1, which, as things stand, look like this on banked scores. Newman 1,685, Dillon 1,653. So it is very much advantage Newman, and he has that spot on the front row of the grid. I think for Newman, he's got to think maybe a bigger picture in this one, that this is not like we saw with the heavyweights last year, for example, between Joe Holmes and Anwar Smith of a winner takes all. There is another round after this.
Yes.
There's another opportunity to knock out, some lower scores. He doesn't necessarily need to win this race, although he would love to win it here at Whilton Mill, a circuit that has given him so much over the years.
So, apologies. If he does win it,
Do
we know how high Dante would need to finish to keep it alive? Sorry.
On the calculations, if Dante was to finish second, Dante's max possible would be the same as Rob's banked and secured.
Right.
So I'd be calling that on the basis that Rob would have 4 A final wins, Dante would have 2, and there's only 1 round remaining.
Indeed. So even if Dante won at Buckmore, he still can resolve the countback. Yeah. Okay.
But it's in that margin of error area.
Yes.
So it is very close for Rob Newman out there.
Sorry, I've just noticed that there are some wheel tracks on the grass which a CLUB100 banner is right in the middle of on that start-finish shot. That tells a story. But yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. I think it's just been such a competitive day, though. I mean, like, I know from a championship perspective, the story is all about the top 2. However, it's been a day when we've seen people quite happily go, I don't care what the championship situation is. I've got to move on here against Rob Newman. I'm going to go for it. We've seen people doing that. We've seen people putting passes in on Dante Dillon. It's been one of those days, as we said right at the top of the show, how competitive it can be around this Whilton Mill. There it is, the little banner, just there, just to the left of the tyres there, by Marshall Post 8. What are those wheel tracks doing either side of them? I realise, I'm guessing it happened before the banner was put there. It just looks Like
the other key one to keep an eye on in terms of championship permutations: Lovelace versus Kirkham versus Bars for
Yes.
3rd place overall.
yes,
4th, 5th, and 6th. Those drivers are. If they held those positions, there would be 1 point between Kirkham and Bars after things here today, and there'd be 9 behind Lovelace. That's a very close fight.
interesting. That one is going to go
That one will go
to
all the way.
Buckmore Park.
Yep.
Again, similar effect that we were talking about to what we're talking about with Class 3, because Class 2s usually, nominally, fall behind the Class 1s. The mathematical possibilities are so much more, because you have to always allow for the possibility that a Class 2 could go out and win the round outright, which has happened, right? That's not impossible.
Happened last time out in heavyweights.
Absolutely. So, yeah, it keeps that Class 2 championship alive right up until the end.
So, under starters orders then for the A final here at Whilton Mill. Live here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. It's round 9 of this titanic duel between Dante Dillon and Rob Newman. If Dante Dillon wins this race from pole position, the championship battle rolls on to the final round at Buckmore Park in a few weeks' time. If Rob Newman wins this race, he is the 2023 Club 100 Lightweight Sprints champion. We're ready for 12 minutes of pulsating action here at Whilton Mill. Green light, away we go. What is the start like? It's good for Dillon, it's good for Newman. Lovelace trying to come around the outside and squeeze through to P2. Out wide goes Andrew McWilliam. Up the inside is Harrison Kirkham as well. Dante Dillon is clear. Lovelace is trying to fight there into second place. It's all a little bit scruffy in the second half of the field, but what a start for Sam Lovelace up to P2. That is a big helping hand to Dante Dillon.
I'm impressed to see everyone facing the right way there. They did the usual 3 wide, 4 wide through Christmas and through Inkermans. But yeah, that was a costly start for Rob Newman. That is not what he wanted. As you said, Andrew, when they were doing some of the warm-up laps a moment ago, he needs to not bank everything on this. There is another round to go. It doesn't have to be one now. But of course, he would dearly love to close out the championship here right now. And in that sense, it's been a costly one for him. Andrew McWilliam losing out heavily as well as a result of being on the outside. Costly first lap. Something's happened to Andrew Ward out there, Andrew. He's down the order there at the start of the A final, right to the back, I'm afraid to say. But across the top of the hill now, Sam Lovelace in second place. Had the dream start, didn't he? Rob Newman moved across to the left very early off the line, legally so. He's crossed start finish line, so he didn't break tram lines or anything like that. But he was trying to cover off an attack, and what it actually did was it opened the door for Lovelace into the right-hander of turn 2.
It did indeed. 10.5 minutes remaining in this one. Round 2 complete, lap number 2. Dante Dillon is clear. Sam Lovelace looking for another win here in the lightweight sprints. Remember, we took the A final win last time out at Ella Park. Ed Bars is still there in 4th place. Dan Seeger is having that good run that was expected, is up into 5th place. Harrison Kirkham is 6th, but that's fine. That is more than enough for Harrison Kirkham to become the C2 champion this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Sits in the position in which he started at the moment, in that number 12 kart in 6th place. This is very... this is part of the sort of sensible, calm mindset, by the way, of sprint racing. It was very easy with Lovelace getting the better of Newman at the start for Newman to go all in. I've got to get past this guy. I've got to get past him. No, chill. Work together. See how your pace is. See how it is relative to Dante, and see if you can work together to reel him in. Because if you throw everything at the move, although he feels the need to go for it, and he is going for it and through, at Christmas corner goes Newman, and Ed Bars reads it beautifully as well. That is Bars through on Lovelace, and Bars through on Newman. Is it going to be exactly the same position for Newman? Side by side into the Zulus. This is risky, and he's through, and that is a beautiful and unorthodox move there to see from Rob Newman to take himself into second place.
And whilst that looked a bit panicked, that looked a bit fraught, I can understand the decision making from Newman there. He saw the pace of Bars behind and thought, I've got to get through.
Yeah.
I've got to get past Lovelace now and take P2, and set about working with Bars instead to get up to Dante Dillon. It's Ed Bars. He's going to go for a move if there's an opportunity.
Yeah.
The gap is now 1.8 seconds. Newman and Bars have got to work together now. Otherwise, Dante Dillon's going to take his third A-final victory of the season.
Yeah, I think that was... It was almost like a credit system. They had one little battle to spend.
Yes.
And they've spent it now. If they go fighting again, I agree with you, mate. I think they really are going to wave goodbye to Dante Dillon at the head of this field.
Changes further down the order. Justin Draper's up to 16th place past Samuel Essery. Likewise, Charlie Summers past George Lawler for 18th. Who's that in a bit of bother? Is that Ben Lambeth, possibly?
Yeah, I think it is.
It's a red-plated cart. It's going to be a C1, and that is the at least the correct colours. We'll see if Ben Lambeth's number 9 falls down the order. Yes, it does. Yeah. So Ben Lambeth is out of the running here in this one. 8 minutes to go. What's the pace like? 44.1 for Newman last time around. My goodness me. He's taken 4/10 out of Dante Dillon again. Ed Bars has got to respond to that now as well. 44.4 is not bad at all, but he's starting to lose the rear axle of the number 13.
I think Rob Newman would like this championship. Just get that impression, you know? That's 0.4 of a second out of Dante Dillon, and we saw, didn't we, earlier on in the heats, Dante didn't, at that point in the day's running, have a response to Rob Newman's sort of next gear up of pace. And I wonder if we're going to see that coming through here, because Rob Newman is now unleashed. He no longer has anything tying him down in terms of battles, and the initial pace suggests, Andrew, that frankly it's going to be difficult for Dillon to hold him off. We did see him hold him off with some brilliant defence earlier on, but Newman's going to close the gap on this current rate much sooner relatively in the race to what we saw in the heat. I don't know if Dillon will be able to hold him off that long.
But we saw a few weeks ago at Ella Park that Dante Dillon was able to hit another gear in the A final in particular. Not good days for Andrew Ward. An ABC takeout penalty now. It doesn't really mean much because he's in 26th place anyway. Also a takeout penalty for Chris Woodrow. I wonder if that was the cause of Ben Lambeth's spin or off-track excursion. Steph Theodorou is also at a penalty, a bump and pass penalty. That's good news for Harrison Kirkham because that's your closest battle, your closest rival in C2, further solidifying Harrison Kirkham's position there in C2. But here is the battle that we are focusing on. Dillon versus Newman. They've been at this since the start of the season. Rob Newman, who came back to Club 100 sprints after a bit of time away. Both of these drivers have raced through and done years in the BUKC. They'll both know this circuit in these conditions very well. In the autumn, in the cold, where it's slippery out there. Oh, but that was wide from Dillon. This is going to be an opportunity for Rob Newman. Is he going to strike to the inside? He is, and takes the lead.
Well, that is advantage Newman right there for the championship. And that was a decisive move. Can Dillon stay with him? Because his last lap from Newman was a 44.024. We know how strong he is around this Whilton Mill circuit, and he's showing that so effectively today. Dillon has got to stay with Newman, otherwise the championship is going to fall away from him.
Got to stay with him. He's also got to re-overtake him because as things stand, it would mean that Rob Newman would move to 1,835. Ed Bars of 44.004. These aren't new tyres on these carts, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But with Ed Bars at the wheel, he's pushing on. He's probably, well, he knows now that he's out of the championship battle, but he's trying to secure third place for himself here this season, the former champion in this category.
He has nothing to lose here. Nothing to lose at all. The 100 carts maintained extremely evenly. Having said that, there was the opportunity. We were sort of talking about the grid and the championship. And Ed Bars dips below 44 seconds now. A 43.932, the fastest lap that we have seen all day in racing conditions. And Dante Dillon now needs to worry more about just retaining second than he does catching up and passing Rob Newman for the championship. But and there it is. There's the move from Ed Bars. Through he goes, and that is another nail, unfortunately, in the coffin of the opportunities for Dante Dillon to win the championship. But yeah, just to finish the thought, the drivers do have warm-up laps and did get warm-up laps before the A final, so they had the opportunity to shake down the cart to make sure they were happy with it. So, Dylan is presumably happy with the cart that's under him. He just hasn't got a response right now for this level of pace.
You know how I love the nuances of Club 100 and BUKC point systems at this stage of the season?
You do, yes.
Dante's best hope for this title fight going on to Buckmore Park is right in front of him. It's Ed Bars.
Ed Bars needs to pass Rob Newman.
Because it's a 5-point difference between winning a race and being second in one of these finals. So, yes, Dante Dillon has lost a few more points. He's lost 3 points in the shape-up of all of it. But if Bars was to get ahead of Newman, Newman would lose 5, and there would be a 2-point window for Dillon to win the title at Buckmore Park.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's a really good point. Was it not earlier today that Ed Bars won a heat ahead of Dillon, I think? And I suggested at the time, at some point I was thinking that Rob Newman should buy somebody a beer for beating Dante and denying him points. Now it is Ed Bars who needs to deny Rob Newman points, and that would help Dante. And to be fair, Bars is sticking with Newman here. I think these two are the only two. They've both now, by the way, dipped below the 44-second mark, even though it wasn't the fastest lap of the race. Rob Newman has set a 43.924 to Ed Bars' 43.851.
So to be clear, at the moment, if this result was to finish this way, Newman would finish today on 1,835 points guaranteed and banked. The max possible for Dante Dillon would be 1,832. Everybody else, Ed Bars included, they're in the 1,700s and further down, so they're mathematically out of this. But if Ed Bars overtakes Rob Newman in the next 2 minutes and the last lap, that would move Newman back to 1,830, 2 points off title winning position.
Absolutely. At the moment, though, Rob Newman, I think, is able to hold him at arm's length. This is going to take something special from Ed Bars to overhaul Rob Newman here. Although Bars goes wide there, and that was a costly moment for him. He drops another 1.5 tenths in that lead gap. Should say, further down the order, great battles going on. Ashley White has just got by on Steph Theodorou for 11th place. And don't forget, Theodorou has 4 positions to be docked from wherever he finishes. So this is pretty much giving that Class 2 title to Harrison Kirkham now, who continues to run around in 6th place. And he hasn't got too much to worry about at the moment, has Kirkham. In fact, here it is on screen. Thank you, Andrew. Bin Sahale, who could get by and take Class 2 honours for the day. But frankly, even if he does, as Kirkham will have to park it on the apex there to deter a move from Bin Sahale, which he duly does. So he's defending well here, is Kirkham. So he does have something to worry about. But even if this pass goes through, he's looking good at the moment for Class 2.
Yusuf's also got the factor of his own title fight with Steph Theodorou for second in C2. It's not been a good day. Well, it's been an okay day for Steph Theodorou on the point. This is a big opportunity for Bin Sahale to revert what happened at Ella Park and get a bit of a points advantage. The pace at the front of the order, it's 43.8. This is a slugging war of a match between Newman and Bars out there. 15 laps completed. Here we go on to the last lap. Rob Newman is 1 lap away. 1 lap of Whilton Mill National from becoming Club 100 lightweight sprints champion for the first ever time. 43.748 from the former champion Ed Bars. Rob Newman's got to defend. Ed Bars is down the inside. Is Newman going to get the switch back out of incomings? He is. Beautiful racing from Bars and Newman. The confidence of Newman to leave the door open, knowing that he would have the switchback. He's got to get through the boot for one last time. The driver who came through the BUKC won the BUKC Drivers' Championship here at Whilton Mill some years ago can add the 2023 Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship to his long, long list of honours. For the first time, Rob Newman takes a sprint title. He had to go out there, win this race, beat Dante Dillon, hold off a supreme drive from former champion Ed Bars, and he's done it. What a story. What a performance. It's Newman from Bars. Dante Dillon threw everything at that as well, takes third. Another strong result for Sam Lovelace in fourth. Dan Seeger delivers at Wilton Mill again in fifth. And it's a 2 crownings here today. Harrison Kirkham, 6th place in the final, secures C2. Becomes the champion in the C2 category for the lightweight sprints here this year.
Brilliant action here. It was so... sorry, you may have heard me take a sharp intake of breath. That was because of the 43.748 that Bars had put in. It was such a good effort to bring himself onto the back there. Really impressive stuff. He had to go for it. He did go for it into Inkerman's, but once that hadn't paid off, it was Newman's for the taking. And yeah, massive congratulations to Rob Newman. It's been a fantastic campaign. Obviously, Dante would have liked to have taken it on. He's had a fantastic season too, but it has been just a fantastic effort.
And I think in the context of just that race, what impressed me most, when Rob left the door, I was like, Rob, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But the confidence he had to just make sure that he had the speed off the corner. Some of the 50-50 moments haven't quite gone Rob's way the last couple of rounds. We think back to the heats earlier on today. We think back to the final at Ella Park. But that one, when it absolutely mattered, he was spot on.
In fairness, though, he had the luxury because, as you yourself said, mate, he didn't have to win it today.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
he was able to just focus on his driving. You know, he's put himself into that position where he doesn't have to go all in on some mad defensive move. You know, he doesn't have to do a Gandalf, you shall not pass. He could just go, yeah, that's fine. I'm going to let you fire that move, and I'm gonna come back at it. Brilliant, calm and serene, right to the end, right to the title there.
Well, there we go. That brings to an end today's lightweight racing, but we've got more racing here at Wilton Mill following up. We've got the heavyweights running this afternoon, and plenty to be decided in those 4 categories: C1, C2, C3, and super heavyweight. Here today. For now, though, we're going to switch across to something we recorded a little bit earlier, the Paddock Show, and we'll have another part of the Paddock Show following up afterwards. So I think we'll be back in around, in terms of live action, maybe around 45 minutes. We'll put it in the chat when we think we're going back live. But for now, keep it locked here in Alpha Live and enjoy the Paddock Show. Welcome everybody to Paddock Show Wilton Mill edition for Club 100 Seniors Round 9, penultimate round of the year for the seniors. As if you've been watching this stream, you've already been told probably quite a few times. We're starting out here on track because why not? We're about 10 minutes as we're recording this before the test session starts. We're going to start with track limits because, well, the drivers have had a good old briefing this morning about track limits. Yes. I think we should give the same to you, so we're all clear. Slightly different here at Wilton Mill to, say, 2 or 3 years ago. Since they made this curb a lot wider, there used to be a rule of, like, the edge of the castle grid curb was our track limit. Then the curb became wider, so it's changed. So it's pretty much in line with what we see with Motorsport UK, British Kart Champs, for example. Am I in track limits now, Mr. Mitchell? This is your test.
Well, which wheels are your feet represent?
Left and right. I should go that way, shouldn't I, really? So am I in track limits?
No.
Am I in track limits now?
Yes.
There we go. It's very simple. There's the white line. You've got to have wheels inside the white line to be within track limits. However, something that's far more interesting to me right now, Howard, is we've got a bit of a water feature on the circuit.
We do. And this is quite quite common here on this cattle grid curb. We should say as you say, the cattle grid curb got widened here a few years ago. There was a period where the Club 100 rules differed from how, say, Motorsport UK would invigilate here. But with this curb getting widened, it used to be that so long as some of your wheels were on the cattle grid curb, but they widened the cattle grid curb such that now if you tried enforcing that rule, it would be unsafe because you're just far too close to the wall. So, yeah, we get this additional feature when it's been raining of you just get these, well, trenches of water basically in the curb, which means if a kart does hit this, even with its outside tyres, which as Andrew's just explained would be entirely within the rules, you can get water kicked up and it can really upset it can kick water onto the track, it can upset the balance of your kart. You think it's just a nice point and shoot straight, but actually you've dampened some of your tyres, you've got more resistance on one side than the other, and then you're relying on those tyres to turn into one of the boldest corners on the calendar, which is Oblivion Corner at turn 1. So it is something that you have to be aware of. Once the karts start running around here, though, Andrew, it will start to clear it surprisingly quickly. Going even further back, gosh, probably about until 12 years ago, there used to be wood chip bark on the exit of here. That preceded the cattle grid. But yeah, you can see the older width. The older width of cattle grid is still visible just there. But yeah, it does mean drivers need to be cautious around this part of the track. It's deceptively easy. You just think, it's a point and shoot right-hander, 90 degrees to finish the lap. No, it's crucial. It sets up your next lap, and there's all this to contend with.
Either way, you don't want to be out here today, and you've probably already seen, as you've seen this at lunchtime, a few drivers get it wrong. Let's get into talking with some of the drivers, because we want to give the lightweights some love today, because timing constraints meant we didn't get to talk to many of them back at Ella Park. This, of course, being the last stream of the year. We want to get them in before they go out for their practice session. There's a few particular targets that I want to try and grab a hold of today. But this is kind of your typical, to talk a little bit more about track conditions, this is your typical October Whilton experience.
100%.
It's dry. There'll be some good levels of grip out there, but you don't want to be straying too far from the proper track surface.
Yeah, it's greasy right now.
Yeah.
It is pretty greasy, but a dry line will form nice and quickly, and then thereafter it's just a case of when do people start to venture off the dry line and go for the passes. Right,
let's talk to some drivers because they've got about 4 minutes before they head out on circuit. I'm going to have a quick chat with Andrew Rabbage. Hello, Andrew. How are we feeling ahead of today?
All right, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to the Zulu as well.
Yeah, have you driven Zulu before?
I've done it once in Club 100, and I've done it once with these karts here at Whilton Mill, in which it was damp as well last time, so I'm hoping that might help.
I say it is a little bit damp out there. There's been rain overnight. We're getting to the end of the season now. How would you summarise your season as a whole?
A learning one. I've only been able to do 8 rounds. Right, so they've had to all count, so I'm just trying to take it as it comes, and then hopefully do all of them next year, and then I've got a bit more experience.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck today, and we'll see you out there. I've already seen you out there. Howard, I think you got.
Let's get a quick word, James. How are you, man?
Yeah, good, thank you, mate.
Whilton Mill, how is it for you as a circuit?
Yeah, pretty good usually. I usually run pretty quick around here. It's going to be interesting today with the greasy conditions, but it should dry up pretty fast, I guess. It's looking pretty clear at the moment, isn't it?
So yeah, hopes for today or to round out the season. What you got your eye on championship wise?
Hopefully top 10. I've had a few rounds where I haven't done the best, and a couple they haven't come to this year. But I'm hoping for top 10. Hopefully top 5 at the end of the day at Whilton. And see how we do.
Brilliant stuff. Have fun out there, man. Take care.
I'm going to jump on him. He's the most cursed man on the Club 100 streams in the world. Wardy, how are we doing?
Not bad, you?
Is the curse broken? You seem to be getting good results now on streamed things.
Yeah, not too bad. Last time out was good. Hopefully it keeps going. Bit of momentum now.
And this being your home circuit as well, pretty confident for today?
Yeah, we went well yesterday, given the issues we had in qualifying. So, yeah, good recovery. Pace is there, so see what we can do.
Zulu versus International. We're on the Zulu today because the clocks have gone back and we need the floodlights at the end of the day for the heavyweights. What are the main differences as a local here?
Obviously, you've got the hairpin at the top, which obviously the racing line puts you out wide, so that's the biggest difference, really. Lots of good overtaking opportunities up there, but obviously, like Barney said this morning, you get the cut back, so you're racing then side by side through Zulu, so we'll see what happens.
And in terms, everyone brings their A game to here. Is that a worry, or is it just kind of get on with things?
Just got to get on with it. Everyone knows this track so well, don't they? So just helmet on and off we go.
Good luck today, mate. Have a good one. I think we're about, how many minutes are we? We're about 1 minute away from the drivers heading out on circuit.
Yeah.
Chris,
can you win today?
Pardon?
Can you win today?
No.
How do you feel about Whilton Mill?
Not normally amazing. Sometimes something special happens here. I don't know why, but normally not so good.
Well, I mean, you're getting the practice in, so, you know, that'll solve it.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, I hope so. Just need to, be making the moves today.
Tell us what you got your eye on championship-wise as we head into the closing stages of this season.
Definitely trying to get top 10. There's a good fight going on, sort of a 5-way fight over 8th place at the moment. So ideally to top that, but definitely to be within that top 10 at the end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. You have a good day out there, man. Enjoy it.
Could have a very quick chat with Isaiah Guagu as well. Isaiah, how are we doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Season as a whole, the results have been getting better and better?
Yeah, electrifying the racetrack as always.
I'll find you in a bit later on. Did have a quick word with Isaiah there. Where's Howard gone? He's over there. So it's 9 o'clock as we're recording on the dot, and test session begins. Tricky conditions for the drivers out there.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, Club 100 running like clockwork as normal. But yeah, they've got to take it easy on these first few laps. You can see Chris Woodger there just going out. One of the disruptors coming into today,
Absolutely.
Andrew. Very, very competent pair of hands behind a Club 100 kart, but not someone we've seen so much this year.
Right, we'll go out the top end and cycle round. Might want to catch a word with Yusuf if we can as well, because I don't think we've had Yusuf on a paddock show recently. But we'll have a quick word with Yusuf, who familiar or regular viewers will recognise Yusuf, or at least Yusuf's voice from a bit of comms on Cadets and Juniors earlier in the year. We ready?
Yeah, I feel like you found me while I was getting weighed. You got me when I was vulnerable.
Are you on weight? That's the crucial thing.
Yeah, 1 kilo over, so no exclusions for being underweight this time.
What happened to Ella?
The laws of physics stopped working. That's what I put it down to. I was weighing in at 78.5 before the race, and then I was 77.98 after the race. So, yeah, it's one of those.
You're driving too hard.
Yeah, way too hard, you know me. I've got to send it everywhere. The sweat was just flying. That's why the track was wet by the end of the day.
It's like the same excuses of the F1 last week at Austin. There were track conditions that you weren't expecting, right?
Yeah, I always say a good driver is not rated by how well he drives, but how good his excuses are.
Very good. How are the excuses looking today? I mean, it's classic Whilton in the autumn. It's greasy out there. Everyone knows it very well. We're on Zulu as well.
Well, not been on Zulu since BUKC 2019. That's the first excuse. Second excuse is I've got the Whilton curse. I've always been cursed at Whilton. So there's always going to be something that happens, and then I'm going to drive really well. So we just need to figure out what the really bad thing that's going to happen at the start of the day is.
Or I talk about you lots, and it's a double negative of the reverse turns it into a positive by cursing the curse.
Yeah, I'll take that. That or Dan Seeger's going to murder me in the final. So
we'll catch you later, mate. Good to chat with Yusuf there.
Can still mathematically win, right?
He can still mathematically win.
Win the championship. It would be quite an extraordinary series of events.
Yes.
But, you know, it's good he's getting the excuses in. I had no idea. I might therefore be the best driver in the world if it's to do with driver excuses.
Let's head out. And so the driver's out for their test session. We've had a good number of them out on circuit. We'll try and catch some drivers that we haven't talked to for a while. Shall we go up on the balcony as well, Howard? Should we go up on the balcony? Because we always like to get a bit of balcony action in there here at Whilton Mill. I still call it the new clubhouse, even though it's been around for, I think, about four years now. But we'll have a look up at who we can find, probably tucking into their breakfast. food of champions here at Whilton Mill, and might even catch a word with some of the non-competitors as well whilst we're up here. I want to try and find Rob Newman as well. By this time in the stream, we will know whether he has won the championship today or not. But all the while, would be good to chat to him. Let's have a quick word with Steph Theodorou, if he doesn't mind. Steph, let's step on in for a minute. Cracking run at last time at Ella Park, leading or in the front ranks of C2. Feeling confident today?
Yeah, we had a good run yesterday. I was did the endurance yesterday, and yeah, felt good. Consistent times, like quite quick, so it was all right. Yeah.
And I was talking to Wardy earlier about how everyone knows this place so well. How do you set yourself up in your mind ahead of that challenge?
Because of that, I think everyone tries to go for the win. So it's a little. I just have to be a little bit more cautious today, and just take my time, be a bit more patient on the overtakes, especially here because there's a few overtaking places that have been removed. So just have to be patient.
And looking forward, it's penultimate round of the season. Bookmore next. Are you confident that today and Bookmore are two circuits that you can excel on?
Yeah. Beginning of last season, I came third in the A final at Bookmore. So I'm pretty quick, and I was pretty quick round there at the beginning of the year as well. So yeah, and like I said, I was here yesterday. I did all right. So the confidence is there. I mean, I'm fighting for second, really. That's it. I think Harrison is too far ahead for me to take first off of the C2 win. So yeah, just keeping Yusuf behind me. That's my plan.
Good stuff. We'll chat to you later, Steph. And yeah, have a good one. I say yes. Sometimes forget about Harrison Kirkham still being a C2 because he's had such a good season, but nonetheless, a really good run for Steph so far this year.
I should say, Andrew, just whilst you were doing that interview, it's interesting to watch how the drivers are having to take it nice and sheepishly into turns 1 and 2. In fact, that's quite a conglomerate of cars coming through just down there. But you know, really having to nurse it, ease into this track today with those greasy conditions, as you say, a classic for Whilton Mill at this time of year.
And it's always the last part of the track to dry out here because it's not much of a hill here at Whilton Mill, but there is gravity at effect, and you get a little bit more moisture at the bottom end of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. You probably can't. It is always hard to make out. The cameras can make this place basically look flat, but I mean, if you were to pat across, there is a slope. A sort of the farm field next door is the crest of a hill, and Christmas Corner represents the highest point of the track. And actually, it's even more of a factor, I feel, on this national Zulu layout because you really pick up the speed coming down through the Zulus from Inkermans because of the slope there. So, yeah, the last sector's mostly flat, but the first sector you really notice, and as you say, the water can collect towards the bottom of the hill. But yeah, I'm just seeing if I can't see any of the drivers as part of the problem this morning. But should we?
I think is it time to? I'm going to set you on someone. Pick a random person who we've not talked to before. Why not?
I'm going to shove my microphone in somewhere. Is that what?
Howard's going to go and find someone that we've not talked to before.
I'm not going that
Just
far,
don't be Steph that we've talked to already.
I'm going to be cheeky. Who have we got here, sir?
Curtis Mitchell.
Hello, Curtis. Good surname. Best surname, I think. Whilton Mill. Experience there? Here?
Yeah, and like I said, I was here yesterday. I did all right. So the confidence is there. I mean, I'm fighting for second, really. That's it. I think Harrison is too far ahead for me to take first off of the C2 win. So yeah, just keeping Yusuf behind me. That's my plan.
Good stuff. We'll chat to you later, Steph. And yeah, have a good one. I say yes. Sometimes forget about Harrison Kirkham still being a C2 because he's had such a good season, but nonetheless, a really good run for Steph so far this year.
I should say, Andrew, just whilst you were doing that interview, it's interesting to watch how the drivers are having to take it nice and sheepishly into turns 1 and 2. In fact, that's quite a conglomerate of cars coming through just down there. But you know, really having to nurse it, ease into this track today with those greasy conditions, as you say, a classic for Whilton Mill at this time of year.
And it's always the last part of the track to dry out here because it's not much of a hill here at Whilton Mill, but there is gravity at effect, and you get a little bit more moisture at the bottom end of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. You probably can't. It is always hard to make out. The cameras can make this place basically look flat, but I mean, if you were to pad across, there is a slope. A sort of the farm field next door is the crest of a hill, and Christmas Corner represents the highest point of the track. And actually, it's even more of a factor, I feel, on this national Zulu layout, because you really pick up the speed coming down through the Zulus from Inkermans because of the slope there. So. Yeah, the last sector's mostly flat, but the first sector you really notice, and as you say, the water can collect towards the bottom of the hill. But yeah, I'm just seeing if I can't see any of the drivers as part of the problem this morning. But should we?
I think is it time to? I'm going to set you on someone. Pick a random person who we've not talked to before. Why not?
I'm going to shove my microphone in.
Don't be Steph that we've talked to already.
I'm going to be cheeky. Who have we got here, sir?
Curtis Mitchell.
Hello, Curtis. Good surname, best surname, I think. Whilton Mill, experience there? Here?
I haven't been here for easily 12 years. So I've raced a couple of times, but not in this decade.
Right, okay, so you've got... Well, firstly, the clubhouse has improved.
I was very surprised. We're used to a little cabin where you go to get some food or go to the toilet, but this is a vast improvement.
Absolutely. You've also, more importantly, got the different paddock corner at the end of the lap to contend with. That inside curb and the exit, pretty different to 12 years ago. But
yeah, absolutely. And when I first came here, probably about 15 years ago, was the original circuit, which is now what we call the National. Yeah. So this is the first track that I raced at. So hopefully it should be pretty good today.
So, apologies if it's your first round with this. How's the season gone for you?
I've done 2 so far.
You have done 2, right? Okay. And how have you found that?
Yeah, not too bad. The first one that I did in the summer was Clay Pigeon, and that went really well. Good race there. And then I was out at the race a couple of weeks ago at Ellore Park, which I'm not as experienced at Ellore Park, so I didn't do as well. But like with all Club 100 events, it was all good fun. Absolutely.
And do you have plans yet for 2024, or is that not in focus yet?
It will be Club 100, definitely.
That's good. That makes it a lot less awkward of an interview. You have fun out there, man. Thanks for talking to us. Cool. So, who's Andrew with over there? Let's head over to Andrew.
We've got 2 drivers that we haven't spoken to before. Gents, introduce yourselves to the stream.
I'm Tony.
Tom.
Tony and Tom, TNT. What were the thoughts on Zulu Whilton Mill today? You looking forward to it?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I think we're a bit less practice than we'd hoped for, so but evolving track, so it's going to be quite interesting anyway.
We're just having a brief word as well. Some tricky conditions out there at the moment, particularly that last corner.
Yeah, I just called it twitchy earlier. It's one of those semi-dry tracks where if you just push it in the wrong place, you're off. But if you don't, go quick enough, then you're just going to get punished by not going fast enough in the wet anyway. So, trying to get that balance is key, I think.
Expectations for sprints today? It's always a bit rough and tumble here at Whilton.
A bit of a mixture. I think we've raced this track a lot. We know it well, but you never know what's going to happen, especially in these conditions. But happy the sun's out.
Indeed, in terms of looking where would be a good finish today?
So far I'm pretty much bang on midfield. So I'm kind of like hopefully top 10 in the B final for me.
Good stuff. Anyone you want to say hello to?
Yeah, just wife and kids at home, I guess. I don't know if they'll be watching this, but I always try and promote it, but I don't think they will be. But if they are, then hi.
And yourself?
Yeah, same. I've got a young kid at home. I'm a wife, and she's heavily pregnant. So again, I try and promote it, but she's quite busy. So we'll have to wait and see.
I don't know whether he was here today.
Yeah, that's true. It was touch and go, but I've made it. It depends what you want to prioritise.
Good stuff. Good to talk to you guys. Thanks for your time. I'll just allow Howard to skip on back through. We'll go down the other side of the barrier. We've got about 10 minutes.
Today's official award for the interview that got away was Alex Rule.
Okay. I think we've got about 2 or 3 minutes before we've got to head back to the box because we've got some commentary to do in about 20 minutes' time. Who else can we find before we wrap up? Do keep it locked here in Alpha Live because we will have another bit of Paddock show coming up shortly. I want to try and see if we can have a word.
I love the way the spectators are ready, though.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. I'm loving that.
Ever prepared here at CLUB100.
That's got Le Mans
Tribunes,
Tribunes, get your chair like ready 3 hours before the race vibes. That has.
Want to see if we could grab Jake Wilkins for a second. Jake, how are we doing?
Yeah, I'm alright, not too bad. Just need to try and get my head down and just knuckle down, because I want to try and have a good end to the year. Yeah. Because obviously I'm not racing until next year after this one, so I want to try and get a decent result. I got a win last time in the C final. I like to hope I can do it again, but obviously with the track being a bit damp and greasy, I suppose we'll have to see what happens. But hopefully with the half-hour test run, it should help a little bit. But we'll just see what happens.
It's been a good learning year, hasn't it? Whilst it's been difficult at times, that you've taken something from every round.
Yeah, it has. Obviously I've been trying to make most rounds, but some tracks are just too far. Didn't have a good run at Royals. For me, it's just not my track. But this one seems to be my favourable track, so hopefully I can pull a decent result out, get some clean racing in. So yeah, so hopefully good end to the year. So.
It's that time of year where people are looking at what they're doing next year. For someone who's come in, what would you say to anyone looking at Club 100 and why they should do it?
If you're coming into Club 100, do it. It's probably one of the best things you're going to do before maybe getting a kart, because with this you can get plenty of experience. You get to meet loads of new friends who can point you in different directions to different parts of racing. But no, Club 100 is definitely, you have to try it out, because it's completely different. Because I used to race in kart championship in Saudis. This is a massive step up. I've been racing this for 4 years now and I love it. But I jumped back into Saudi a couple of months back. I hated it. It's horrible. Club 100 kart is so much better. So yeah, I'll probably be doing this a couple more years and then hopefully try and get a kart. So that's what my plans are.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Cheers, Jake. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll probably wrap things up there for this bit of the show. Weren't quite able to get any of our front runners. I think they're all hiding themselves away from us at the moment, but we'll maybe
championship contenders.
Yeah, we'll probably try and catch them in the second part of the Paddock show, which will be coming up shortly.
To be fair, they've got stuff to focus on, haven't they? It's nice and close at the top of the lightweights. May well still be the case when you're watching this. If not, enjoy the continuity error there. But yeah, I think we're in for a really good day's racing from these lightweights, as I'm sure has just been proven when you're watching this back.
Absolutely. That's part one of the Paddock show done. Keep it locked here for part two. And subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel if you've not done so already. We'll see you in a bit.
The best drivers in the world almost all share one thing in common. They started their motorsport career in karting. It's the most accessible way to get into racing, and it's only getting more popular. We've found 3 different ways to start karting at 3 different price points, so let's see which is best for you. Karting is a sport for everyone. There are even classes for drivers aged as young as 6 years old. However, if you don't know anyone already involved in karting, it can be quite hard to find a way in. That's why we've compiled 3 different entry points into karting at 3 different price points. This way you can see which one works best for you and your budget. So, where will you get involved? Well, assuming you've already tried out a couple of corporate karting sessions, you've got to answer 2 key questions. What is your budget, and how prepared are you? Your answers to these 2 questions will ultimately decide where is best for you to get onto the karting ladder. So let's start off by taking the cheapest way to get into the competitive karting scene, the BIKC. The British Indoor Karting Championship, or BIKC, takes the fastest drivers from team sport karting centres that are all around the UK. It's likely the cheapest way to get into national karting, as a full season could cost you as little as £350. To get involved, you need to get yourself a grid membership at your local team sport venue. From there, you just need to come to 3 different sessions and set the fastest lap times. The average of these lap times is then taken from the fastest 24 drivers from each class at each circuit. They're then contacted for you to come along to the local finals. From there, it's a knockout tournament, with the fastest drivers being taken through to the regionals and then on to the national finals. This unique championship format is very affordable to get into, with the regional finals costing only £60 and the national £80. It'll allow you to get yourself into some awesome competitive racing experience, and there are even full Club 100 season entries up for grabs for winners. So it's an epic way to get involved in karting in a competitive way, and could be a fantastic first step onto the karting ladder. However, there are some drawbacks to the BIKC. First and foremost, the karts are not as fast as some of the other options. This doesn't mean the racing is any less exciting, it's just that you won't see the BIKC karts flying down the straights the same way owner kart drivers would. In addition to this, the BIKC Knockout Championship format is very unforgiving. If you have a bad race or an unfortunate incident, there is not more rounds to regain championship points and keep in contention. When you're out, you're out. Brutal. The BIKC is a fantastic option to get into karting on a budget. However, if you want something a little faster, on bigger circuits, and with a season to fight for your championship, maybe you could look at Club 100. Club 100 is the fastest arrive and drive karting championship in the UK, racing an 8-round championship at some of the best outdoor circuits around the country. For seniors aged 16 and plus, there are the Sprints, SP60 and the Endurance Championships. For drivers aged 12 to 16, there are the Junior Championships racing in the same full-size karts as the seniors. And for drivers aged 8 to 12, there are the Cadet Championships racing in custom Micromax Club 100 karts. The Senior Championship has been running since 1993. With a 10-round calendar at circuits across the country, it really is as close as you can get to a season of owner-driver karting without needing your own kart, tools and expertise. Just show up and race. Of course, with the increase in power and scale, the budget must be adjusted compared to the BIKC. To join, you need to get yourself a Club 100 membership for £50 and attend a test day to show you've got what it takes. Per round, Club 100 can cost around £250, meaning that a full season of Club 100 racing can cost as little as £2,200. This could be even cheaper if you are a university student too, as the BUKC also runs using the Club 100 machinery, so you can join your university karting society and get involved as a team. Club 100 is an epic championship. It's affordable and a very viable option, particularly if you don't have the capacity to store and maintain your own kart. However, this is also the drawback of Club 100. As you rent a kart for your races, you have no capability to tune the setup to your liking or for the track. In addition, Club 100 races on slick tyres no matter the weather, which can make wet races particularly challenging. Despite this, Club 100 championships regularly sell out, so if you want to get involved, it's best to get your foot in the door as early as possible. Club 100 offers an exciting and affordable championship to be part of. However, you are still limited to the Club 100 machinery, so if you want to dip your toes into the world of owning your own kart and the possibilities that offers, let's take a look at your options. The world of owner-driver karting is huge, and getting your own kart is the first steps to much bigger things in motorsport. And whilst the other options that we've shown you today are cheaper, the ceiling when you own your own kart is much, much higher. The key thing to remember is that karting is only as expensive as you want it to be, and there are ways to make it more affordable. At the start of this video, we asked you 2 questions. The first was, what is your budget? Well, to get involved in the BIKC and Club 100, it really is just a question of budget. However, owning your own kart, you need to now know the answer to the second question. How prepared are you? Having your own car also means storing, repairing, maintaining, fueling and transporting your kart. So besides the actual kart itself, you need to make sure you've got the tools and means to race. This sounds much more daunting than it really is, and fortunately, karting paddocks are very friendly places, with most people willing to help out any newcomer. So, are you prepared to go racing? The best first step to take when you want to get into owner-driver karting is to find out where your local outdoor kart circuit is. Chances are they will be running a club championship there, so go to one of the rounds and make some friends. Also, check what categories and engines are most popular in your local area. Speak to people that will be in those categories you might be able to race in, and join online groups for the club to learn more about the championship, the karts, and the circuits. Karting is all about the community. Friends in the paddock will be able to help set up and repair your kart, show you how to get spares, or if you're lucky, they might be moving to another class, and you could buy their old kart and kit from them so you can be set up with a full setup from day one. A good second-hand kart will keep the costs as low as possible. And if you buy from someone at your local circuit, they'll be able to lend you an expert hand if you need it. As we said before, some engines are more popular at certain circuits, so having local knowledge will really help you out. You can also, of course, buy a kart brand new. There is a wide range of chassis, engines and seats, etc. Just make sure you find out what the regulations are for your championship of choice before you buy, to make sure you won't waste your money. Tillotson have recently been added to the Motorsport UK regulations, and they're able to offer an affordable kart package, including trolley, wheels, tyres, oil and driver kit alongside the kart. Mini packages start from around £4,500, so this 4-stroke option can be an affordable option to get involved in a quickly expanding category. Whichever route you take, once you've got your own kart and gear, it's time to get on track. Your local circuit might offer test days so you can tune and understand your kart better, and the club championship may have spaces available for you to join a race meeting as a rookie. So, 3 different entry points at 3 different price points. No matter your budget, there is a spot in the karting world for you. Karting is only growing year on year as new championships start up. There is a wide range of ways to get involved too. For example, F100 karts are pre-2000 karts that can offer an affordable way of getting involved in racing with a historic twist. BPEC is an endurance series where teams and drivers compete across a series of 6 to 24 hour-long races across the country. And the superkarts are the fastest karts in the world and can race full-size circuits, topping out at speeds at over 150 miles an hour. So, as you can see, there are plenty of options out there for drivers who just want to get involved in karting. The only question now is how long until you get involved.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
The best drivers in the world almost all share one thing in common. They started their motorsport career in karting. It's the most accessible way to get into racing, and it's only getting more popular. We found 3 different ways to start karting at 3 different price points, so let's see which is best for you. Karting is a sport for everyone. There are even classes for drivers aged as young as 6 years old. However, if you don't know anyone already involved in karting, it can be quite hard to find a way in. That's why we've compiled 3 different entry points into karting at 3 different price points. This way you can see which one works best for you and your budget. So, where will you get involved? Well, assuming you've already tried out a couple of corporate karting sessions, you've got to answer 2 key questions. What is your budget, and how prepared are you? Your answers to these 2 questions will ultimately decide where is best for you to get onto the karting ladder. So let's start off by taking the cheapest way to get into the competitive karting scene, the BIKC. The British Indoor Karting Championship, or BIKC, takes the fastest drivers from team sport karting centres that are all around the UK. It's likely the cheapest way to get into national karting, as a full season could cost you as little as £350. To get involved, you need to get yourself a grid membership at your local team sport venue. From there, you just need to come to 3 different sessions and set the fastest lap times. The average of these lap times is then taken from the fastest 24 drivers from each class at each circuit. They're then contacted for you to come along to the local finals. From there, it's a knockout tournament, with the fastest drivers being taken through to the regionals and then on to the national finals. This unique championship format is very affordable to get into, with the regional finals costing only £60 and the national £80. It'll allow you to get yourself into some awesome competitive racing experience, and there are even full Club 100 season entries up for grabs for winners. So it's an epic way to get involved in karting in a competitive way, and could be a fantastic first step onto the karting ladder. However, there are some drawbacks to the BIKC. First and foremost, the karts are not as fast as some of the other options. This doesn't mean the racing is any less exciting, it's just that you won't see the BIKC karts flying down the straights the same way owner kart drivers would. In addition to this, the BIKC Knockout Championship format is very unforgiving. If you have a bad race or an unfortunate incident, there is not more rounds to regain championship points and keep in contention. When you're out, you're out. Brutal. The BIKC is a fantastic option to get into karting on a budget. However, if you want something a little faster, on bigger circuits, and with a season to fight for your championship, maybe you could look at Club 100. Club 100 is the fastest arrive and drive karting championship in the UK, racing an 8-round championship at some of the best outdoor circuits around the country. For seniors aged 16 and plus, there are the Sprints, SP60 and the Endurance Championships. For drivers aged 12 to 16, there are the Junior Championships racing in the same full-size karts as the seniors. And for drivers aged 8 to 12, there are the Cadet Championships racing in custom Micromax Club 100 karts. The Senior Championship has been running since 1993. With a 10-round calendar at circuits across the country, it really is as close as you can get to a season of owner-driver karting without needing your own kart, tools and expertise. Just show up and race. Of course, with the increase in power and scale, the budget must be adjusted compared to the BIKC. To join, you need to get yourself a Club 100 membership for £50 and attend a test day to show you've got what it takes. Per round, Club 100 can cost around £250, meaning that a full season of Club 100 racing can cost as little as £2,200. This could be even cheaper if you are a university student too, as the BUKC also runs using the Club 100 machinery, so you can join your university karting society and get involved as a team. Club 100 is an epic championship. It's affordable and a very viable option, particularly if you don't have the capacity to store and maintain your own kart. However, this is also the drawback of Club 100. As you rent a kart for your races, you have no capability to tune the setup to your liking or for the track. In addition, Club 100 races on slick tyres no matter the weather, which can make wet races particularly challenging. Despite this, Club 100 championships regularly sell out, so if you want to get involved, it's best to get your foot in the door as early as possible. Club 100 offers an exciting and affordable championship to be part of. However, you are still limited to the Club 100 machinery, So if you want to dip your toes into the world of owning your own kart and the possibilities that offers, let's take a look at your options. The world of owner-driver karting is huge, and getting your own kart is the first steps to much bigger things in motorsport. And whilst the other options that we've shown you today are cheaper, the ceiling when you own your own kart is much, much higher. The key thing to remember is that karting is only as expensive as you want it to be, and there are ways to make it more affordable. At the start of this video, we asked you 2 questions. The first was, what is your budget? Well, to get involved in the BIKC and Club 100, it really is just a question of budget. However, owning your own kart, you need to now know the answer to the second question. How prepared are you? Having your own car also means storing, repairing, maintaining, fueling, and transporting your kart. So besides the actual kart itself, you need to make sure you've got the tools and means to race. This sounds much more daunting than it really is, and fortunately, karting paddocks are very friendly places, with most people willing to help out any newcomer. So, are you prepared to go racing? The best first step to take when you want to get into owner-driver karting is to find out where your local outdoor kart circuit is. Chances are they will be running a club championship there, so go to one of the rounds and make some friends. Also, check what categories and engines are most popular in your local area. Speak to people that will be in those categories you might be able to race in, and join online groups for the club to learn more about the championship, the karts, and the circuits. Karting is all about the community. Friends in the paddock will be able to help set up and repair your kart, show you how to get spares, or if you're lucky, they might be moving to another class, and you could buy their old kart and kit from them so you can be set up with a full setup from day one. A good second-hand kart will keep the costs as low as possible. And if you buy from someone at your local circuit, they'll be able to lend you an expert hand if you need it. As we said before, some engines are more popular at certain circuits, so having local knowledge will really help you out. You can also, of course, buy a kart brand new. There is a wide range of chassis, engines and seats, etc. Just make sure you find out what the regulations are for your championship of choice before you buy, to make sure you won't waste your money. Tillotson have recently been added to the Motorsport UK regulations, and they're able to offer an affordable kart package, including trolley, wheels, tyres, oil and driver kit alongside the kart. Mini packages start from around £4,500, so this 4-stroke option can be an affordable option to get involved in a quickly expanding category. Whichever route you take, once you've got your own kart and gear, it's time to get on track. Your local circuit might offer test days so you can tune and understand your kart better, and the club championship may have spaces available for you to join a race meeting as a rookie. So, 3 different entry points at 3 different price points. No matter your budget, there is a spot in the karting world for you. Karting is only growing year on year as new championships start up. There is a wide range of ways to get involved too. For example, F100 karts are pre-2000 karts that can offer an affordable way of getting involved in racing with a historic twist. BPEC is an endurance series where teams and drivers compete across a series of 6 to 24 hour-long races across the country. And the superkarts are the fastest karts in the world and can race full-size circuits, topping out at speeds at over 150 miles an hour. So, as you can see, there are plenty of options out there for drivers who just want to get involved in karting. The only question now is how long until you get involved.
Welcome back to continued coverage of round 9 of the 2023 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship, coming to you live from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit in Northamptonshire, England. You are watching your Alpha live stream, and it continues to be myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position. It's our pleasure and privilege once again to be calling the shots here at the penultimate round of the season. We've had the lightweights, and we've, as far as we're aware, crowned a champion. We say that provisionally, but we've crowned two champions indeed, because we've settled Class 1 and Class 2 earlier today. And it's now the turn of the heavyweights to take to the track. This one's a little bit different. We wrapped up the Class 1 standings last time you were with us at Ella Park. Joe Holmes already has that title. He is here just for fun today, and you're not going to miss him, but we'll get to that in due course probably. But still plenty to play for. There's the positions below the outright win in Class 1. Good battles going on for second, third, fourth, all of that. And things still nice and open in Class 2, in Class 3 and the super heavyweights as well. So still plenty in terms of championship to be worked through and worked out here today at Whilton Mill, and indeed in the case of some of them probably through to the very last round at Butmore Park. As I say, continue to be alongside Mr. Andrew Mather here in the comms position. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Hello. Am I on? I think I'm on.
I think you're on.
Yes. Championship rundown.
Yes.
As I say, Joe Holmes has the title secured if you do it by dropping worst scores, 2 worst scores so far. 1,431 points for Joe at the moment. Could be on course to be winning the championship by a clear 100 points or more, which I don't think's ever happened before. So really has been a stellar season for him. But as you say, really intriguing set of scenarios for us to enjoy here this afternoon, particularly that second place battle in the title race. Adam Wright, Alex Pritchard, Kurt Holmes on the dropped scores method, currently covered by 4 points out of just the casual 1,335 to 1,339. So that's going to be good to enjoy. Carl Walker versus Tim Penny. Tim Penny has provided the comms box with bribes. Jaffa cakes.
He has.
Other delectable treats are available, have been provided. 8 of the 10 have already gone, and we haven't even got to heat 1 yet. But Carl Walker, very good form, of course, from Ella Park.
Yes.
When he took not just a C2 win, but an overall victory in that one as well. What else have we got in store for the ladies and gentlemen watching this afternoon? Lee Henderson versus Bill Taylor versus Mike Bodner. 1, 2, 3 in super heavyweights. Very much a case of, can Lee Henderson hold the nerve, the form that he's had throughout the course of the year, going up against Bill Taylor, 2-time super heavyweight champion, winner of the super heavyweights the last 2 years. And it's Lee who he's beaten to that title. So Lee Henderson goes into today with a 33-point lead. In every which way you cut the cake, it's a 33-point lead for Lee Henderson. Could win it today.
He could.
But it also could be absolutely tied together
Yes.
and winner takes all at Butmore Park. Who
It's
knows
one of
what's
those.
going to happen there?
It's one of those. I do want to say, by the way, I just want to do a bit of a service announcement, a bit of housekeeping as the whistle gets blown. Paddock walk. We hope you enjoyed the Paddock walk where we were able to bring some lightweights. As I understand it, we haven't been able to get that Paddock
second
walk
bit out.
Yeah, the second bit, the bit that we did with the heavyweight. Well, predominantly with the heavyweights. We did also on that Paddock walk get to chat with our lightweight champions. So I just want to say, if you are looking for that, and I would recommend it, it was a great Paddock walk. We were able to talk to a lot of people who are either in championship hunts or have just wrapped championship hunts up. That will be going out on social media, on YouTube, on Facebook, so make sure you check that out, because it was a really good Paddock walk. Sorry we're not able to bring it you as part of the day's package. Yes, the stream today.
Indeed. One last one before we cut to the singles. We've got a couple of practice laps here. C3's your last title battle to enjoy. Jonathan Wilson and John Elmahai currently 1 point apart. And with that, let's get ready then. Heat 1 of the heavyweights and the super heavyweights are heading out on circuit now.
not heading out, they're already out
They're
on
already
circuit. So let's have a look at the grid for heat number 1. Richard Newton has pole position. Matthew Batter joins him on the front row. Entertainment guaranteed from the second row of the grid, with Jacob Harris lining up alongside Josh Petit. Anwar Barul Smith and Alex Pritchard go from the third row of the grid, then Nicholas Steeper and Lenny Wood go from row 4. Callan Sigafus is another driver to look out for. He's very highly ranked at the moment in C2. Could also be going for top 10 overall honours. Starts this one from row 5 and is alongside Vijay Patel. Luke Elliott and Kyle Walker win a last time out start on row 6. Marcus Gilby and Charlie James go from row 7 into the C3s. We are Janelle Mahai and Jamie Buchan start on row 8. Ricardo Vitale and Sam White complete the 18 runners here in heat number 1. Another bumper entry, over 70 drivers at my last count for things here today at Whilton Mill. And because the ladies and gentlemen haven't seen part 2 of the Paddock Show, they are probably not aware that it has
started raining. Yes. Sorry, I thought you were going to talk about Jacob Harris's comments then. Yes, yes, it has indeed started raining out there. I have to say, we're in quite a secluded comms box.
Weatherproof and weather unaware. But
I'm not sure if it's still raining, but yeah, it was raining during the practice session, so what they've just learnt in the practice session may be completely useless or highly relevant. We will find out. But yeah, sorry, the Jacob Harris comments is, he's promised entertainment. I mean, going and watching that Paddock Walk when it gets released is worth it just for that. In fact, is he the only? He's the only championship winner or contender we didn't. He's the only one that we spoke to on that Paddock Walk that wasn't in line to win a championship.
Oh no, because we talked to Dan Grocott as well.
We still spoke to Dan. Do you know, in the back of my mind, I knew something was wrong there in saying that.
Who's switched across to heavyweights. Entertainment guaranteed already starting. Jacob's on the wrong side of the grid.
He is.
So I think they might be going round again. Are we missing a pole sitter?
We must be, because I mean that would be entertainment guaranteed if Mr. Harris was starting on pole. But do you know, the only way in which I felt slightly bad when we interviewed Jacob is we hadn't prepared some random left of field current affairs topical question to ask him, such as he was famous for on his BUKC grid walks.
Rather stay clear.
I think it's yes.
Could have talked about the rugby last night.
Could have done. That's true. But no, and as we said when we were talking to him in the panel, to be serious for a moment, he's had a cracking season.
He has. He keeps doing himself as his service. You know, he's up there in the top 20.
Yep.
Scope to improve as well. You know, you look through the scorecard, he's got, you know, an odd B final in here. He's on a really good run of A finals. Long way to go to see if he can continue that run, but let's see. Right, we have Richard Newton now in place. That was the cart we were awaiting, the number 22. It'll be Newton and Batter alongside each other on the front row of the grid to start round 9 for the heavyweight sprints.
Green denote your super heavies, blue denote your class 2s and 3s, red number plates denote your class 1s. Let's go racing.
7 minutes on the clock here at Whilton Mill. Ready for the first heat of 12 here for the heavyweights, and away we go. Good start for Newton from pole position. Jacob Harris straight through into P2 from the second row of the grid. The Anwar Barul Smith's had a good start as well as challenging number 79 of Matthew Batter for third place as they run up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Lovely stuff down the inside there from Josh Petit, but it all gets a little bit close as they run through the exit of Christmas Corner. Alex Pritchard has taken advantage of that and is up to fourth place. Apart from that, pretty good start, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still side by side through the Zulus, though, which can always get a little bit hairy there. Which way that going to go for a charging Luke Elliott, actually, in that 33. He's had a cracking start because he started down in 11th place. And he's definitely up there in the sharp end of the top 10 as they're coming round to finish this first lap. It's been a good start, though, for Richard Newton. He's retained the lead for that first lap, but he has Anwar Barul Smith right in his wheel tracks now, and one would expect that it's only a matter of time before Barul Smith tries a move for the lead of the race. Jacob Harris under attack from Alex Pritchard behind him as well. And Pritchard needs to be on the move today from a championship perspective, and he does indeed throw a move against Jacob Harris and get that one done at Inkermans, and indeed he's already hounding the back of Anwar Barul-Smith. So Alex Pritchard is rightly there, giving a very clear sign to Jacob Harris to say eyes forward as Barul-Smith goes for the lead. Richard Newton doesn't want it, and he doesn't make it easy for Barul-Smith there, but Barul-Smith is through. Meanwhile, that looks like Kyle Walker going through on Callan Sigafus. Indeed, Kyle Walker is another driver who's really moved up there because he was 12th on the grid. So some big movers early doors here.
Pritchard challenging Newton for second place. Best result so far this season in a heat capacity for Richard Newton is third, so he's sitting on a best result of the year at the moment. Down the inside, Walker on Harris, but Harris will have the advantage as they run through into these three corners. Zulu 1, Zulu 2 and Zulu 3. Slalom style down the hill. Very tricky to get right, especially when it's a bit greasy out there. It does look like it's stopped raining out on circuit. What are the lap times like? 46s and 47s. Yeah, 2-3 seconds off the pace we saw from the lightweights this morning. Callan Sigafus confirmed past Kyle Walker for 5th place there. 4.5 minutes to go. Anwar Barul-Smith. Now that's more like the kind of dry pace we're expecting. 45.441. Leads by nearly a second.
Absolutely. So, yeah, it doesn't look like it's raining, so I would expect those times to come down. Now Richard Newton facing pressure from Alex Pritchard in that number 7 kart. There's a quick look around to check that everything's clear to allow him to go for a move if he wants. He's going to try a switchback. He's going to try and late apex. He'll have more momentum than Richard Newton, but he hasn't got enough overspeed at the moment to do something with it. He'll be looking for a good run up the hill as Callan Sigafus and Kyle Walker coming up onto the back of Jacob Harris as well in the battle over 4th. As that's pretty much dry pace, isn't it?
Yep.
There, Anwar Barul-Smith in a 45.1 sets the new fastest lap of the race. There's Sigafus trying to move up the inside of Harris. That's over 4th place, but Harris retains it for now. Kyle Walker would like to have a go. There's a little bit of rub in his racing there, and it's going to slow them both down and allow Kyle Walker to seize the advantage. Now that's perhaps somewhat controversial for how robust that was. It's also allowed the likes of John El Muhaj and Luke Elliott to get onto the back of them as well.
Yeah, good run from John Eld here, one of our C3 drivers. Highest C3 driver in this field at the moment, up to 7th place. Every point counts for John Eld. It's a very close battle with Jonathan Wilson in the C3 novice category. Jonathan won in that one last time out. This yellow flag, I would assume, up at Christmas Corner. That's why everybody's giving a little wave.
It's just for a cone replacement, and I'm going to guess it might have something to do with the cone warning that's just been given to Sigafus, as that was John El Muhaj going up down the inside of Jacob Harris at Inkermans, and the driver of the 130 is now up to 6th place, as behind them that looks like Luke Elliott is coming in for pressure from is it Marcus Gilby who's caught up onto the back of them? No, it's the 45, which doesn't work because we haven't got one. I'll double check who that was.
ABC bump and pass penalty for Muhaj there, so that will undo the work just done. Jacob Harris looking down the inside to retake 6th place on the road. Lovely move from the former Cardiff University man.
It's Josh Pettit a lap down, apologies for the 45. We do have a 45, it was just off the bottom of my screen. But yeah, good little battle this nonetheless.
Luke Elliott's got through in that exchange as well. So Muhaj goes down to 8th place, 1 minute and 43. Whoa, on the scene there. Well, there is Josh Pettit, a number of laps down. There's a little bit of a wave there. I don't think you can argue too much because, as I say, he's unless there's a transponder
it's a transponder
error. It's a transponder error, isn't it?
He's
so
down
he is,
6 laps, so
he
there.
is in the race, and that is. I'll take back the comment I was about to make there about a lap driver having a wave, because he's not a lap driver at all.
No, he'll have to work that one out with the timing afterwards. But yes, we both knew something was wrong there in the back of our minds. But yeah, Josh Pettit there, which means he's running in 9th in reality. So everyone you can see on that timing tower from 9th downwards, move down one place and insert Josh Pettit's name there in the 9th spot.
Cracking work by Richard Newton so far in this race, holding off a driver fighting for second place in the championship and the winner from last time out at Ella Park. He's holding himself ahead of Pritchard and Walker by around half a second. Not a lot of time remaining in this one as well. Kyle Walker jerks to the inside, trying to find a way past Alex Pritchard for third place. Lovely stuff. Pritchard fights hard to keep it, but isn't going to stop the number 30 cart coming through. Callan Sigafus down the inside. Tries to take fourth place away from Pritchard. Pritchard has got a contact warning.
Yep. They're going to get another lap at this because Anwar Barrell-Smith is just coming around and we'll see the last lap board now.
Contact warning for Sigafus as well, I imagine, for the touch there. Just going through Inkermans. 2 seconds on the clock. So, indeed, this is the last lap. Anwar Barrell-Smith in the mid-44s. Very good pace.
Forget what we said about the rain. Here's Sigafus having a look at Pritchard at the top of the hill. We've already seen him go for some moves here, but he can't quite make it stick. Pritchard's strong around the outside there, and he's hugging the inside line here for Inkermans. He wants to retain this place. The context here for him in the championship is he's in that fight for second place with the likes of Adam Wright and company. He really needs to maximise his points here, does Pritchard.
Well, coming round isn't a title contender this year because there's been running a semi-part-time programme, but Anwar Barrell-Smith takes another heat victory. That becomes his 7th of the season here in the heavyweight sprints. Second to Richard Newton, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a best result of the year so far for Richard Newton in a heats capacity, and also is the first super heavyweight over the line. Very good performance indeed from Richard Newton. Carl Walker 3rd, Alex Pritchard 4th, Callan Sigafus 5th. That's all decent scores for them. Starts them off nicely as they try to get into A finals once more. 6th for Luke Elliott, 7th for John Al Mujaj, who on the road is the top C3 runner but has a penalty. We're going to have to cut it short there because Heat 2 are heading out now.
Heat 2 is indeed heading out now, and here is your grid for it. Jordan Hawkins will start this one on pole with Bill Taylor alongside him. Adrian Ray and Kai Crawford are row 2, with Andrew Hicks and Kurt Holmes on row number 3. Stuart Kirk and Lawrence Chair are on row 4, with Stephen Jennings and Ben Cottle on row 5. Joe Wright and Darryl Lowe are your 6th row of the grid. Simon Fuller and Christian Hoos are next, with Jason Kirkham and Simon Dean on row 8. Rounding out the 18-cart grid is row number 9 with Christopher Potts and Patrick Seckinger. So as we say, I was talking about Alex Pritchard a moment ago in a fight with Adam Wright. The other name that's in that fight, of course, is Kurt Holmes for the honours there. So he's the sole Class 1 driver in this one, is Kurt. So this is a fantastic opportunity for him to capitalise on that position. So even though he starts 6th, you know, he'll be looking to filter up towards the front here and really convert this into as good a points haul as he can. Bill Taylor as well, someone who we were talking to on our paddock walk, which will be released on social media in due course. We were talking to, had a good chat actually with Lee Henderson, you know, a driver who has been here before in a championship hunt, and you know, a few seasons ago it's ingrained on my memory, that round at Bayford Meadows where, you know, he was so close with the championship that year was Lee,
yes,
and, you know,
yeah.
So he knows what it's like to be in this position, but also what it's like to go, you know, to go south in that regard. So he's got his mind very focused today on that championship.
What I would say though is that it's based off the work that he's done.
Yeah.
Earlier in the season, this is a far stronger position.
Yes.
Far stronger position. That's not to say that, you know, Bill Taylor has slipped away, because Bill's performances have been very good this year as well. But Lee has stepped it up this year.
Yeah.
And if you can just keep that form going, keep the points ticking along.
Yes.
Then he's very well set to finish the season strongly.
Yeah. Well, his exact words to me on that interview earlier were, I'm not going to be in that position again. And as you say, he's already not, but he's very clearly focused. I have to say, it's looking ominous on the horizon there, isn't it? I'm just going to check what the weather situation is here at Whilton Mill, because it can turn quite quickly. And anyone UK-based who's watching will know that we've had a fair old bout of inclement weather.
The warm temperatures of Ella Park a few weeks ago feel
very
long
distant.
time ago.
Yes.
Only a matter of weeks. But here we go then. So heat number 2, order of the day. 7 minutes on the clock. Bill Taylor just trying to get a little bit of extra heat in the tyres. Key race, key day this for him. Jordan Hawkins alongside on the front row. Pace car pulls off to driver's left, ready to go racing here. Lights will turn green. There they go, and away for heat number 2 then. Hawkins and Taylor. Very even start. Good start for Bill Taylor, holding in second place there. Fends off Adrian Ray in the number 41. Kai Crawford's had a decent run from P4. Is now challenging down the inside for second place and has got it. Fantastic run from Kai Crawford there in the number 21. Gains 2 places on the run up to Christmas Corner.
Yeah, and Kurt Holmes is on the moves as well. He's challenging there for third place against Bill Taylor. Can't make anything of it in the Zulus, but he's surely going to have a look into the boot. Indeed he is, down the inside of Bill Taylor under braking and gets the move done. And Bill Taylor, experienced driver that he is, knows it's probably best just to slot in lest he have his rhythm upset more and lose places. So good racing between those two there at the end of that one. Then it is Hawkins, Crawford, Holmes, Bill Taylor and Adrian Ray, your top 5. But in the wheel tracks of Hawkins is Crawford, and he pulls to the inside, and Kai Crawford in the 21 pulls a textbook move at Christmas Corner. He just needs to keep one eye on what's happening behind him into Inkermans, and he's got the job done.
Key lap this, I think, for Kai Crawford, because if he can break away with this pace that he seems to have in the early stages, it's going to be a very good opportunity for a first win of the season. He's had a couple of second places along the way in the heats. Kurt Holmes, another driver as well. Saw a lot of competitors trying to mark each other's scores this morning at this critical end of the season. I think Kurt Holmes is another one in that similar scenario. He's going to be looking at not only his own scores, but what Pritchard's doing, what Adam Wright is doing as well. And as long as he can just keep beating what they're putting in, he's going to be pretty happy. And he's going to be pretty happy about that as well. Nice move down the inside, takes second place away from Jordan Hawkins.
Absolutely. Now, I don't want to load it up too much, but it is worth mentioning as well that Kurt Holmes has got a bit of an ace up his sleeve, and as he's going to go for the win here, he's going to go for the lead here, on Kai Crawford, and gets that done as well. So Kurt Holmes is to the head of the field, although Crawford's getting a good run there, but I think he'll slot into position. Indeed he will, and Kurt Holmes is to the lead of the race. The only Class 1 runner in the field is at the head of the field. One thing I was going to say is that there is a potential there, and I don't think it's going to overshadow the competition too much at all. There is the potential there. Joe has wrapped up the championship.
He has.
And Kurt is in that fight. I don't think they're about to start doing any form of massive stuff, but
no, as we say, we talked to Joe earlier in the Paddock show, which will be on social media later. And,
yes.
And his focus today, well, 1, having fun. 2, promoting as much as he can for the Heart Cells Foundation. And 3, along with Anwar, who we saw in the first race, just having a really good scrap.
Yeah, it was great. Sorry, I keep on telling, but I genuinely think it was one of the best paddock walks that we've done in this CLUB100 paddock, because we got to talk to so many of the. It was great to have that conversation between Joe and Anwar, and yeah, they just want to have a good out-and-out racing. So I don't think it's going to come to be a major factor as Bill Taylor lines up a move now on Jordan Hawkins, and that's a nice one as well. So there's some good, solid, textbook Whilton Mill overtakes in this heat so far. Having said that, though, it's not going well for Andrew Hicks, I'm afraid. He's just dropped down the order last lap. So I think he must have had some kind of incident.
Yeah, kept running though. Lost about 7 seconds in all of that.
Yeah.
So if he can put some good laps in, he could catch up to the back of the main group of C3s. Top running C3 runner, Patrick Seckinger. I don't think that's the first time I've said that for Patrick this season here, at Ella Park. Another driver looking to move up to the ranks into C2 perhaps for next year.
And from the lowliest grid position as well. He's right
Yeah.
at the back for this one, so he's started his day off well. Fastest lap in the race for Kurt Holmes. Should say so far, only one penalty, by the way. Joe Wright has accrued an ABC bump and pass penalty. That's all there is in terms of penalties so far, which is good to see. There has been a little bit of discussion about driving standards in the heavyweights this year, but Barnaby the Clark, of course, feeling the need just to, well, I say feeling the need. The last couple of rounds he has had a specific briefing with the drivers alongside JV, just to reiterate points about driving standards. And in these early stages, I'm seeing a positive signs there.
Absolutely. Here's Darrell Lowe in the number 81, just defending from Joe Wright there.
Who is the only Joe Wright being that driver with the penalty.
So just a little bit further back, we caught a sight of Stephen Jennings in his bright red helmet earlier on. Good to see Stephen back in competition.
Yeah.
Not seen much of Stephen this year, but working his way back into the swing of things. Very accomplished pilot. 45 remaining on the clock. 1.2 seconds is the lead for Kurt Holmes over Kai Crawford, who's still on for a best result in heat so far this season. That definitely means good points. All drivers, well, drivers who've been at every round so far, at this stage of the season, they've got 8 scores on the board. They're trying to improve those scores. They're trying to get rid of not so good days from earlier in the season with this round here today and the racing at Bookmore Park on the weekend of the 11th and 12th of November. So if you're getting a best heat result of the year so far, you're going in the right direction. Darrell Lowe down in the 81 has a little think about going for a move on Adrian Ray for 5th place. It's always difficult here at Whilton Mill. I say it's difficult at Whilton Mill. That's beautifully done by Darrell Lowe, just taking advantage of a bit of a slow moment for Adrian Ray on the toe of the boot. The big dive bomb can be difficult here at Whilton, Howard, if you've got a driver just ahead of you. So that was a well-timed attack from Darrell Lowe.
I'm always impressed when I see drivers putting the move under braking into the first part of the boot. I've never liked doing that move.
Yeah.
I always liked having a go with a sort of switchback manoeuvre on the second apex, just because it's not as long a braking zone as you think the one that they're coming up to now. You know, it's a quick, short, sharp stab because you can actually take a lot of speed into the first part of the boot. So, it's not always easy, but Darrell Lowe, as you say, good opportunism there for him to pounce on Ray at the best time and made that work nicely. Good battle, that one, that Stephen Jennings is leading for 8th place with Ben Cottle, Patrick Seckinger and Christian Hoos as well as on the scene.
Time is up. Last lap board has been shown to Kurt Holmes, last year's C2 champion in the heavyweights, looking to secure 2nd place in the C1s and overall. As Jason Kirkham, we had a really good day at Ella Park last time around. Goes down the inside of Simon Dean there for 15th. Very good performance from Kurt Holmes. Very professional run to the checkered flag. He's going to take a full complement of heat points for race victory in heat number 2. Very nicely done. Kai Crawford will be happy with 2nd place. Bill Taylor also scoring well. Top super heavyweight over the line there in 3rd. Darrell Lowe 4th. Jordan Hawkins 5th. Adrian Ray, Joe Wright, Stephen Jennings, Ben Cottle and Patrick Seckinger all in the top 10. Good run for Seckinger. The top C3 driver home just ahead of Christian Hoos. Stuart Kirk was 12th. Lawrence Chair 13th. Christopher Potts and Simon Dean take us down to 15th place. Andrew Hicks, Simon Fulham and Jason Kirkham complete the 18 runners. Problem there on the last lap for Kirkham. Good stuff from all of those drivers. Their first race is done. Next out on circuit, it's Heat 3.
And here's your grid for heat number 3. Adam Nather will start this one on pole position. Champion for 2023 starts from 2nd on the grid. Joe Holmes in that number 2 car next season. that will be carrying the number 1 for him there. The man who comes into today leading the super heavyweight standings, Lee Henderson, is in 3rd position on the grid. He's got Damien Smith alongside him. Tim Williams and Tim Hill make it an all-Tim 3rd row for this one. It'll be Kieran Chigsey and Dan Grocott on row 4, Paul Williams and Adam Wright rounding out your top 10. Adam Wright in the battle for 2nd in the championship as well. Edward Gordon and Dan White are on row 6, and then row 7 will be Sam Iddles and Paul Bennett. David Harvey and Antonio Gitsonio start on row number 8. Tom Edwards and Daryl Bennett are on row 9 to round out an 18-kart grid for the 3rd heat of 12 here for our heavyweights and super heavyweights. Just as a reminder for anyone who's tuning in who didn't see the lightweights, we recommend going back and watching the lightweights when you've got a moment. But also, if you're not seeing a driver yet who you're here to support, don't worry. 12 heats. Each driver competes in 3 out of the 12 in each of the 3 rotations of 4. So in other words, by the end of heat number 4, everyone will have contested their first race.
Intriguing grid, this one. You've got Adam Nather, who impressed me last time out when it was his first run in the sprints at LR Park. Is gearing up for another year with Sheffield in the BUKC. Said to me earlier that he wouldn't mind if there was a bit of rain because it's good preparation for qualifying.
It is
in November, which is true. Joe Holmes, of course, has mentioned Lee Henderson. Let's see, can he convert 3rd place into a 3rd or better and match what Phil Taylor's just done in Heat 2. Tim Hill. Tim's been on good form so far this weekend. Was driver of the day yesterday in the heavyweights for SP60. And then also, I'd say we mentioned, I talked to him on the grid before the practice session in the Paddock show, which you'll be able to see on social media later on. Moving over from the lightweights to the heavyweights, I asked him quite a straightforward question. What's the thinking behind that? He's currently weighing in at a race weight of 90 kilograms. So fair play, Dan, because that's quite a weight disadvantage in the lightweights.
Yeah,
and has been doing all right.
He has, yeah. Blimey.
Because of that, I think he's a bit of a dark horse in this today.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Yeah, absolutely. Now you're going to see Joe Wright's race suit for the first. Joe Holmes' race suit for the first time. I don't know what came over me then. Joe Holmes' race suit. There it is, quite prominent. He's not the pace kart driver. He just looks like it because he's in high vis.
No, I really like what Joe's done here. So for those not aware, this isn't Joe's normal garb. But you see there the Heart Cells Foundation. This is Barry Newman's suit that he wore for his attempt at breaking the. Oh dear! As the number 84 has had a very Elio De Angelis-like spin there.
It is. That's
for Edward Gordon.
Let's see what you did there.
Thank you very much. This is of course the suit that Barry wore at the British 24 Hour earlier in the year when he was going for the world record of the greatest distance covered in a kart in 24 hours. Didn't achieve that record, unfortunately, but what he did achieve was a lot of money raised for the Heart Cells Foundation.
Yes,
and because of circumstances with the record attempt, the suit didn't get enough airtime. I think we can all agree to that. Yeah. So Joe's very kindly said today that he'll wear it on Barry's behalf. So Stem Cell Baz, but at least the suit is here in Club 100 because we're not streaming the last round. Much logistical situation to get the suit here today, which you'll hear about in the Paddock show. And wish Barry all the best. It's already been a pretty good day for him, seeing his son win in the lightweights. Are we going to see his suit win a race here in Club 100 heavyweights? Away we go for 7 minutes at Whilton Mill. Good start for Adam Nather. Straight into 2nd place goes Joe Holmes. Lee Henderson's had a good start as well. There in 3rd place, Damien Smith on the inside, looking for 4th alongside Tim Williams. Tim Hill, beautiful switchback there by Sir Timothy, challenging Damien Smith, and that's looking pretty good as they head into increments for the first time.
Yeah, nice and clean, and the other Class 1 runner in this field as well, Adam Wright, trying to find a way through there. This is Tim Hill leading the 49 of Chigsey onto the back straight. There is Adam Wright on the move, putting in a move there on Damien Smith in the 34 car, who immediately has to worry about Dan Grocott in that 185. At the end of lap number 1, though, Adam Nather has done very well to have a good start and to absorb the pressure of Joe Holmes, but he's now isolated off at the front, and Joe may well look up the inside here at Christmas Corner, as indeed he does, and does take the lead of the race, but nonetheless still a good start for the 181 of Adam Nather.
Yeah, that's a good first lap from Adam. As a hands up for a yellow flag through the Zulus.
Yes, we've
Quite
not
sure
seen Paul
reason
Bennett
for.
come through to complete lap 1 yet.
Tim Hill's had a cone warning. Very good start for Lee Henderson. Needs this. Needs some a nice solid first race. Put himself on the not put himself on the back foot last time out at Ella Park. The racing gods put him on the back foot. Fought back well, but he won't want to have to do that today. So this is a good opportunity for strong points at the start in this fight for third place. I don't think he'll mind too much if Tim Williams goes down the inside like that, because that's a good rear bumper to just try and kind of drag yourself along there and keep away from Tim Hill, Adam Wright, Kieran Chigsey and everybody else from 5th downwards.
Yeah, indeed. Tim Williams driving well here, though, in the early stages. The 96 now into 3rd place.
Very good season for Tim Williams as a driver who's impressed me. He's taken big steps forward. He's currently running in 7th, if I'm not mistaken, in the championship points. The C1 driver.
Good little battle. There's 3 wide across the start-finish line. That's the that is the battle over 10th place. Sam Iddles in the 184 was at the head of that one, as that is Tim Hill putting the move in on Kieran Chigsey, and it's going to allow Damien Smith and Edward Gordon to have a go. But what that causes is Gordon to go by on Smith, so that's Gordon up to 8th place now. And indeed, the 84 of Gordon now can challenge the back of Kieran Chigsey in that 49 kart, having been demoted by Tim Hill. But yeah, good battle there was going on between Sim Iddles, Paul Williams and Dan Grocott. That was over 10th place, so we'll have to see how that all works out. And Damien Smith drops to the back of the order. I'm seeing on timing. Just have to keep an eye out on what that is. We have seen a transponder issue already in this heat, so we'll just have to double check that. Oh, ABC takeout for Ed Gordon. That's pretty incriminating. So yeah, I think that is Damien Smith who's been taken out there, and Gordon has been apportioned the blame on that one. And he's going for the move here on Chigsey. He needs to be careful he doesn't accrue more penalties, because a little bit of contact there needs to keep it nice and clean.
2 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this one. Joe Holmes has the advantage, 1.1 seconds ahead of Adam Nather. And there's a 2.3 second gap back to Tim Williams, Lee Henderson for company as well. Edward Gordon trying to find a way past Kieran Chigsey here, goes one way then the other. Good defence there from Chigsey, good positioning into the braking zone of Christmas Corner. Clearly indicating that track conditions are good. We had a bit of a rain shower during the practice session just before we came back to the live racing here at Whilton. A bit wide there for Chigsey. This may be an opportunity for Edward Gordon. No, just holds off. He's probably conscious as well that, yep, got a penalty already. Doesn't want to pick up another one, because that would be an exclusion from this race. Great pace from Joe Holmes, 44.483.
Yeah, for anyone who wasn't watching earlier, that final corner of the Zulus that brings you onto the back straight, we reckon is probably the hardest corner on this layout, as that is another look by Edward Gordon on Kieran Chigsey, but again he can't make it work, and this time he's going to be punished by Sam Iddles in that 184 kart in the orange helmet and black suit. But yeah, this corner they're going through now, effectively it's off camber because of the way that you're turning into the slope effectively.
And downhill.
And downhill. Downhill, off camber, and a muddy, boggy off track if you do start to dip your right hand wheels over the exit curb. So it is a challenging one, and you're trying to maximise the paces. Once again, Joe Holmes puts a new fastest lap of the race in. Adam Wright here has caught up onto the back of Lee Henderson. This is over 4th place, and Adam Wright is going to go for it into Inkermans. And that is a nice move there. Lee Henderson's going to try and perhaps fight back, but it's going to be impossible to do around the Zulus effectively on the outside going into those. And Adam Wright needs these points. Andrew, in his fight against Alex Pritchard, Kurt Holmes, and the like in this championship. So he's got to go for these moves. And made that one look nice.
I like that from both drivers there. They played it sensibly. I like the aggressiveness from Adam. I like the nature in which Lee responded. Didn't just jump out the way and let him through. Gave a bit of a challenge on the exit, but also didn't try to fight it too hard. Knowing that top five, I think Lee would take fifth through the course of the heats.
Yeah,
and be more than likely through to the A final. He'd take that today.
Yeah.
In his championship permutations. Very good stuff.
Definitely. Joe Holmes is going to see the last lap board this time around. All things being equal, we are going to see the Baz for Hartsel's suit take the win. Here he is. Easy one for the cameras to pick up as he comes across the top of the hill.
He was hiding it with a grey jumper earlier. I was looking out for him, like, where is he? And then I saw his legs. I was like, there he is.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, grey hoodie against the tarmac of the pit lane, but his legs stood out a mile.
Anyway, round the final couple of corners, Joe Holmes comes round to take victory in the first heat for these drivers. Across the line, another victory for the 2023 champion. And wins by 3.8 seconds ahead of Adam Nather. Good run there from Adam. Bit more experience of this circuit, of course, on the BUKC, and that definitely showed in that race. Third for Tim Williams, fourth Adam Wright, fifth for Lee Henderson, and then everybody else came across the line. Look at that. Kieran Chicksey, Tim Hill, Edward Gordon, Tom Edwards, Sam Iddles was covered by what? 0.4 of a second? From 6th down to 10th, or less than that, in fact. Dan White, Dan Grocott, Paul Williams, Antonio Gitsonio, Darryl Bennett in the top 15, and that's all she wrote for that one.
It was 0.4 of a second, I'll have you know that count there. Right, last heat of the rotation coming up next. It's heat number 4. Here is your grid then for the fourth heat of 12 for round 9 of the heavyweights and super heavyweight senior sprints. Mike Bodner starts this one on pole with Steve Lindley alongside. Tom Angier and Olavo Castro are row number 2. Mikey Nichols and Alexander Lamin are on row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Steve Bosley and Darren Townsley. Glenn Orford and Scott Parker round out your top 10 on row 5. Tim Penny and Vinod Harani are on row number 6. Row 7 will be Thomas Smith and Marcus Adams. Jonathan Wilson and Sam Pike are on row 8, with Finley Gunn rounding out the 17 karts. Well, Tim Penny is Mr. Bribe the comms box with Jaffa cakes. Other confectionaries and cakes and whatnot are available. It did just about, the pack of Jaffa cakes just about survived to his first appearance on stream. So there you go. But it's we do appreciate it. Also, I can say this. So the BUKC starts soon, everybody. So be sure to bring all the Jaffa cakes in the world to the comms box. I'm not sure he's going to thank me for that.
Well, I've retired, haven't I? That's just trying to make John Ratcliffe weigh a bit more.
That's true, yeah. But we think quick. I think the tradition should be continued. I mean, over the years, mate, we had some amazing stuff brought to us in the BKC comms. I think cupcakes with Jacob Harris's face on the top was probably my highlight.
That was up there.
That was up there.
That was up there. What's not to love about that Welsh face?
I know.
Yeah. What I do like about the BUKC tradition of bring cake to the comms box is that this is now. And we had a bit of a moment yesterday when I realised that it's 10 years this week since what could arguably be the genesis of DDMA, which was a certain test day at Llandau in 2013.
Yes.
For all of this and the comms, and it's now gone beyond Club 100 of BUKC. I now get cake at the British Kart Championships.
Love it.
From drivers who've been, or people who've just in the paddock and are involved.
Anthony Jordan was quite confused when it happened at Warden Law. Like, well, you've just turned up here. Why do you get cake? It's like, because you're not cursing people enough, DJ.
Yeah. You need to commentate to curse people enough that they bring offerings to try
the
and stave it
chapel
off.
of the complex. It was good. It was like a. It wasn't a Victoria. What's the one that's like a? It's like a cakey slab. And it's got like pink in.
Sorry, your description of a cake is the one like a cakey slab.
Yes. Angel cake. It's an angel cake. That was it. It was really good. Yeah.
I'm
Share
glad
it out
you
with
got
the
that.
crew. There we go. If you missed any of the British Kart Championships earlier on this season, you can watch it back here on Alpha Live. Anyway, back on board with this race. Mike Bodner. Situation for Mike today. He's in a very comfortable but in some ways lonely position of third place in Super Heavyweight. He's a bit far back from Bill and Lee in the lead, but I think today with another solid performance can probably wrap up third place in Super Heavyweight, which should be a really good performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As we're going to go around again, still think someone should clip all the drivers doing that and put it to some drum and bass music, but that's just me.
I'll work on it.
Yeah, wait, yes.
Yeah, that is my job now.
Yeah, Club 100 social media man. I want you to clip the drivers doing the "we're going around for one more lap." I want it in big colours, and I want drum and bass.
In other news, Jonathan Wilson's in this race.
Yes.
Good opportunity for him to extend a bit more of a lead over John El Buhaj, because John El had a penalty in the first in the race earlier on. But he's going from 15th on the grid. All the novices, first time for them here in Club 100. Starting from the back. I think round here in particular it's a good place for them to have that pressure taken off from them, because it is a long run up there to Christmas Corner. I'm sure Jonathan, another driver who will be seeing in C2 next year, hopefully.
Yep. Just thought of a 90s disco hit that's even better for that.
Excellent.
But anyway, absolutely. Sorry, focus on the job, Howard. Mike Bodner indeed stands for some good points here. He's got Steve Lindley alongside him. Tom Angier and Olava Castro, your second row. Eyes on the lights. And engine notes rise for 7 minutes here of heat number 4. Away they go into oblivion, and it's a good start for Mike Bodner, who retains the lead through there, but Steve Lindley is going to have good pace up the hill as they're going 4 wide, even 5 wide behind them, and that's proving very difficult as up the inside goes Lindley. Somehow they are all going to point the right way, but they're going to have to squeeze themselves into that tighter line at Boxing Day, and still they're all facing the right way. It looked a bit robust there, but fair play to them. They are all still running and looking okay, so I'm impressed there by that heavyweight field. But good start by Steve Lindley, has seized the lead of the race.
Has indeed. Didn't have a happy time in the finals at Ella Park, but looking to build things here in the penultimate round of the season.
Can I just highlight the heads-up driving, the experience that can be behind these Class 1 drivers? On the outside towards Christmas Corner was Mikey Nichols, and I just sense this thing of going,
don't do it.
I'm not going for this.
Yep.
I'm not going for it. I'm going to just hang back a bit and wait for everybody else to sort themselves out. And it means that, yeah, he hasn't made huge strides on that first lap, but he is still running. And that's the kind of thing that comes with experience, I think.
Well, it's trick or treat next week, and I can tell you there's no treats out drivers left from Oblivion. I've been there at this time of year. It's scary and moist. You don't want to be running wide at the exit of turn 1. 5.5 minutes remaining in this one. Steve Lindley doing a good job at the moment, building this lead up to 3/4 of a second now.
Absolutely. There you go. Now that you're in the rhythm of the race, that's drama for Olava Castro. Dropped down a few positions on that last lap. This is Steve Bosley and Tim Penny with Mikey Nichols as well. I think the three of them working together just a little bit at the moment. And as I say that looked like Tim Penny trying to size up a move there against Steve Bosley. But they do well to try and work together here to get up onto the back of Tom Angier ahead of them.
Tim's got a little 360 camera on there, trying to once again capture on board the power of the JCs. Whether he can punch his way through to another good result here.
Tom Angier is the fastest driver out on circuit, 45.324. Could be a good run here for Penny because he's right in the slipstream of Steve Bosley as they head up the hill. Doesn't look like that much of a hill from the camera, but trust me, it is just elects to hold for now, and I can understand that, Howard, because there's a bit of a gap up ahead to Tom Angier, and they want to work together to hopefully close themselves back up to that Darren Townsley, Scott Parker affair. Although saying that, down the inside goes Penny on Bosley and takes 7th place.
Yeah, there's another move here. I think I saw Glenn Orford as well putting a move on Sam Pike in the back of shot for 10th place as well. But this is the battle over 4th place, Darren Townsley in the 57, Scott Parker in the 15, and Tom Angier in the 26. This is what the likes of Penny, Bosley and Nichols are trying to catch up to. And they're not running too far behind Mike Bodner and Alexander Lamin, either, these three. It's an interesting one, Andrew. We're at the sort of pivot point in a few of these packs. They either work together or they fight, and that could determine the complexion of the rest of the races. There is a move from Scott Parker up the inside of Darren Townsley, and it's a costly one actually for Townsley because Angier was able to follow through immediately as well.
Yeah, Tom Angier read that nicely, knew that two drivers both going for the apex of Inkermans probably wasn't going to work out entirely. Gains one position, is now beautifully positioned to gain another. If you can get this next couple of corners right. Steve Lindley doing a brilliant job here, 2.5 seconds out front, fastest driver on circuit, doing exactly what you want to do when you get drawn one of the front row grid positions. Just focus on your own race, get up the road, take the win.
His first heat win of the year was here in April for Steve, so he has got good form already this season around this Whilton Mill circuit, and it would be his 3rd heat win of the season were he to take it. Mike Bodner under serious pressure now from Lamin in the battle over 2nd place. 2.5 minutes left on the clock then in this heat race. At the end of this, every driver will have contested one race. We'll have 8 more of these heats where, again, in each set of 4, that's a penalty there for Scott Parker. A bump and pass penalty given for Scott Parker. That's interesting. Is that for the move on Townsley? Was it up at Inkerman's perhaps?
May well have been.
And then there's also been a similar penalty handed out to Finley Gunn further down the order, running in 14th place.
Retirement for Mikey Nichols. Doesn't seem to be, or is circulating, but just a long way off the back.
Yeah, that's going to be costly for Mikey. We saw in the lightweights earlier today just how competitive it is to get onto that A final grid.
Yep.
Yes, there's drop scores of rounds across the season. We don't have drop scores across the heats though. Everything counts. If you have one dodgy heat, it really can be quite costly in terms of where you end up on the grids.
Ben Alban was the only C1 driver to not qualify for the A final earlier on today in the lightweights, and very much that was due to a spin in his first race, losing potential 4th place. Good scrap going on here. This is the Darren Townsley, Tim Penny, Steve Bosley battle.
And then there's this for the for 2nd place, where Lamin continues to put Bodner under pressure, but Scott Parker and Tom Angier, Parker and Angier's got by on Parker, and Angier's now going for the move on Lamin. This could be the lifeline actually for Mike Bodner, because it might open up an opportunity for us to scamper away from them a bit.
Got to say though, the super heavyweights are liking the Zulu layout, aren't they? Because this is the 3rd race in these 4 where a super heavyweight has come very much to the front of the field and been a factor. And funnily enough, it's been the top 3 runners in super heavyweight so far this season. Down the inside goes Angier on Lamin. That's good for 3rd place. 30 seconds remaining. Not on the last lap just yet. Mike Bodner, all that experience he's got, one of the mainstays of this heavyweight sprints championship. Be enjoying this, but is now going to have a bit of a challenge from Tom Angier. Will have the inside line through for the next part of the boot, and look at that, Scott Parker slipping in there. Lovely stuff from Scott Parker. 5 seconds to go. It's a shame Steve Lindley's not watching this, because he's very entertaining behind him by 6.8 seconds.
The Penny, Townsley and Bosley battle has now caught up to this to make it a 7-horse race over 2nd place. Steve Lindley is 7 seconds to the good up the road, but we're getting a treat here on the last lap. Bodner goes defensive as Steve Bosley is going to try and throw a move there up the inside, as someone's round there. That was Bosley. Bosley round, and that's a costly moment for another Class 1 runner in this race. Mike Bodner still has bragging rights coming onto the back straight. He's once again going to be under pressure, but he held off Angela last time. Coming around to win the race, Steve Lindley takes a well-deserved win in this one. And yeah, well, he might celebrate across the line because that was very well controlled there. Mike Bodner, though, is going to hold on. Is it going to be a drag to the line for any of these positions? It is. It's Mike Bodner, Tom Anger, Alexander Lammin and Tim Penny ahead of Townsley, and then Scott Parker. Steve Bosley finishes off the back of them in 8th, Glenn Orford in 9th, and Jonathan Wilson to round out your top 10.
An equal best result in a heat this season for Mike Bodner. Really good stuff indeed. Right, that brings us to the end of the first rotation of heats. Everybody has raced once. Let's get straight into the second rotation, though. Heat 5 out next. Let's take a look at the grid.
Indeed.
For heat number 5, Darrell Lowe has pole position. Edward Gordon had a spin on the formation laps last time around. He doesn't want to do it this time because he's starting from the front row of the grid. Callan Sigafus and Ben Cottle on row 2. Damien Smith and Matthew Batter go from row number 3. Jordan Hawkins and Lee Henderson had good starts in the first rotation. They go from the middle in this one on row 4. Lenny Wood and Andrew Hicks on row 5. Tim Hill and Nicholas Steeper on row 6. Patrick Sekiger has from the front of the novice field here on the 7th row of the grid, and is joined by Tom Edwards, Christian Hoos, Marcus Gilby and Jason Kirkham complete the 17th kart field. Sorry for cutting across you there, mate.
I was about to apologise myself. What I was going to say is Ed Gordon had more than a spin on the rolling up laps way. He had a takeout penalty as well. That's going to be the more significant thing this day. He could do with a good race here, and a race he's going to get because we've gone green here. Away they go. Darrell Lowe in the 81 leads them away. Early attempt there for second place from Callan Sigafus, which he's been able to convert to 24 ahead of the 84. So it's Lowe from Sigafus as they head up the hill for the first time. Jordan Hawkins on manoeuvres there into Christmas Corner as well, as they all work their way through nice and cleanly. And there's the move for the lead from Sigafus. Decisive start from him there, and I don't think Darrell Lowe's got the moment. He's going to be squeezed on the apex, and that allows Edward Gordon to put in a lovely little move there through the second part of Zulus, and he's back up to second place where he started. Darrell Lowe not 100% happy with that, I'm sure. He's looking for a way to buy back into the fight through the boot section, but I don't think it's going to be on for him there, and he's got to be careful because he's got Ben Cottle right with him there for attention as well. But it's a storming start for Callan Sigafus on lap number 1.
Was indeed. Big race this for the C2s. No C1s in this race at all.
Yep.
So someone's going to get a healthy haul of points. Callan Sigafus at the front of the order. You've also got to keep an eye out for those super heavyweights, particularly Lee Henderson has come round the end of lap 1 in 9th place. That'll do. That'll do for the current super heavyweight leader, but will want to move forward from that position. Edward Gordon trying to lead the chasing pack. Can form a duo with Darrell Lowe. That's a useful pair of drivers to try and close down Callan Sigafus. The season slipped away from him a little bit at Ella Park. He's looking to bounce back and secure one of those top spots in the C2 rankings by the end of the year, maybe even the top 10 overall. But 0.7 is the gap for Sigafus. Quicker than those behind. Change towards the back of the field. Jason Kirkham has got past Christian Hoos.
Yeah, Nicholas Steeper there with a move on Lee Henderson, and he hasn't quite made that one stick, but he might have the inside line at Inkermans as well. Also Damien Smith here, and coming under a lot of pressure from Jordan Hawkins. This is over 5th place. Damien Smith in the blue and pink suit, and Jordan Hawkins with much better drive through the final part of the Zulus there, and gets by in that number 100 kart. Jordan Hawkins in the bright green helmet up to 5th.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how Jordan's been racing so far today. It's looked very solid out there. There's another driver who's been running a part-time programme so far this season, is 69th in the points, but has taken race victories in these heats. Has the best of 8th place in a final so far this year. Darrell Lowe on the move. It's down the inside.
Matthew Batter.
Matthew Batter on Lenny Wood there, but just breaks a bit too late. That's the main problem, particularly at this time of year, is Leah Henderson's now on the scene trying to gain a position. This could be big for super heavyweights. Can he hold in there ahead of those Steeper and Edwards behind? Yes, he can.
Yeah.
the inside line, Howard, it's you can brake very late into Christmas, but particularly when the track's a little bit colder. You've just got to take it back at like maybe even less than a metre in terms of your braking point when you're down the inside, because it can be very easy to run on, can't it?
Yeah, it certainly can. You've got to be very careful. There's a lot of fine points around here as it's all kicking off towards the back here. That is that's the 14 and Marcus Gilby leading this battle with Andrew Hicks and Patrick Seconder and Jason Kirkham in there as well. That's Edward Gordon, having set the fastest out of the race, going very slowly. What's happened there? Has he maybe almost gone sideways?
I think he may have had an off-track excursion off of our view. Either way, that's put him down to 6th place. Bit of a rough day so far for Edward Gordon. 3 minutes to go in this one. Sigafus still leads now by 8.5 tenths over Darrell Lowe. Ben Cottle having a nice race here. Is in fact Ben Cottle is on for the best result in a heat by quite a way. Again, is another driver who's not been at every round, but 7th place is his best result so far this year in a heat, so a top 3 would do very nicely here this afternoon. 2.5 minutes to go. There's Gilby still ahead of Hicks. It's all changed in the C3 stakes after a great first one for Seconder. This one not quite going his way. Lenny Wood down the inside, looking for a move on Damien Smith. Very nicely done. Gets through.
But Matthew Batter is going to seize the opportunity as well and swoops round the outside of him. So it's 1 gain and 1 loss there for Lenny Wood. Very experienced racer in the Club 100 ranks. Behind him, Lee Henderson doing battle with the likes of Tom Edwards and Nicholas Stieper as well, with Andrew Hicks behind them as well. Through they go, and that's gone the way of Stieper against Tom Edwards there, I think.
Darrell Lowe starting to turn the pace up, Howard. 45.061 last time around. And in fact, it's now into the 44s. We could have a race on here for the last couple of laps because the lead is down to less than half a second. The rate it's going, there is going to be a fight here between Sigafus and Darrell Lowe. New fastest lap of the race has gone in from Edward Gordon. He's got himself back up to 5th place.
Absolutely. Going to be an interesting one here towards the end.
2 contact warnings for Lee Henderson as well. Sorry, Howard. It means, that's all going to get a little bit interesting.
Yeah,
with Smith and Jason Kirkham involved.
Yeah, Andrew Hicks there, I think, was going for a move on Damien Smith. It just bulked everybody up. Here's Lee Henderson on the tail of Lenny Wood. Darrell Lowe, who's not been the last lap board this time around, so they'll have 2 more. Here's your lead battle then, and there is time for this to change hands. A 44.6 taking Darrell Lowe right up onto the back of Callan Sigafus, and Sigafus has largely gone unchallenged thus far this race. Got to the front on that first lap and has controlled it since, but the challenge is on here.
And these 2 drivers on the dropped scores way of counting points before the start of racing here today, 3 points between them. This is a genuine championship ranked plate fight, similar to how you see in the British Championships. If you get a top 10 result in sprints, you get the right to hold that plate for the following year. 9 seconds remaining on the clock, so this will be the last lap. What can Darrell Lowe do here? Callan Sigafus has just put in a personal best of a 44.761, so has he just been saving something, Howard, for the latter stages? That's a pretty useful run up and over the top of the hill. And at the moment, Darrell Lowe hasn't got that opportunity to go down the inside.
No, absolutely. And there's only one major overtaking opportunity left, to be honest, through the boot. And Sigafus just seems to have that little advantage in the kart length over Darrell Lowe. So unless there's very good drive, it is very good drive off the corner for Darrell Lowe. Sigafus is going to have to keep his foot planted here as he comes towards the line. But it is going to be just Callan Sigafus who takes the lead by 60 thousandths of a second from Darrell Lowe. Ben Cottle in 3rd, good race for him. Jordan Hawkins in 4th. Then it's Ed Gordon in 5th, who had good pace there, in spite of whatever befell him in the middle of the race. He could be one to watch later in the day. Matthew Batter in 6th. Lenny Wood in 7th, Lee Henderson in 8th, 9th for Tom Edwards, Nicholas Stieper to round up the top 10, and already we're looking ahead to heat number 6. And here's the grid for that heat number 6. Darrell Lowe starts this one. That's the grid for heat number 5. I thought that looked familiar. Heat number 6 is going to have Kyle Walker on pole with Tim Penny alongside. Paul Williams and Vijay Patel will be row 2. There we go. Alava Castro and Joe Holmes are your third row of the grid. It's going to be Richard Newton and Tom Angier on row 4. Dan Grocott and Anwar Brule-Smith on row 5. Alexander Lamin and Kieran Chigsey are on row 6. Row 7 has Daryl Bennett and Sam Pike occupying those positions. Charlie James and Sam Iddles are next on row 8. John Muhaj and Antonio Gitzonio round out the 18-kart grid for the race that will bring us to the midpoint of the heats for our heavyweights. You can see the sun beginning to get a little bit low. The clocks have just gone back in the UK. They did so just overnight, so it does mean that the light will fade on a little sooner. We're going to be good for the start here, and away we go then. Kyle Walker will lead them away, and it's a very strong start from the top 2. The rest of the field were caught napping there if the start gets called good, to be honest, and it's the 36 of Tim Penny that scoots ahead as they head up the hill. That's a very unusual start, but it does appear that everyone's happy with it in timing. Just the top 2 just caught everybody else off guard. And Tim Penny sees the opportunity there, and very, very valuable for Tim in his pursuit of Class 2 today. Here, though, is the number 1 kart going by on Paul Williams, that being Anwar Brule-Smith, and the 49 of Kieran Chigsey is trying to buy in, and Chigsey gets by on Brule-Smith. Actually, that's a nice little move, but they all violate track limits on the exit there. This is all extremely tight, other than between the top 2 who are off and away out front. So it's Tim Penny versus Kyle Walker at the front. Anwar Brule-Smith leads a large train of karts in. This is from 6th place down. So it's Tim Penny, Kyle Walker, Joe Holmes, Vijay Patel. I think Joe Holmes was sizing up Kyle Walker for a move actually for second, so that one might have changed hands further up the field. Yes, indeed. And here for the lead goes Joe Holmes on Tim Penny. Not only has he got by on Kyle Walker, he's now got by on Tim Penny. So, well, he's already wrapped up the championship, but he's having a great run of it so far. And once again, Joe Holmes is up into the lead of this one. Joe Holmes, Tim Penny, Kyle Walker and Vijay Patel in 4th. You can just see him in the back of your shot there. But this will be good for Tim Penny if he can just slot in to the wheel tracks of Joe and keeping on. There's a very wide moment there. I think that was Sam Pike going out wide there. This is still a frenetic battle going on in the mid-pack here. Paul Williams here, Sam Pike, Richard Newton, all in the fight here. This is from 7th place down. I think Anwar Brule-Smith has been able to bridge quite the gap over this fight over the course of this lap and the one before, because there's so much battling going on that they're all slowing each other up just a little bit there. That was a failed move there from Sam Iddles, and it's allowed Dan Grocott to get by on him as well. Sam Pike getting a position back off of him, having lost it earlier in the lap. Fastest lap of the race then from our race leader Joe Holmes, but it's worth noting that Anwar Brule-Smith is also putting in some decent pace there. He's trying to close the gap that's opened up between him and Kieran Chigsey. In fact, there he is by on Kieran Chigsey up at Inkerman's, and now he'll set about trying to take 4th place off of Vijay Patel.
Well, indeed, and cuts to the inside, going into the boots. Very simple move there for Anwar Brule-Smith. Looks simple. It's anything but to get way past Vijay Patel. He's been having a good season. Kieran Chigsey takes advantage. A little bit of breakup of the flow there for Patel. Also moves through. Anwar Brule-Smith, well, coming to the end of his time with the number 1 plate, at least in the sprints. Looking very good for the SP60 format. That's one of the formats that runs on the Saturday of these CLUB100 senior weekends. Took 2 races from 2 yesterday in the heavyweight category.
his 4th time of the season doing that, and at least looks like he's going to be able to win that championship this year. It's been his main Club 100 focus in 2023. And it's that time of year as well. If you're watching and wondering how to get involved, head across to the Club 100 website, www.club100.co.uk. In the news section, it's all the current released information for the seniors, the juniors and the cadets. And the registration process for current drivers, I believe, is starting very soon, if not already, as priority is given, of course, to those who have competed this year for a return customer. And then if you are looking to be a brand new customer, keep your eyes on the social media platforms, Club 100, and the website, of course. Registrations will be starting at the end of November. Good scrap going on here. That's the number 22 of Richard Newton going past Sam Pike. Sam Pike resplendently displaying the UKC livery suits from days at Warwick University.
Yeah, and not long now until BUKC action kicks off again. That's
in fact, it already has. Had some test days.
Oh, indeed, sorry, yes. Racing action, I should
competitive
proceedings.
Well,
competitive. You remember our test days, aren't we? But yeah, racing action for BUKC getting underway in a few weeks' time, middle of November. That is, as that is a move there. I think it was that. I think it was again battling. A bit difficult to tell as the sun starts to dip here. One of the reasons, as Andrew said earlier, that we're running this Zulu layout is that the Zulu layout of Whilton Mill is the one that is fully floodlit. So that's why it's such a popular option at this time of year.
Say with the BUKC elements of this weekend as well, we had 2 teams from Bath University running an endurance yesterday.
Yes.
I was very worried that if one of them won, because we've got no previous pictures from them in the 71 and 72 karts from yesterday, it was going to make social media things quite difficult.
Yes.
But no offence, Bath University. I was quite glad when that kart didn't come in, but over the line as the winner in class. But good to see them getting a bit of practice in before qualifiers in November.
Very long-running team in the BUKC, Bath as well. A lot of history to that team. And interesting tactics. Just getting their eye in on this Whilton Mill circuit. Joe Holmes is, considering his pace, I know he keeps on setting fastest laps, as we're looking here at the battle between Vijay Patel and Tom Angier. And Vijay's not too happy with that for some reason. The bit that we saw looked fair enough to me, but that was a nice move there for 6th place. What I was going to say is that as the last lap board gets showed to Joe Holmes, even though you'll have seen, once again, another fastest lap, what's important to note here, Tim Penny's keeping him very honest. Like, he's not gone up he's not 10 seconds up the road. He's managed to eke out 3 seconds over the course of the race. So it's very good pace from Tim Penny. We go 3 wide here between Sam Pike, Sam Iddles and Richard Newton. This battle just keeps on going, and Alexander Lamin and Jonal Muhaj have now come into the back of this as well. So for a final lap of the race, here's your entertainment course. Richard Newton to the inside of Sam Pike there. But this man here is going to take his 2nd win of the day. Joe Holmes brings the Baz Hartzell's suit across the line to take another win in around Whilton Mill for this round 9 of the championship. Tim Penny gets some solid points there in 2nd place. Carl Walker in 3rd. Anwar Brule-Smith in 4th. Chigzi is in 5th. And then it's going to be Tom Angier in 6th. Vijay Patel in 7th. Paul Williams in 8th. And then this battle across the line, which goes the way of Richard Newton in 9th, ahead of Sam Iddles, Alexander Lamin, Jonal Muhaj in 12th. Sam Pike, Dan Grocott, Alava Castro, Antonio Gitsonio. And then I have to conclude my run through because already the timing beacon is broken by those heading out for heat number 7. Here's your grid then for heat 7. It'll be Vinod Hirani who starts this one on pole with Luke Elliott alongside. Stephen Jennings and Scott Parker are on row number 2. Josh Pettit and Bill Taylor are your third row. Mike Bodner and Jacob Harris are next, and then it's Lawrence Cheer and Mikey Nichols to round out the top 10. Alex Pritchard's next with Stuart Kirk alongside in 12th place in the number 12. Finley Gunn will be hoping for a penalty-free run this time around with Riccardo Vitale alongside him on row 7. Marcus Adams and Simon Fuller are on row 8. Jonathan Wilson and Simon Dean round out your 18 kart grid for heat number 7, and the second opportunity for all of these drivers to maximise their points in the heat races for championship and grids in the trophy final purposes.
Indeed. I'll be interested to see how Bill Taylor gets on in this race. And the third from Bill's first race. 5th and 7th, the results so far for Lee Henderson in the super heavyweights battle. Pace Carter's pulled off circuit, ready for 7 minutes here for Heat 7 of the heavyweights and the super heavyweights at Whilton Mill. Good start for Luke Elliott. Sweeps through, but gets a bit of oversteer. Kicking through turn 2, holds on to that brilliantly. Running up the hill, here comes Stephen Jennings in the number 66 to the inside of Vinod Hirani. He's going to take second place. Pretty good looking start through Boxing Day. Can get a little bit tight. Jacob Harris fighting his way in there. Past Josh Pettit, but through goes Jacob Harris into, I think, about 5th place. That was a super run from Luke Elliott. 0.031 behind Hirani going across the start line, and then swept around the outside. That was absolutely spot on. Bump and pass penalty for Jacob Harris.
That's how you do it. Mikey Nichols is on the move as well, the number 5. Don't forget, he needs a really good run here, does Mikey, because he had that, he effectively retired from the first race, or something that put him well down the order. Stephen Jennings, though, now challenging Luke Elliott for the lead of the race as they come through the top of the hill. You know, and Jacob Harris there down the inside of the 38 of Vinod Hirani. Got to say, looking at Harris and Hirani, I have to say, Andrew, this is beginning to get to conditions, and Mike Bodner is going to slip by on Hirani as well, as is Mikey Nichols. If Hirani's not careful, he's going to be on the inside to defend through the toe of the boot, but he needs to make sure the door isn't open to Mikey Nichols. The door is open to Mikey Nichols, and the number 5 is through on Vinod Hirani there. That's Nichols up into 5th place. I have to say, I'm seeing some drivers out there with a clear visor. I wouldn't want a clear visor in these conditions. The sun is low, and I wonder how that's affecting visibility. It's as you're coming into Inkermans and as you're putting the power down out of Zulus as well.
It's a tricky time of year to race, as down the inside for the race lead, Stephen Jennings. Lovely stuff on Luke Elliott. I think Luke Elliott might have gone a bit deep into Inkermans, but the driver with the experience of Stephen Jennings needs no second invitation to go down the inside, take the race lead. It's like rolling back the years for Stephen at the moment. Going round the final corner on to the end of lap number 3. Is that a problem for Vinod Hirani? You're just pulling to the inside.
Hirani's had a difficult couple of laps, hasn't he? He's dropped well down the order. I don't know if he's having an issue of some kind out there. Mikey Nichols sets a new fastest lap of the race. As I say, the driver of the number 5 needs a good run here after a difficult first stint. There he is in the wheel tracks of Mike Bodner. And there he is down the inside. Someone who's struggling to make hay perhaps as much as I'd have expected so far, Andrew, is Alex Pritchard.
Yeah.
He could do with getting a slightly better position than he's currently running in right now. And has got through with Bodner, so there's been a fair bit of change there. As it's Mikey Nichols in 4th, Josh Pettit in 5th. Josh Pettit in 5th and Bill Taylor in 6th. Mike Bodner's further down, apologies, in 9th place. Through the top of the lap then. Here is your battle. That was your battle for second that just went through shot there. Luke Elliott being kept very honest by Jacob Harris at the moment, and Stephen Jennings isn't. In fact, there are the top 3, and then here are the next 3. So it's quite tight here at the front. It's looking good here for the latter phases of this one, as Bill Taylor has a little bit of a nibble there. Josh Pettit, see if there's a way through, but there's nothing forthcoming at the moment in the way of opportunities.
Bit of a strange race at the moment for Alex Pritchard. He's just got a cone warning. He's down in 10th place.
Yeah, as I say, he's uncharacteristically not making progress up the order. Stephen Jennings then, up the hill he comes, still under pressure from Luke Elliott. Jacob Harris is there in third place as well. He's looking competitive at the moment. Down through the Zulus they go. As you can see, the sun's streaming down on the circuit now. Have we ever tempted that the rain might have a bearing, only for it to not turn up at all?
Yes.
Quite to this extent, really. If you watch our paddock walk, you'd think it was recorded on a different day. But with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock then, Stephen Jennings ends lap number 6. Luke Elliott is in second. Jacob Harris is in third. Mikey Nichols running in fourth, and Josh Pettit to round out your top 5. He's bringing Bill Taylor to the party as well. There is a move from Jacob Harris to the inside. It's a big move, but he's judged it well, and he just has to hug the inside now, and he'll have taken second place there in fine fashion, I have to say, from Luke Elliott. But he's slow off the back. He dips his wheels off track, and there's a jump there as Mikey Nichols gets by him. Not until Luke Elliott has also got his place back, and now Josh Pettit seizes the opportunity because Mikey Nichols conceded the place lest he get a bump and pass penalty. Well read there by Josh Pettit, and he's benefited by 2 positions there, and a costly lap for Jacob Harris sees him drop down to 6th place.
It was a costly lap. I won't like being down there in 6th place now, but it was entertaining.
It was entertaining. We were entertained. That was a good move into Christmas Corner as well, because he judged it perfectly with the amount of runoff he had to play with. Now, though, I'm afraid he is under pressure from Lawrence Chair, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, probably stirred on to try and catch up onto the back of this, because I can see some opportunities in this battle. And he's seized that immediately by getting by on Harris. So it's now Lawrence Chair in 6th, Jacob Harris in 7th, as Mikey Nichols is having a look there at Josh Pettit for 3rd place, but decides to keep his powder dry for now.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to say the P word. Penalties for Luke Elliott, 4 places, bump and pass. This has not been Alex Pritchard's finest moment this season. A takeout penalty is going to move him down to, at best, based on what we're looking here, with a 1.5 second up to Jonathan Wilson. It's going to be something like 16th for Alex Pritchard. Not what he needs in terms of points from these heat races, because they do count towards the championship total, but also towards getting through to an A final. Yeah, we've been talking about it all day. You cannot afford to have, more than one bad race. That is going to leave a bit of pressure in the hands of Alex Pritchard going into the 3rd rotation.
I mean, we're in a position where even one bad race is for these drivers who would expect to be in the A final, that's going to hamper severely your ability to get onto the grid that you would expect to be on. There's only 2 promotion spots available from the B final up into the A for those who end up on that grid but would have hopes of being a part of the A final at the end of the day. Josh Pettit then leads the battle for 3rd over the top of the hill. Here's your race leader, and he's on the last lap as well, is Stephen Jennings as the battle. And there's Mikey Nichols with the move on Josh Pettit, so that's the number 5 up to 3rd place. A good move there for Mikey Nichols.
Effectively for 2nd once the penalty for Elliott is applied. Stephen Jennings is going to come around the final couple of corners. Great to see the Simpson red helmets back out on circuit, and great to see it taking the checkered flag. A win for Stephen Jennings. Very happy about that indeed. Luke Elliott is 2nd on the road but has a penalty, so Josh Pettit, Mikey Nichols and Bill Taylor will all move up, because Jacob Harris has one as well. Great drive from Lawrence Chair. Another example of a C3 driver previously stepping up to C2, and was the fastest driver out on circuit in that race. Scott Parker, Jonathan Wilson, Alex Pritchard complete the top 10 on the road. Pritchard has fairly substantial ABC takeout penalties. Stuart Kirk, Vinod Hirani, Mike Bodner, Simon Dean and Finley Gunn all in the top 15. Simon Fuller across the line there in 16th, ahead of Riccardo Vitale and Marcus Adams. Good stuff from the 7th group, or the 7th heat. Next out on circuit is Heat 8.
Here's the grid then for Heat 8. Last race of this rotation. After this, everyone will have competed in 2 heat races. Dan White starts this one on pole with Joe Wright alongside. Glenn Orford and Adam Wright are on row 2. Kai Crawford and Steve Lindsay are on row 3. Adam Nather and Adrian Ray are on row 4, with Darren Townsley and Tim Williams rounding out your top 10. Kurt Holmes and Steve Bosley are your 6th row of the grid. Sam White and Christopher Potts are row 7. Paul Bennett and Thomas Smith are next on row number 8. And then it's David Harvey and Jamie Buchan to round out the 18 karts taking to the start of this one. It's an interesting grid. Adam Wright starting from 4th. Steve Lindley, who's already bagged a race win today, starting there in 6th. And then you've got 3 Class 1 runners, all with their lowliest starting position of their random grid. You've got Tim Williams, Kurt Holmes and Steve Bosley, all at the back of the non-novice field.
This is like the opposite to the C2 only race that we saw earlier. It's just how the random grids work out sometimes. Away we go then. Good start for Dan White and Joe Wright on the front row. And they've given each other a good amount of racing room there to share the run up to Christmas Corner. Good stuff. Adam Wright on the inside of the number 47. Steve Lindley's had a good start as well. That's getting a little bit interesting in the middle of the pack.
It's too good for Joe Wright.
Oh, as he jumped the start. Yeah. And yeah, straight away, penalty for Joe Wright. That'll be 2 places docked at the end of this race. He's just having a not quite on it day. That's not the first penalty that we've seen for Joe Wright, and it's pretty clear as day. 0.043 seconds ahead as Orford goes down the inside. It's all a little bit of a conversation. Adam Mather takes advantage of that, as does Kurt Holmes. And that's a very good first lap for Kurt Holmes, up to 5th place.
It definitely has been. That little moment there with Orford was with Joe Wright, so if he gets that and a jump start penalty, which has now been awarded, goes from bad to worse, unfortunately, for Joe Wright. Adam Wright, though, for the lead of the race on Dan White, has got the job done and is through up into the lead. Exactly what we need for the driver of the 47 from a championship perspective.
Very, very important race this for that 2nd place battle in the championship, because with Pritchard's not good result in the previous race, this is a great opportunity for Adam Wright and Kurt Holmes to really strike a big one in here. Adam Mather and Steve Lindley, they had a close encounter last time out, and Kurt Holmes is going to take advantage of that conversation and nip through 2 places. Beautiful. That's more like it from Kurt. There was a bit of an off part of the season, I think, particularly back at Landau for Kurt Holmes. This has been the better side of Kurt Holmes. This is what we want to see from him, moving through the field, using those skills that we see Joe and Rob Newman and other drivers display all the time, of being able to read situations without having to be too aggressive, gaining positions.
Yes, it is very impressive. I have to say, though, some people making it a bit easier. I describe this race style as a bit clumsy. There's a few people having a cake and coffee morning out there, and they need to be having a Club 100 race. Just as they try and go for these moves, they're a bit 50-50, such as that one. That one was Adrian Ray having a look at Adam Nathan. It's just a little bit... They're a bit hesitant, and it's just holding everybody up here. And it's allowing these Class 1 drivers with perhaps a little bit more experience to just capitalise on it and move on up the field.
4.5 minutes to go. Adam Nather looking down the inside of Steve Lindley. I'll argue that there was space there and had the run up to Christmas Corner. Lindley protests, is now having to fend off the likes of Steve Bosley, Adrian Ray and Tim Williams in there as well. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. From my view there, Adam Nather had the run and down the inside.
Yeah.
And it's often the way with the slightly bigger pods that you see on the Club 100 karts these days. They do have a tendency to lock together sometimes.
Penalty for Adrian Ray in the 41, forcing a driver wide. Coming up the hill then. This is the battle for 5th place. Adrian Ray, now at the head of this battle, has a penalty. Here's Kurt Holmes in 2nd place, trying to chase down the lead of the race. There is the lead of the race. Adam Wright coming onto the back straight. There's the gap then, 1st to 2nd. And then Dan White is doing well to stick with Kurt Holmes at this time.
It just feels to me like Kurt's refound his mojo.
Yeah.
From a few rounds ago.
And what a good time to find it as well.
Yeah.
You know? Exactly when he needed to. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean. He's really racing well so far today.
As he's been racing in the Endurance Championship with his brother and Rob Newman. They took their 3rd strong result. Well, it's been more than 3 strong results in a row for the SFX race team in the Endurance Championship that runs on a Saturday as well. What it means is that all tied up on points in the Endurance Championship, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on the Club 100 social medias on the last seniors weekend of the year, 11th and 12th of November. Here's a good scrap between Kai Crawford and Steve Lindley. Ooh, Lindley's a little bit wide though. Tim Williams going to be down the inside. Lovely stuff from Tim Williams there. You've got to be brave into Paddock Corner now with that bigger curb on the inside. You've got to be decisive as well and make it clear what your intentions are to the other drivers. That was spot on from Tim Williams. Gets him up to 8th place.
Yeah, good move there. I agree with everything you just said there. It was a very nicely read situation there. As Adam Wright continues to lead the way. Here we go though. Kurt Holmes has closed the gap. And this is going to be an interesting one. This has, Joe Holmes has already wrapped up the championship. This is where it's at for us in Class 1 at least. Who can take that second place? And this is game on between two of the key protagonists in that fight.
Absolutely. This could be a very important run for both of these drivers, and there's 1.5 minutes and more to enjoy of it. Kurt Holmes is going to have a good run up the hill. Adam Wright knows the situation, has to jerk back into the middle of the track, because that's where the grip is to defend. Beautifully done from Adam Wright. Will defend into Winkelmans as well. He won't mind backing Kurt Holmes into the likes of Dan White and Adam Nather behind. 2.3 seconds is the gap to that chasing pack. This, I feel, is the part of the circuit there where Kurt Holmes is particularly strong. Into the boot. He's looked calm and consistent through here this weekend. 60 seconds remaining on the clock. But that's a one lap of defence there, side by side between White and Nather. Nather trying to go around the outside. Needs to be careful of track limits. That's going to be beyond. Might receive a warning for that. Good run through the first couple of corners for Adam Wright. And if you can just keep doing this, keep holding Kurt Holmes at bay, he's got a good chance of the race victory here. Was he a little bit too tight through Christmas Corner that time around? Can Kurt Holmes get alongside? Good defence again from Adam Wright. Just getting across, holding the line, giving Kurt Holmes very little opportunity, if an opportunity at all, to make that overtake.
Inch perfect so far. This is a masterclass in defence around the Whilton Mill Zulu layout from Adam Wright. It's going to be this is the penultimate lap, so he's got to do everything he just did one more time, and that's been a strong boot section from there. He's got a couple of kart lengths there over Kurt Holmes. How crucial could this all be over this next lap between these two drivers? I have to say I was surprised to see White and Nather battling so much behind them, by the way, because there was opportunity potentially coming their way. But Kurt Holmes dropped well off the back in that last sector.
Kurt Holmes also ran wide and got onto the wet patch of the curve that we were talking about earlier in the Paddock show. You just can't drive. You can't, for all of the Rotax power in the world, physics just doesn't get you off the corner in that situation. And that is what has given Adam Wright here a brilliant opportunity to take not just any old heat win. Oh no, Kurt Holmes is going to throw it down the inside. Can Adam Wright hold him around the outside? Kurt's resigned to that and he's got to let him have that one. And by the skin of his teeth, Adam Wright holds on for a victory by 1/10 of a second that could be very, very important in the battle for second place in the championship. Adam Nather wins out in the fight between himself and Dan White. Good performance there from Dan White, up to 4th place, using a bit of Warwick University local knowledge there. Adrian Ray will be happy with 5th place, Kai Crawford 6th, and then a trio of C1s in the middle there, Howard. 7th, 8th, 9th for Williams, Bosley, Lindley.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 there for effort for Kurt Holmes. He had to go for it, but likewise also good heads-up driving for him to see that it wasn't on and he did have to concede that spot. Heat 9 is out next in our heavyweight sprints. Here's your grid then for heat number 9. The last opportunity for all of these drivers to maximise their points. Nicolas Stieper will start this one on pole position, and Alex Pritchard will be hoping for a better time of it from second on the grid. Lenny Wood and Anwar Brule-Smith are your second row, with Vijay Patel and Luke Elliott on row number 3. It's on row 4 that we're going to find Vinod Harani and Callan Sigafus, and then Tom Angier and Josh Pettit will be there on row number 5. Joe Holmes and Jordan Hawkins are row number 6, with row 7 occupied by Jonathan Wilson and Jason Kirkham. It'll be Tom Edwards and Finley Gunn on row number 8, and then row 9 sees Charlie James starting with Sam Iddles alongside in the 184. Another interesting grid, this one, I have to say. Alex Pritchard needs a good result. You've got Anwar Barrell-Smith there as a bit of a disruptor there on row number 2. Joe Holmes is starting from away down the order as well. Might come into play as away we go. All sorts of things to be played out in this one. It's a good start from Stieper to retain the lead, and Alex Pritchard as well has a good start to hold on to second. In fact, he's going to be able to challenge for the lead here, is Pritchard. He's going to try round the outside. He has to be bold, and he's being bold, and that's round from the mid-pack. That's Vinod Harani who's gone round there, and Joe Holmes is on the grass in avoidance. Well, that's going to be a recovery drive to watch there from Joe Holmes. Drama there up at the top. The start has been called okay, but it's Alex Pritchard who leads ahead of Anwar Barrell-Smith, picking their way through some of the chaos there very well on this first lap.
Yeah, indeed. It's a bit of a mixed up order as we come to the end of lap 1. Alex Pritchard needs a good score here because he's currently got a 16th and a 4th on his scorecard. Leads this race. Anwar Barrell-Smith there in second. Two drivers who know each other very well. Here's your fight for third place. Callan Sycophus, who's having a really good day, looking for that spot ahead of Lenny Wood and gets it. Luke Elliott and Josh Pettit fighting over 5th. So Joe Holmes with that moment on lap 1 is 8 seconds behind the leaders. However, I would say he's still within range here, Howard. It's not a complete disaster, and he's got 2 race wins so far. He's got the hard work done, you would guess. So yeah, it's not completely done for him for getting a decent slot on the grid for the A final.
Indeed, and this lead battle at the front is going to be of entertainment, I think. Pritchard and Barrell-Smith. Anwar Barrell-Smith basically a disruptor in the second place battle in the championship, in much the same way as he was for the overall last time out Ella, as that's the 33 of Luke Elliott firing a move up the inside of Lenny Wood, which this time goes his way. Jordan Hawkins has caught up onto the back of Josh Pettit and has brought Jason Kirkham along for the party as well. So a 3-way battle over 6th place at the moment. Moving on to the back straight, there is Luke Elliott now up into 4th place ahead of the 39 of Lenny Wood.
In a not ominous state at all for anyone kind of in the second half of the field. The fastest driver on the circuit is Joe Holmes.
Yes.
To the extent he's 2 seconds quicker than most of the drivers ahead of him.
Yes.
This could be a little bit of a taste of a little bit of overtaking practice for Joe Holmes in the mid phase of this race. Down the inside there, massively locked up there was Jordan Hawkins. Got that all wrong. Just braked way too late, locked up the rear axle, and I think gained one and lost one in all of that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Lenny Wood. He sort of got caught up in that, and he's lost 2 places now off the back of that. I think he's fallen back behind, possibly back behind. He's behind Tom Edwards, certainly, as Tom Angier is doing battle with Sam Iddles, and they need to be careful about that because there's a certain Joe Holmes ranging into view. Here he is, 2 passes at Paddock. Yes, let's get that done. Goodness me, that's he's a bit of a force of nature coming through the field in this one, isn't he, on the recovery drive? So yeah, that was a costly moment for Lenny Wood, and yes, I'm not surprised to see what I've just seen, a forcing driver wide penalty for Jordan Hawkins. Yeah, I'm not surprised, and I think it's fair given that he clearly upset the rhythm of Lenny Wood's race there.
I just want to mention as well, Jonathan Wilson's coming to the fore in this one. The driver in karts, number 20, one of our front runners in C3. He's not the highest C3 runner in this race. Down the inside of Lenny Wood goes Joe Holmes. Fairly textbook and ordinary overtake there. Tom Angie's going to have a little nibble in there as well on the number 39. And look out for the 184 of Sam Iddles.
Yeah.
This is very good for Jonathan's C3 hopes. This is a solid score. Jonathan, similar to what we saw between Adam Sheargold and Tommy Lee earlier on today in the lightweight. B final, nice solid middle of B final grid would be well received in the Jonathan Wilson camp, maybe more, and running up in the top 10 is exactly where you need to be for that kind of grid slot when we get to those finals.
Lenny Wood just defied the laws of how I expect things to go at increments. He was on the outside, he looked like he was heading to the runoff, and he somehow kept his foot in it and made it work. I'm very impressed.
Lenny Wood.
It is.
Does what he wants. 2 minutes and 20 to go. Down the inside goes Sam Iddles.
Don't open the door after that staunch a defence up at Inkermans. Come on, Lenny.
Joe Holmes is still the quickest driver on circuit, 44.230. Pritchard and Beryl Smith holding formation at the moment. And I think that's maybe a little bit of friendly help between the two drivers.
Yes.
Here's a fight I didn't expect to be talking about at this stage of the race. Jonathan Kirkham and Jonathan Wilson, I didn't expect to be talking about that one, but with Joe Holmes behind them, charging through the order, and Josh Pettit in the middle, this is probably one of the most mixed up races that we've had so far today.
Class 1 leader, and indeed crowned champion elect, putting a move here on the Class 3, one of the Class 3 leaders, and through he goes. So working his way up fairly well there into 8th place. I think Joe Holmes is going to be on the A grid. It's just a
he was still going to be on the A grid even with the bottom of the order here, because he's got 2 wins. It's just a question of how far up the order he can get now.
And that
back with our lead battle, Pritchard and Beryl Smith, still running in this formation. And to be fair, they've got good reason to keep this formation, because Callan Sigafuz's pace at the moment is matching them and is only 2 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's a good point. Just to cut to them, I think we saw Kirkham lining up a move on Pettit, so I'll have to keep an eye on what's happening in 6th place in this one. But yeah, these two know the score, don't they? And I think unless they feel particularly comfortable as they get to the last lap, which is not this one, by the way, the clock just allowing them to fit in an additional lap. So this is the penultimate tour of this Whilton Mill circuit, kart circuit. I don't know why I got hung up on that phrase. As now Josh Pettit is under attack by Jonathan Wilson, and Jonathan Wilson is through and can get back across over to the racing line, but he's going to leave the door open, is he, to Pettit at Inkermans? He does somewhat, but he's able to retain that position. Nice tidy move there by Jonathan Wilson.
Absolutely. Shown once again, it's been a really strong influx. I would go as far to say this year in both the lightweights and the heavyweights, the strongest influx of C3s and new drivers to Club 100 sprints since we ran this format.
Yep, agreed.
It's there's going to be a number of drivers stepping up to C2 next year now they've proven themselves.
Last lap, is Anwar Barrell-Smith going to have a look? Yes, he is. He commits at Christmas Corner. Alex Pritchard, though, could do with the points, bear in mind here. This is all nice for Anwar to get a race win, but Pritchard is the one that really could do with some points, partially from a championship perspective, partially from the perspective that he's already had problems in the heats earlier.
And it was an interesting positioning of the karts there, just off and through Boxing Day, that Pritchard, of course, is going to try and fight back because he wants the race win. Anwar just moves across and goes, no, think about that one. Think about the bigger picture. And it's going to give Anwar Barrell-Smith another race victory. Alex Pritchard, great response to early, though, takes P2. And I think should still be on the grid for the A final with those results. Third for Callan Sigafuz, having a really, really good day, is Callan Sigafuz. Fourth for Luke Elliott. Fifth for Jordan Hawkins. A recovery drive for Joe Holmes means he finishes in 6th and will probably still be in the top 2 rows of the A final grid, virtue of those 2 wins earlier on in the day. Great drives as well from Jason Kirkham and Jonathan Wilson in C3. We've got to move on because the drivers for Heat 10 are heading out on circuit now.
Your grid then for heat number 10. The anti-penultimate heat race is going to be Kieran Chigsey on pole, Kurt Holmes alongside Dan Grocott and Mikey Nichols on row number 2, Scott Parker and Joe Wright on row 3, Dan White and Paul Williams make up row 4 with Lee Henderson and Kai Crawford on row 5. Steve Lindley and Richard Newton have each other for company on row number 6. Jamie Buchan and John El Muhaj are next with Sam Pike and Sam White occupying an all-Sam row 8. Marcus Adams and Simon Fuller round out the 18 karts contesting this 7-minute heat race. Heat 10 of 12 for round 9 of the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships in the heavyweights and super heavyweight categories. And that's a little far forward for Chigsey, but we're going to be eyes on the lights. Yeah, that's going to be all right, I think. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rising, away we go then in this one. And it's side by side for the lead of the race through Oblivion, and it's going to be Kurt Holmes who comes to the fore, and that's too good, I'm afraid, on timing. That's 16 thousandths of a second too good for Kurt Holmes as they're side by side, Noah's Ark formation across the top of the hill. as Mikey Nichols is on manoeuvres there up the inside of Chigsey through Inkermans, but he's not going to be able to make it stick because Kieran Chigsey will have the inside line into the Zulus, so he's able to retain second place. But I am expecting, based on timing, Andrew, to see a jump start. I suppose there is a margin of error.
Yes, there is a margin of error that is taken into consideration and views from trackside as well. So
Yeah.
Kurt Holmes leads at the end of this one, 1.5 seconds ahead of Kieran Chigsey, Dan Gurkott and Scott Parker third and fourth. Mikey Nichols needing another good run here, and it is another key race in super heavyweight. Lee Henderson currently in 7th place.
Dan Grocott up the inside of Chigsey for second place. And yeah, I think it has to be allowed to be within the margin of error. It was 16 thousandths of a second. It's pretty... Yeah, if there is a margin of error, that surely falls within it. So it's been called good for Kurt Holmes. Dan Grocott up into second place, but Kieran Chigsey is fighting back, and look out for Scott Parker in the 15, trying to join in on the fun as well, but he might be hung out to dry here. He is going to be hung out to dry somewhat, and that allows Mikey Nichols, and there's definitely a risk here of riding up onto another car. Scott Parker, oh, I was wincing then, mate. I thought that was going to be pushed towards that monster curb on the apex. It's still 2x2. I promise you, we haven't sped up the formation lap here, folks. This is a race as they come through the crook and head up the hill. Mikey Nichols, as one of the Class 1 drivers, trying to pick his way through the order here. It's side by side as well between Lee Henderson and Dan White as well.
I think everyone's just realising that yes, it's a close race, but there's no point spinning yourself out and having a bit of a aggressive rubbing his racing incident with 5 minutes to go on the clock. So it's hair-raising at times, but to be fair to these drivers, they're dealing with the situations on circuit. 4 minutes and 40 to go. Coming round to complete lap number 3. Kurt Holmes still leads this race. 3 seconds is now his advantage over Kieran Chigsey, Dan Grocott, Mikey Nichols, Dan White, Scott Parker, Lee Henderson. I think Lee Henderson will be content at the moment with 7th place. There's opportunities to go forward, but he's got to hold himself in there as well. Yellow flag out at the top of the circuit. I'm trying to work out why. It might be something to do with both Paul Williams and Kai Crawford. There's a significant amount of rearranging of track furniture. I think I did see the light grey suit and helmet combination of Paul Williams stood at trackside. Looks to be out of this race.
Yeah, disappointing for him if so. Experienced driver is Paul Williams. He'll have to look to fight back up through the finals, most likely. As Mikey Nichols had Dan Grocott had a little bit of a look at Mikey Nichols, having had him go past earlier in the lap for 3rd place. Dan White too thought he had an opportunity potentially, but it stays as they were. Kurt Holmes in the lead, Kieran Chigsey in 2nd, Mikey Nichols up to 3rd place. Scott Parker coming under a bit of pressure there from Lee Henderson, but ahead of them, up the inside, tries Dan White on Dan Grocott, and it doesn't work. He lets him back through, and that's going to open the door for Scott Parker to have a look into Inkermans as they all stream through. Yeah, indeed, he does have a look there. Steve Lindley trying to buy into that as well, and Steve Lindley has got by on Lee Henderson, I think, in that exchange. The 9 now ahead of the 13, so that's a change for 7th place at the very least for Steve Lindley getting by.
Kai Crawford has got running again. There has been problems with Sam Pike, though, as Lee Henderson runs out wide, hits that water. He's going to lose potentially 1 spot, maybe 2, as around the outside. I think that's John El Muhaj. Yes, it is. So John Eld in his own title situation in the C3 category. Gains a couple of spots there. Down the inside is Scott Parker trying to find a way past Dan White. Dan will hold that one round the outside. Steve Lindley's on the scene. Bit deep from Dan White, but actually that's an interesting line there from Dan White. It works out quite nicely with getting power down out of Inkerman's corner. Lot to be decided in this one, I feel, Howard, with 2.5 minutes to go.
Scott Parker goes up the inside. I call that the Lenny. I'm going to call that the Lenny Wood line through Inkerman's now.
Yeah.
A surprisingly good drive off the corner there. I have to say that a lap ago with Lee Henderson, I'd call that one a racing incident through and through there, because that's a wide moment for Dan White there, and that's going to allow Lindley straight back through for 6th place as well, as Mikey Nichols now sets the fastest lap as he tries to close a gap to Kieran Chigsey. But to be honest with you, I think there's not enough time to close the gap that large. So it's Scott Parker trying to lead this charge onto the back of is that one a lap down? that they're catching up to.
May well be, because Paul Williams has got going again.
Yeah.
Number 27. Key move there from Lee Henderson. Has got past Dan White. So that moves Henderson back up to 8th place.
Yeah, so I don't think Henderson wasn't too happy about the incident that happened at Paddock a couple of laps ago. But in fairness, it's a racing incident thing. If someone has the overspeed heading towards Paddock and they just catch you as you're going into Paddock, it's really easy for the driver ahead to turn in, not thinking they need to leave a cart width. And that's where it can get difficult.
Good move there by Steve Lindley to get past Scott Parker.
Yep.
Gets Lindley back up to 5th place. And I think Lindley with these performances is going to be back into the A final once again. Jamal Muhaj trying to find a way through as well. Oh, a bit clumsy there. Runs into the back, and that's beautiful reading. Beautiful reading by Lee Henderson and Dan White. Both get through past Jonel Muhaj there. A bit of a mistake from the C3 driver. 40 seconds to go. This isn't the last lap yet. The leader is just exiting Inkermans now. That's another spot for the super heavyweight points leader. Oh, very close there between White and Muhaj, and this could be an opportunity for Joe Wright and for Sam White behind as well. All the Warwick boys are getting involved in this one. 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Leader's going to be coming round to start the last lap in a moment. Through indeed comes Dan White. You can tell the difference there between the two Whites in the Warwick suits, the black with the red and white stripes, because Dan White is a super heavyweight novice here in this one. We are now on to the last lap, Howard, and it's looking very good again for Kurt Holmes.
Yeah, it is. He's controlled this one brilliantly. He's 5 seconds to the good out front. Mikey Nichols, though, fair play to him, continuously putting in fastest laps. He's got by on Kieran Chigsey last time around. So Mikey Nichols has, we said he needed a good heat race because he has had one compromised result, so he needed these points definitely to secure a good place on the grid. It's Kurt Holmes, though, who comes across the line to take the win for heat number 10. There is Mikey Nichols leading home Kieran Chigsey for second. Dan Grocott, been on his lonesome, but good points there in 4th place. He continues to have a good debut in the heavyweight ranks. Steve Lindley in 5th. Scott Parker was competitive, running there for 6th place. Lee Henderson in 7th. John L. Muhaj in 8th. Joe Wright in 9th. And Dan White rounds out your top 10, as we will look ahead now to the last but one heat in our heavyweight and super heavyweights for round 9. It's going to be heat number 11 next for you here on your Alpha Livestream. Heat 11 of 12 then. Here's your grid. Stuart Kirk starts this one on pole with Alexander Lamin alongside. Lawrence Cheer and Tim Williams are on row 2. Adam Wright and Tim Penny are on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Darrell Lowe and Stephen Jennings. Adrian Ray and Olava Castro have themselves for company on row number 5. Matthew Batter and Mike Bodner are there on row number 6. Antonio Gittonio and Ricardo Vitale are on the 7th row of the grid. Patrick Seckinger and Paul Bennett are on row 8. And then Marcus Gilby rounds out the 17 karts contesting this one. This and one more heat to go before we'll get into substantially larger grids when we combine more of the drivers together on our C, B and A finals. It would be very useful for Mr. Wright if he were to be able to move on. We've got a few Class 1 drivers actually. We've got two Class 1 drivers in Adam Wright and Tim Williams, so that's their opportunity. They've got to get by some competitive Class 2 runners. Olavo Castro's not happy there. The start is called green, but that's an interesting way for it to get going. Away goes Stuart Kirk at the head of the field. The 56 of Alexander Lamin slots into 2nd place. Tim Williams is up to 3rd, and Tim Penny is following him through there. But Adam Wright is going to be on the outside of Tim Williams as they stream through the top of the lap. The start, although a little bit scruffy, Andrew, I think is going to be called good there.
Yeah, a bit of a moment for Adrian Ray, just running through Boxing Day, the little kink after Christmas. Loses 2 or 3 positions in that. Stuart Kirk at the front of the order. Lots of experience in the number 12 kart. So
a lot of racing here in the sprints and also on the in the Saturday formats. And he'll know where to place his cart around this circuit. Can be a very good driver in terms of corner speed, not always the easiest to overtake in that regard. Alexander Lamin and Tim Williams will try and find a way through. Adam Wright's trying to find a way through down the inside of Tim Penny there. That's going to be a little bit too tight to the apex.
Yep.
And simply not enough room for Adam Wright to sling one down the inside. Did Tim Penny run a bit deep, though, into Inkermans?
Not deep enough. He's still there in fourth, but it's given a few kart lengths to Tim Williams, as that is driver on the exit of turn number 2.
I just can't quite make out the race number on that. This is good second lap from Stuart Kirk. This is what I mean. Oh, that's actually 2 drivers off down there.
Yellow flags will be covering turns 1 and 2, which the leaders are coming up onto now.
And I think it's going to be Riccardo Vitale and Paul Bennett down there, because they've not come through to complete lap number 2 yet. Paul Bennett has now come through, so it's Antonio Gessonio who's also having issues. Stuart Kirk doing exactly what I said he is very good at round here. Corner speed, keeping those corner speeds up, because especially when you get through the tighter parts of this course, through the Zulus, with good consistent pace, you can hold a lead here and very much throw it to the other drivers to make a bold overtake on the brakes, which is difficult today because it's so cold out there.
Darrell Lowe having a look at Stephen Jennings there through turns 1 and 2, but can't quite make it work here. Is that a wide moment off of 2, or is that just more his conventional line for Stuart Kirk? He's doing well here to hold off, to absorb all this pressure. As once again Tim Penny is attacked by Adam Wright. This time can Adam open up the gap? That's more like it, and he's through at Inkermans. Tim Penny not too happy, but such is the way, as we've been saying throughout the day, with the loss of momentum in these fights. And actually, Tim Penny's been able to gather it up quite well. The Zulu's giving him some salvation.
And the key thing for Adam there was just being able to hold his nose in and alongside on the transition towards Inkermans. That's what gave him the opening to make that overtake work through that tight right-hander. Stuart Kirk continues to lead this race. He's not having to defend too hard at the moment. This is just really good, consistent pace.
This is quite tasty. Everyone down to 7th place, separated by 1.4 seconds, as Tim Williams goes to the inside of Lamin here for 2nd place, and that's going to give Stuart Kirk even more relaxation at the head of this race. Well, you can't be relaxed when leading a Club 100 sprint race, and that's actually the opportunity for Adam Wright to go by as well. So costly few corners for Lamin, but that's seen Tim Williams and Adam Wright get through there.
Has indeed. So Stuart Kirk, I don't think you change your approach right now.
No.
Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Keep ticking these laps on by. Best result in a heat so far this year. Twice Stuart Kirk has been 4th in one of these heats. This is 3 minutes away from vastly improving that one.
This is a Carlos Sainz Jr.-esque run at the moment.
Is.
He's basically allowing those behind him to get nice and close and keep fighting between them. However, for the first time this race, he has now got 2 Class 1 drivers, slightly more experienced, slightly more experienced. Yes, indeed. As Adam Wright goes up, I say that though, there they are battling. Tim Williams is passed by Adam Wright there, and now Wright is up into 2nd place. This is good stuff here from Adam Wright, bringing himself into play nicely.
Yeah, he's indeed, because he's seen those results for Kurt Holmes, who is a close rival in this championship. 1st, 2nd and 1st. He needs to match that, or at least get as close as possible. Down the inside. Good driving from Adam Wright, and sensible from Stuart Kirk as well to give him the racing room. Does mean that Tim Williams has got through as well. There's a brave resistance from Stuart Kirk, but it has finally told. The 2 C1 drivers, as you would expect, coming to the fore in this one with 2 minutes to go. That was a brave move there from Adam Wright.
Certainly was. He puts himself in a position where he could be one of 3 double heat winners today. That was a decisive move. And Tim Williams right there with him as well now at the head of the field. Fastest lap of the race set by Alexander Lamin though. Still got some interesting battles to be done behind.
Tim Penny and Tim Williams both in this race. That's another close battle in the championship for ranks within the top 10. Tim Williams would love a victory here in this one. He's putting that pressure on Adam Wright, and this could bring in back into play Stuart Kirk, Tim Penny and everybody else.
Yeah, we've already seen Adam Wright put some good defensive moves in here today. We know that he knows how to position his kart around this Whilton Mill kart circuit, around this Zulu layout that we're using here today as the shadows lengthen here, as this is a good little battle. Is that Olavo Castro, I think, having a battle there with Adrian Ray and Marcus Gilby as they work their way through the boot section. Didn't seem too happy with positioning at the start of the race as he kicks up a bit of water there, and that's going to compromise his run through Oblivion, and Adrian Ray's going to jump on that opportunity in the 41 and get himself up into 11th place.
And they all run a little bit wide there. Now, I'm pretty sure that'll have been because of water on tyres.
Yes.
They all ran wide. They all picked up. Contact between Jennings and Lowe.
Yeah.
Jennings apologises.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna
again, you see, even in the latter part of the day, there's still a good amount of water in that cattle grid curb, and if you get into it, be prepared for turn 2 because the back end of the cart will try and step out on you.
Yep, had a bit of a top up during the lunch break as well, so you know, it really does retain that water, does that cattle grid curb, as we were talking about earlier. Last lap of the race then, Adam Wright is in the lead of this one. Tim Williams is there with him, but I think he's going to be a bit too far back to put a move in on Christmas Corner, so that's one of the overtaking opportunities, the classical overtaking opportunities at least, gone around this Whilton Mills circuit. And I'm very impressed with how Adam Wright is driving. I don't know how he can see at the moment because he's got a clear visor and the shadows are very much lengthening, but it doesn't seem to be upsetting his speed at all, because he's going to come through the boot now to take his second heat win of the day. Adam Wright will come through Paddock Corner and wins heat number 11 of round 9 of the championship. Tim Williams finishes a strong second place. Stuart Kirk, good run for Stuart.
Very good.
Really good defensive driving. Yes, the 2 Class 1 drivers got by him, but no one else was able to best him. Finishes there in 3rd place. Tim Penny with some strong points in 4th, ahead of Alexander Lamin in 5th. Darrell Lowe, Stephen Jennings, Mike Bodner, Matthew Batter and Patrick Seckinger as your highest placed Class 3 round out the top 10. The last heat of the day ahead of those all-important finals races is coming up next on your Alpha live stream. Let's take a look then at this final heat grid of the day. Steve Bosley starts this one from pole position with Tim Hill alongside. Darren Townsley and Andrew Hicks are on row 2 of the grid with Ben Cottle and Edward Gordon on row 3. Kyle Walker is next with Glenn Orford alongside. Jacob Harris and Damien Smith round out your top 10. Bill Taylor and Adam Nather are on row 6. Row 7 is where we find Simon Dean and David Harvey. Christopher Paltz and Daryl Bennett are row 8. And Christian Hoos and Thomas Smith round out the 18 kart grid. The last time we'll see a grid that small here today because, we've been running them in sets of 4, sort of quartering the field. When we get to the C, B and A final, as you may guess from the fact that there's 3 of them, you're going to see a third of the field, and that means we're going to be going up to 26 kart grids. There is the sun beaming down on this Whilton Mill circuit. Shadows are getting longer, as I said last race, so we are soon going to be going into, the fading light of the day as we head into the race. As I say, clocks have gone back. I have no idea where sunset is as a result, because it always throws me off when we do that here in the UK, but it's earlier, is what I can confirm. That's the whole reason we do it.
Whilst this is the last senior stream of the year, it's not the last CLUB100 stream of 2023, weekend of the 25th and 26th of November. We'll be at Bookmore Park for the culmination of the juniors and cadets season. So if you've enjoyed what you've seen today, do make sure that you've liked, subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and click the notification bell as well. It's the last heat of the day. Last time we'll say 7 minutes on the clock. Green lights and away we go. Steve Bosley takes us
from pole position. Good start for Darren Townsley. He's going to wrestle in there to hold on to P2. Round the outside, Andrew Hicks is going for one.
Incident at the back.
And, incident in the second half of the field. There's been a bit of a split. Adam Nather cuts to the inside, taking on Jacob Harris down the inside. Beautifully done. Damien Smith's force out wide a little bit there. It's getting a little bit tasty as they run towards into Inkermans. There's Edward Gordon having half a spin in the middle of the pack there. It's a bit of a scruffy one. Contact warning for Glenn Orford. This is all just about keeping himself on the road here on lap 1.
Yeah, no full start flag shown though, so they're running it as it is. We're going to have to look at who's dropped towards the back of the order at the end of this lap. But Steve Bosley, as the sole Class 1 runner in this field, done everything that he needs to do as the pole sitter to retain the lead at the end of lap number 1. So who is dropping down the order? Now this could be significant. Darryl Bennett's down towards the back. Simon Dean is towards the back. And Bill Taylor in the 144 is down to 16th place at the end of that lap. Now that could have some significant impact on the super heavyweight standings in the battle between Bill and Lee Henderson, as that is a move by Kyle Walker around the outside of Glenn Orford. I don't know how he found the pace there, but through the second part of Zulus, Kyle Walker is up into 3rd place.
Yeah, just to go back to that super heavyweights discussion, whilst so far today it's very much been advantage Taylor, 3rd to a 5th in the hands of Lee Henderson in round 1 of these heats, 4th versus 7th for round 2. Well, Lee Henderson's already got another 7th on the board to wrap up his 3 races. 3rd, 4th, what would be 13th? That would be swinging things back into the play of Lee Henderson. Could mean that both of them are in the B final.
Yep. Incident for Damien Smith out there as well. He's now dropped to the back of the order as this is the battle for 2nd place going through. Kyle Walker once again on the move through this part of the track. He's through on Darren Townsley, and Townsley immediately has the likes of Glenn Orford to worry about. In fact, Adam Nather has got by on Glenn Orford there now. As it's all changed. So it's Walker, Townsley, Nather and Orford. Your order from 2nd down through to 5th. Some fastest laps of the race coming in. Edward Gordon again showing that he has good pace here.
He's got good pace.
He had that sideways moment at Inkermans, and it means that he's just on a bit of a recovery drive. I should say, by the way, I said earlier that Darryl Bennett had an incident on the first lap. I don't think he did. He's actually running and competing with his fellow Class 3 mates, albeit down the order, but he's having a good battle out there with Dave Harvey at the moment. As some of the drivers are beginning to recover at the field. Bill Taylor, Andrew, has already recovered to 11th place.
And the other important thing with Bill Taylor's personal situation and the points and all the rest of it is he did miss one round at round 7.
Yes.
So this is his 8th counting round here today, i.e. all of these are counting right now.
Yes.
They're going into what I call the banked lot of points that Bill Taylor is acquiring, as opposed to Lee Henderson, who's topping up over what he's previously done this season.
Indeed. Kyle Walker keeping Steve Bosley very honest at the top of the field. He'll be buoyed up, Will Walker, off the back of the fantastic result that he had at Ella Park last time you were tuning in to senior sprints. Battle going through this mid-pack battle here. Headed up by Adam Nather, Darren Townsley, Glenn Orford. Jacob Harris has got by on Andrew Hicks there. That is for 6th place. New fastest lap of the race for Adam Nather. That's a wide moment there for Ben Cottle, and he'll fall behind Edward Gordon as a result. So Gordon up to 8th place now ahead of the 108 of Cottle. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Here is Darren Townsley then in 4th place. I said actually it was a battle for 3rd downwards. Adam Nather, actually courtesy of the fastest lap of the race, has moved on up the road ahead of this. So it is basically Darren Townsley in 4th place defending against these drivers. Here is your battle at the front, and that is what's happened. Adam Nather is not only broken away from this, he's got by on Kyle Walker, changed for 2nd place out there at the moment. Bosley, Nather and Walker your top 3. And then it's this battle all kicking off behind, from Darren Townsley downwards, as there's Andrew Hicks being passed by Ben Cottle, who and Edward Gordon got by on him as well that lap. So a bit of a costly lap there for Andrew Hicks. Here though, it's again the battle for 4th place, and Glenn Orford would really like to find a way by on Darren Townsley.
Christian Hughes is the fastest driver out on circuit, 45.117, another super run from a C3 novice driver. He's getting into the top 10. I think we're going to see quite a number of them into the B final today. Meanwhile, this has been a change for the front of the order, hasn't it?
Yes,
so Adam Nather has got through, past Steve Bosley, putting all of that BUKC experience to good use here, is storming through the order. Can he hold it together though? Nearly took a win at Buckmore Park in the BUKC at the start of 2023, but penalties took that one away from him. 1 minute and 15 remaining in this one.
Here goes Carl Walker.
Looking good. Carl Walker down the inside, showing once again that the form that we saw at Ella Park was not a flash in the pan. He's fighting for C2 honours with Tim Penny. Tim's already secured the set of races so far today, with a 5th, a 2nd and a 4th. If this was to hold, it would be 3rd and 2nd for Kyle Walker.
Well, the last lap board this time around, not quite. We're going to have 2 more laps of this one. Adam Nather, at the moment, he's not had a heat win before. His best result is 2nd. So this could be on here for a debut win here for the driver of the 181. But Kyle Walker, having deposed Steve Bosley for 2nd, is getting back onto the back of him here. The winner from Ella Park would like some more victories as they stream through the Zulus.
And the fascinating thing with this C2 battle is, and it's again, I know we're always going to talk about cake again, the different ways you can look at it. On the banked scores, Tim Penny has the advantage, but particularly with the recent results on the dropped scores, Kyle has the advantage, so that they're converging in on one another.
Yeah.
Why I'd say it's the most exciting title fight that we've got between now and the end of the season.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
C1's done in both lights and heavies. C2's also done in the lights as well as entertainment is happening on the screen. This is Jacob Harris down the inside of Darren Townsley.
Yeah, and Christian Hughes has arrived on the scene. We need to be looking at the lead battle though, because Carl Walker just set the fastest lap of the race. I don't think he's quite going to be within striking distance though into the boot section, but he's had some good pace through this part of the lap. Can Adam Nather keep this together to take a first win in CLUB100 sprints? There he is. He's across the line. And Adam Nather takes the win ahead of Kyle Walker. Steve Bosley finishes in 3rd. Who's going to finish in 4th place? It is going to be Glenn Orford ahead of a Jacob Harris, who gets by on Darren Townsley on the last lap, as does Christian Hughes. Townsley is in 7th, Edward Gordon in 8th, 9th for Bill Taylor, Andrew Hicks in 10th place. Then it was Ben Cottle, Thomas Smith, Christopher Poutz, David Harvey was in 14th, Darrell Bennett was in 15th, Simon Dean was in 16th, and it was one to forget, I'm afraid to say, for Damien Smith. And calm falls over the Whilton Mill Kart circuit, but not because the action is done for the day. It's because we have to take a moment to calculate your finals grids for the C, B and A final. Don't go anywhere. The main part of the day's entertainment for the heavyweights is still to come. We've just got to calculate those grids. Do join us again in a moment's time here on your Alpha live stream.
by side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap. Both cars out.
This ain't going to work for Sean. He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that? Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
This ain't going to work for Sean. He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome back to live coverage of the 9th round of this year's Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships. It's time for our heavyweight and super heavyweight C final. 4 places on offer in the B final in this one. Here is your grid. Patrick Seckinger has a good start today. Bit of a mixed middle part of the day, but has pole position for the C final. He's joined by fellow C3 driver Christian Hoos. Vijay Patel and John El Muhaj go from the second row of the grid if all 4 drivers hold position across the course of the next 12 minutes of competition. They'll go through to the B final. Paul Williams and Thomas Smith are on the outside looking in at the moment and start this one from row 3. Andrew Hicks and Sam Pike will start on row number 4. Simon Fuller and Marcus Gilby have opportunities from row 5. Tim Hill and Vinod Hirani due to go from row number 6. Olavo Castro and Antonio Gidsonio start on row 7. Marcus Adams and Jamie Buchan go from row 8. David Harvey and Charlie James start on row number 9. On row 10, we find Damien Smith and Simon Dean. Daryl Bennett and Ricardo Vitali go from row 11. Paul Bennett and Christopher Pouts go from row 12. And then the 25 karts field is completed by Finley Gunn. Other point situations. I know we've got a few people very keen to know what's happening in Super Heavyweight. Well, I can tell you that both of our main protagonists in Super Heavyweight have both made the A finals. That's quite key straight away, even before a lap is taken, because both of them will get at least non-racing finish scores for simply just qualifying through to the A final. We'll cover more of that later. And for C3 as well, C3 Championship protagonists, one of them is in this race in the shape of John El Muhaj. Jonathan Wilson has already made it through to the B final, so very important for Muhaj to get through, I think, here into the top 4 and continue the day and hopefully score some more points in that B final. Quick note as well, you'll have seen the little VT roll through earlier. Wednesday night on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Penultimate round of the season. In the iRacing sphere, the Sim Racing Championship for Club 100 and BUKC drivers. And we'll be at Interlagos in Formula 4s. We like Formula 4s, Howard.
We do.
We like Interlagos. And we like championship deciders. And we could have two of our similarly C1, C2 championships decided on Wednesday night.
Yep, I'm perfectly happy with a championship decider at Interlagos feels classic to me.
Yeah.
Although I'm of an age actually where Interlagos is round 3 in my head. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a fitting penultimate round is the point.
Yes, all to follow there on at Double Dash MM on Instagram as well. Do give us a follow if you've enjoyed the commentary, and there'll be a few reels and clips from today as well on at Club 100 Racing. But this C final, again, some names that you perhaps wouldn't expect to see in this one. Paul Williams jumps out straight away, 5th on the grid. Obviously had a retirement from one of those races, and I'll be expecting, well, we always talk about him being very good at moving through from a B final. It's the same applies here. It's the same skill set of getting into those repechage spots.
Indeed.
And looking to move on. You also look a little bit further down the order. Damien Smith's had good pace today. Antonio Gitsonio, one of our drivers in Club 100 iRacing on Wednesday night, has had a decent run of it as well. And those front runners, all of them have had, I think maybe take Muhaj as an example. Muhaj is a bit unlucky, I think, to be here in the C final. Has had 12 places all the way through, but it's been consistent. But Sakinger had a very good start to things. Who's had a very good finish to things.
I was going to say, good pace. Yep.
So it's hard to pick even a couple of obvious ones to say, oh yeah, they're definitely going to go through, because there's just so much competition here in this C final.
Certainly is. Certainly is. There is the dummy grid in the pit lane. As we begin to get into the latter phases of the light here at Whilton Mill.
Hello to Stu. Good to hear from you, mate. Sunset at 16:45-ish. I like the ish. Could make the light interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It will. I mean, we have floodlit layout. That's why we're on the Zulu today. And the drivers will be instructed to switch to their clear visors.
Yes.
That's why you've probably seen many of them already switch to their clear visors, just so they don't have the scramble ahead of a final to get the visor on.
It's always that issue, isn't it? Of not long ago, I was going, how can anyone see anything with a clear visor? And suddenly it's about to be, how can anyone see anything with a tinted visor? It's that old problem.
Keep your comments coming in as well. Hello to Barry Lakes. Go on, Jockey Wilson. Well, he's jockeyed his way into the B final.
Yeah.
So we'll see Jonathan Wilson later on. Hello to Sarah Henderson, who asked, is the spreadsheet of doom working? I believe so. Sarah. Julie Gunn as well. Keep your comments coming in.
Our pole sitter is on the unconventional side of the grid for a pole sitter. Now remind me, Andrew, is it the A final only where pole sitter can choose what side they start?
No, I think it's all finals where the pole sitter can choose.
Has that happened, or is there a bit of confusion at the front of this grid?
Not sure. Normally, pole would go on the left-hand side, but Patrick Sekinger is lined up on the right-hand side. The procedure has been called good to go. I do think we're missing Tim Hill from this start, as I thought would be the case. Away we go for 12 minutes in the C final. Good start for Patrick Sekinger, trying to take the initiative and be on the inside as they run up towards Christmas for the first time in this one. Everybody else trying to sort themselves out. First big braking zone, got to get through it. Vinod Hirani's spinning in the middle of the pack, and that's all going to kind of tumble into one another as they go through. Everyone's still pointing in the right direction.
Well, now
I spoke too early as Paul Williams is in trouble again.
Yeah, that was Marcus
Gilby. 27.
Yeah, Marcus Gilby was spinning there.
Well, A little bit of a scrappy start. Penalty straight away for Vijay Patel, forcing a driver wide.
Yeah, something was off with that grid formation as well, because Jitsonio, who was due to start in 14th, was on the same side of the grid as the pole sitter.
Yeah.
It's not me picking out Antonio there. He's just got a very distinctive race suit in the middle of the pack. So
Very
something
true.
was a little bit off there with the grid, but it is Patrick Seckinger who leads at the moment.
That penalty for Vijay Patel straight away takes him out of the reckoning,
does.
because it would be a four position deduction for Patel for forcing a driver wide. It's the same severity as an ABC bump and pass. Down the inside there goes the number 59 of Jitsonio, gaining positions. Paul Williams not in grey lid.
No, he's done this before. It's like his I think it's
lid.
how he, rather than having to faff about with a visor change, I think he just sticks an older helmet on.
Two helmets.
Yeah.
Why not? There we go. 10.5 minutes remaining on the clock in this one. Sam Pike leads. John El Muhaj up into second place. Needs to stay there. Needs to focus on getting through to that B final, because that's where his big championship rival Jonathan Wilson is already. Seckinger and Smith third and fourth. But it's always the threat of the driver in fifth place. Andrew Hicks is that driver at the moment, and Hicks is the fastest driver on circuit.
And Vijay Patel may be penaltied such that he can't get promoted, but not everybody around him knows it.
that.
So in sixth place as well, he could be a factor as well. This is Sam Pike, your race leader, leading John El Muhaj through the boot section as they come round to complete their third tour of the circuit. 12 minutes on the clock if we've not mentioned it already, rather than the 7 we became accustomed to in the heats. As another fastest lap of the race from Andrew Hicks brings him right onto the back of Thomas Smith, and an incident at the boot. The 51 and the 98 involved. That's Daryl Bennett in the 98.
And Simon Dean in the 51.
Hard to conclude anything other than they've come together there, as that's Olavo Castro going 3 wide up the hill. That's in a battle with David Harvey and Marcus Gilby, I think, through the outer part of the top 10.
And just to add insult to injury for Simon Dean, he's been adjudged to be at fault for whatever's happened down there through Osius. Or Zulu 3. Now, is that a cart from lower down?
Castro.
That's Castro.
Yeah, that was from the battle. I said they were going 3 wide up the hill. That's how it ended. That's. I think he may have just got pinched onto the apex and it just kicked the cart round. Right. So Sam Pike leads, and this is the battle for the lead, which it's a little bit early for them to start doing that. As Andrew Hicks, as you can see there, all over the back. So the driver in the black suit. So there's the battle for the lead, coming through Inkermans, and then they've got Seckinger behind them a few cart lengths, and there's a yellow flag that's going to neutralise it. But there is the 75, the white helmet and black suit of Thomas Smith, and the black helmet and black and orange suit of Andrew Hicks is right on his tail.
I've just realised what confused me. I think the drivers had gone very off to driver's right out of Zulu 3, so much so that it looked like they'd had an incident through Osiers on the international layout.
Right. That is wide. That is wide. So yes, I see what you mean there. As here's the move, Andrew Hicks in the 17 looking to get fourth position. Fourth position is the last of those promotion spots up into the B final, and Hicks would like some of that. Thank you very much, but can't quite make it stick at this time. You have to feel it's only a matter of time until he will attempt it. And there is traffic ahead.
There is traffic ahead. This is going to change things a little bit. Paul Williams is out of the race. Paul Bennett is also out of the race.
It's a disappointment for both of them. Paul Williams, not least, is one of the Class 2 runners. It's going to be costly for him, as Andrew Hicks is pushing hard there. He needs to be a bit careful because he was squirreling around on the curb, and still there's water being kicked up off of that curb, Andrew, so it will compromise his grip. Although he does seem to have a decent run up the hill. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead is going on. I'm trying to work out who the traffic is ahead of these drivers, because it's about to become
Simon Dean and Christopher Powell.
Yes, it's about to become quite a factor in this. And this is not what you want, to be honest. If you're Sam Pike and John Muhaj, you don't want to have to deal with traffic. You just want to hold on to the promotion spots. Although, having said that, it's not like Pike and Muhaj have exactly been working together harmoniously to try and pull away at the front, as we often recommend for those who find themselves in the promotion spots. Patrick Seckinger is doing this. Alava Castro is one of the drivers, or the first of the drivers they'll come up against, and then it's the 74 of Christopher Paltz, as Andrew was saying. So we're about to get traffic come into play for the lead of the race, and really you don't want to be fighting too much for the lead of the race.
Yes, they've been handed the blue flags as well. Muhaj down the inside, and that's a beautiful move from Muhaj.
Good.
Probably just taking advantage of a little bit of inexperience on Sam Pike's side in this sprints format, because if you hesitate in sprints, you will be overtaken. That's exactly what's happened. The back markers falling down through the order now. They've all been given the blue flag. There it is. Sebastian Vettel fans around the world rejoice at the sight of the blue flag. 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Got to give it to both Muhaj and Sekkinger there. They saw that hesitation from Pike and went, now's the time to overtake. Now's the time to take advantage of this, as has there been a change for fourth place?
No.
It's
Crucially, the
on.
battle for fourth is coming up on that
On the traffic.
So this is an opportunity for Andrew Hicks. I'm impressed so far.
Oh, he's going to be blocked.
He is going to be blocked a little bit, so that's going to hold up Hicks for a moment and give some respite for Thomas Smith. But there goes. Was that Paltz getting out of the way?
I think that was Paltz getting out of the way a little bit more. I think he just clipped the grass on driver's left and took an unscheduled exit from the race.
There's a cart off to driver's right into the boot there, but that's I think that's one of the carts that's already come to a stop. And here we go, side by side, and through goes Andrew Hicks, but is he going to be compromised on exit? It's going to allow Thomas Smith to pull back alongside, side by side towards oblivion. You've got to be bold here, and it's Andrew Hicks who comes out on top and it puts himself provisionally, at least, in the last of the promotion spots for the B final.
Very, very big move there from Andrew Hicks. Has kept himself in check, as Christian Hoos has a bit of a moment through Christmas Corner. You really see the effect of that off of Christmas Corner, where he slows a little bit. But I was worried for a moment that Andrew Hicks wasn't being aggressive. I don't think is the right word, but we saw this morning P5, P6, P7 all close up to a top four, and a race then get neutralised. Bit of a weird way for a C final to finish, but that is the way it finished. I was concerned that Andrew Hicks wasn't being eager enough, I think is the word, to get into that top four and know, right, whatever happens now, as long as I keep going round and don't get overtaken, I go through to the B final.
Donald Muhaj puts a new fastest lap of the race, a 45.422, to put the gap out to 8/10 over Patrick Sekkinger and Sam Pike. Christian Hoos under a lot of pressure here from Simon Fuller. Here is Andrew Hicks in the last of those promotion spots. So there, this is the battle trying to keep up with him. There is Thomas Smith now outside of the promotion spots. Christian Hoos in the 86, the blue suited driver who's had some good pace at times today. Can really do with unlocking some of that now. Penalty for Marcus Gilby for excessive violation of track limits, as that is some traffic getting out of the way for our leaders.
Harley, 43.
The fastest lap of the race from Andrew Hicks.
Interesting to see how Hicks plays the next couple of laps, because it's going to be really tempting with that pace to try and get past Sam Pike, but probably Pike and Hicks want to work together right now to get to just consolidate their position. So, bit of a contact there between the 62 and the 43.
Yeah, that's Sekkinger and Vitale. And how's that one going to be judged? Because Sekkinger was basically saying, could I please come through, please? I'm a lap ahead of you. And it's all gone to tears there. Now, it's gone to tears the way of the Carter lap down. Sekkinger continues to circulate. But I'm very interested to know how that one's going to be called, because that one looked a little bit weird for me. And I have to see it back, really, because it happened quite quickly. But I think that was Sekkinger coming back over to the racing line a little bit early. You see this all the time You see this occasionally in sports car racing, Andrew, when a faster kart, or a faster car in the case of sports cars, just thinks that he's got the job done. As yellows are out there as Vitale gets recovered. And it's a contact warning for Sekkinger. It's not a penalty. It's a contact warning. Which makes sense. I think we can take a look back at it, actually. So here we go. So the 43 is Riccardo Vitale, and he knows that he's traffic because he's already let the leader through. And that is the gesture from Sekkinger, and he's just going to come. I don't think there was anywhere for Vitale to go there. It's a little difficult because it's obstructed by the marshal post. But and you can see that Ricciardo clearly doesn't feel there was much more he could do. So I just wonder if that was Patrick getting a little bit too close on over to driver's right to try and open up the next corner, and it just didn't go well for Vitale.
Bit of a gesture there between Andrew Hicks and Sam Pike to I think to say no, keep your eyes forward. Let's both try and get past the driver ahead. Hicks playing this very sensibly. You can see just checking his shoulder over his shoulder there as they exit the boot. It's a good place to do it, just to see how big the gap is. It's not bad. It's nearly 2 seconds. In fact, it's more than 2 seconds now. Back to Thomas Smith. It's a tricky one, this, because this, as down the inside goes Sam Pike, that's more like it from Sam Pike, takes P2. Because there's all this traffic involved, I can imagine that in the heat of battle, if you Andrew Hicks, it might be quite difficult to work out, am I fourth,
am I?
sixth,
Yeah, am I promoted?
Am I, what's going on out there?
Because he hasn't been a part of this pack all race long.
No.
So there is an element of just, where am I in the order exactly? There would at least be, for me, I'll have to say, in this situation, as round the final corner they'll come. And see the last lap board this time out. It is the last tour of the circuit. John Al-Muhaj has a lead gap of nearly 2.8 seconds. He's controlled this one well. That's not him. That is the 130 there. Is John Al-Muhaj. Has Muhaj taken a C final before? I wonder. I'm not sure on that one. But he'll be very happy to join the ranks of the B final as he works his way through the Zulus. A cone warning for Antonio Gizzonio there, but so long as he doesn't hit them again, it will not turn into a penalty for now. John Al-Muhaj then has judged this one very nicely, put in a very nice move for the lead of this race, and we'll see the checkered flag first in the C final for round 9. He takes the win and bags himself a spot on the B final grid, as does Sam Pike, Patrick Seconder, and Andrew Hicks. Thomas Smith will finish in 5th. Christian Hoos finishes in 6th ahead of Simon Fuller, and Marcus Gilby in 8th. 9th was Vijay Patel. Jamie Buchan rounds out your top 10. Then it's David Harvey in 11th. And who's going to come across the line in 12th? It is going to be Antonio Gizzonio, who's a little bit on his lonesome there. He's got a gap of 7 seconds in front of him, and he's got a gap of a long gap behind him before we'll see the likes of Damien Smith. 9.5 seconds it is the gap before we see Damien Smith, Charlie James, Finley Gunn. Then it'd be Vinod Hirani, Oliver Castro, Christopher Pouts, Marcus Adams, Simon Dean, Daryl Bennett, Ricardo Vitale, Paul Williams and Paul Bennett. Quite an eventful C-final, that one. Well done to those who have gained the promotion, and as the sun sets here on the circuit, the sun hasn't set on the racing yet. We've got 2 more crackers coming your way right now. The B final is up next on your Alpha live stream. Here's your B final grid then. Alex Pritchard, we wondered whether he'd have made it onto the A final grid. He just missed out. He's on pole though in the pound seats to grab one of the 2 promotion spots that are on offer in this race. Mike Bodner is alongside him on the front row of the grid. Darren Townsley's next with Jonathan Wilson. What a sterling day he's had to line up 4th on this B final grid as one of the Class 3 novices. Jacob Harris and Richard Newton are row number 3. Dan White and Edward Gordon are next, with Scott Parker and Stuart Kirk on row 5. Adrian Ray and Dan Grocott are your 6th row of the grid, with row 7 occupied by Matthew Batter and Sam Iddles. Glenn Orford and Joe Wright are next, with then Lawrence Cheer and Tom Edwards on row number 9. It's on row 10 that we find Lenny Wood and Sam White. Jason Kirkham and Nicholas Stieper are on row 11, and they will be joined by our promotees from the C final, which has just been confirmed here to us in the box, as John Al-Muhaj as the winner, Sam Pike was second in that C final, Patrick Seckinger and Andrew Hicks were rounded out your top 4, so they will form the 12th and 13th rows of this 26 kart grid respectively.
There's my switch.
Want to talk
C3. This is already, before we've even got going, a huge day for Jonathan Wilson, because in terms of how the drop scores are working, he'd already got rid of a 17th place in a C final before things had got going here today. But with this result, he's going to get rid of another one.
So that's already, even if Jonathan Wilson doesn't finish this race and gets points for 26th, it's been a big gain. If he holds that position of fourth, dare I say it, go further forward and make it into the A final, this is going to be a massive day for Jonathan Wilson in the C3 battle. It's going to take mathematically a good number of drivers out of contention, fortunately for them, but you can't fault it to Jonathan. The last 3 rounds in particular, he was 10th in the B final at Ella Park. He was 11th before that at Lambert. Sorry, that's me reading the wrong line. That's John L's results, because they're right next to each other on the table. He was 3rd last time out at Ella Park, 17th before that, 14th before that. If we can see another Ella Park-like, that's the word I'm trying to get out loud, performance from Jonathan Wilson, he can't win it mathematically today, but he can take a huge step towards, especially when you then remember that for Mohaj, he's missed 2 rounds, so he's got no drop scores to play with. From a racing perspective, every single time he goes out on the circuit, it counts.
Absolutely. But yeah, it's been a fantastic run for Jonathan Wilson today. Going to be interesting to see with that. Obviously, things stay mathematically open for the Class 3s, as we were saying earlier on today in the lightweights, because of the fact that, generally speaking, our novice Class 3 drivers aren't doing outright wins of rounds and such. It means that mathematically things do stay open right up until the end, because theoretically one of them could take an outright round win. So there's more scoring potential than when we're talking about Class 1s and even Class 2s. So it does mean it stays open right till the end. But in real terms, this would be a huge boon for Jonathan Wilson in this Class 3 battle. Really pleasant scenes here at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit as the sun sets and the floodlights will come on. Still plenty of Club 100 action to enjoy. Do stay tuned to the various social media channels for the 10th round of this championship when it's at Buckmore Park in a few weeks' time. Of course, we've still got the Alpha live stream to go with the Buckmore Park round for our cadets and juniors. That's coming up in a few weeks' time.
The other big one, of course, for the championship permutations is, of course, Alex Pritchard.
Yes,
he has to get through here.
Yes.
He absolutely has to get through.
This is in the battle over second place in the championship.
And the other thing he's got to absolutely do, nail the start.
Yes.
I know, and you can jump start from pole position. You can go just way too early and gain an unfair advantage. Because if you do that, that's him straight out of the A final. It would be a 2-place penalty. I'm sure Alex isn't going to do that. He's a very experienced driver, a very professional driver. But if he wants to finish second in this championship, he's got to get through. Not necessarily because he'll have scores come into play that aren't so good. It's more that he'll open the door. This would be a drop if he didn't make it into the A final.
Mm-hmm.
But his 2 championship rivals are both right at the sharp end of the A final grid.
Absolutely. It's all clear visors now, or yellow tinted visors, they are also allowed, throughout the field now, and that is as the light fades over Whilton Mill. Alex Pritchard is in your number 7 on our right, driver's left. He's got Mike Bodner alongside Darren Townsley and Jonathan Wilson on that second row. 12 minutes on the clock. Eyes on the lights. And engine notes rise. 2 spots are available on the A final grid. Away we go, and it's a good start from Alex Pritchard into turn number 1. Mike Bodner as well defending against Darren Townsley, who's at risk of being hung out to dry there on the outside, and Jonathan Wilson has got by. Jacob Harris has got by. They're going 3 wide, even 4 wide there. The 22 of Newton is round, and that's spun out. That's a really unfortunate start there for Townsley from high up on the grid. I was worried he'd be hung out to dry, and I think he might have collected a bit of mud on the tyres that maybe put him into that spin up at Christmas Corner. Aggressive start from Jacob Harris as well. He's got himself up into 3rd place, but is slow through Zulus. He's surely going to get taken by a couple of karts coming onto the back straight.
And I think I may have seen Mike Bodner in trouble on that start as well, just a little bit further to the left and round the corner. I think I saw
his suit as there's Jacob Harris, ABC takeout penalty already.
Yeah.
So Jacob's out of play for the A final. Even if he wins this race, the best he can hope for now is P7. Was I right in saying yes? Mike Bodner's out. Mike Bodner is out of this race. He's not going to get a super heavyweights podium today because there's 3 drivers up there in the super heavyweights class already qualified for the A final. Yellow flag out at the top of the circuit. So what this means is Pritchard leads. Jonathan Wilson is up to P2. That is the number 57 of Darren Townsley.
Yeah, so that was the yellows out because he was recovering himself back to the track, and then the field has come through, and I think he's seen fit there to hang back, rejoining the race, which makes perfect sense because he's already a lap down. Gutting for him though it is, but at least he's done the civil thing there at least and waited on the runoff area for everyone to go through.
Only the C3 podium, just to mention, can be decided in this race. We've got at least 3 drivers in all of the categories already into the A final. Jonathan Wilson there on his own at the moment in P2. Richard Newton there in 30. Richard's had a really good day, I think. He's started at the very first race of the day.
Yeah.
Got his best heats result of the year so far. Through goes Jacob Harris, who can't make it into the A final now, but this is all counting for points, of course, in the championship. Does mean his run of A finals finishes.
It does.
For Jacob.
He's over, yeah. So that's unfortunate there for him, as that's a costly moment there for Richard Newton, who get a little bit held up. And Scott Parker, who's changed his lid to go to a clear visor, is trying to get through there, but Edward Gordon is right with him as well, as is Adrian Ray.
Do you wonder, is there a little bit of moisture on circuit? Because the pace is a bit off at the moment. 46s and 47s down the inside. Oh, that's going to be a spin for Adrian Ray. Or at least it was a very sideways moment into Christmas corner.
He's just there. He is on the outside. I mean, it will have cooled a little bit with the sun setting. So yeah, maybe that's to blame for a drop in pace. It's an interesting one, isn't it? We would expect slightly better pace based on what we've already seen today. Alex Pritchard, definitely no slouch. He's just below 46.3. Fastest lap of the race comes from Jonathan Wilson in the number 20 car, 45.705. I'm not going to lie here, mate. Jonathan Wilson's just taken 0.6 of a second out of the Class 1 Alex Pritchard, who is leading this race.
Karting armchair experts, who will be that's an actual group. I'm not just being rude to our viewers. Will be liking this one. Their boy is looking to qualify through to an A final. It's similar to what I said about Tommy Lee earlier on in the day. As here comes Edward Gordon down the inside of Richard Newton. That's for 4th place. Nice move there by Edward Gordon.
If it's done.
Well, I was going to say, he was gesturing there to say, let's work together.
That's
Richard
not working
Newton
together.
Says, no, don't want to. Want to go back down the inside, retake 4th place. They're still side by side as they go through the first corner. Jonathan Wilson, 45.512.
Scott
is
Parker.
still going on between Gordon and Newton. Scott Parker, Glenn Orford and Dan White also enjoying this.
Oh, there's contact, and that's round for Edward Gordon, and it's getting a little bit Larry there now. And it's Scott Parker seemed to be gesturing that he felt there was maybe weaving going on up towards Christmas corner. There's definitely a few tempers being raised in that fight, but that's unfortunate for Edward Gordon. He's had some strong drives so far today, but that's him out, well, not out, but out of contention towards the sharp end. As this is another fastest lap from Jonathan Wilson. Brings the gap down by another 6.5 of a second. Right, here's the battle over 4th place. Scott Parker under pressure from Glenn Orford. Glenn Orford goes for a move there. If he can keep his foot in it and open the door for Tinkerman's corner, he'll be through. There is a nice move from Glenn Orford through on Scott Parker with Richard Newton and Dan White doing battle behind him. And Dan White has got by on Richard Newton now.
Looking at some of the key runners in the C3 ranks, because we should mention Jason Kirk. Jason Kirk having a lovely race here. He's up to 11th place. Started outside the top 20. Gaining points all the time here. Keeping himself in a mathematical opportunity going towards
the season finale at Buckmore Park. It's already been a good day for the Kirkham family, with his son Harrison winning the C2 title, taking his score mathematically beyond any of the other lightweight C2 runners.
We need to start looking at the lead battle.
We do.
Yeah, just saw it on the longer shot there of them coming down through the Zulus, and they're going through the boot section now to finish this lap. But it is on for the lead of this race, albeit, yes, they may work together a little bit to make sure that they've got a nice gap behind them. They won't necessarily. Here it is, the lead gap then. Now, how much is Jonathan Wilson going to play ball? Because, I mean, no disrespect to Alex Pritchard, but in this situation, Wilson's got the pace.
He has, and he's going to look down the inside. Oh, no, just elects to go back in line. Maybe just has a moment to calm himself and go, no, don't need to do this right now. There is a big return to be had here from the back of the A final grid. I wonder if Jonathan's already playing how he would tactically go forward in that. I mean, I'd be tempted, if he could hold this position, top two, through into the A final, to just sit and wait to see what happens in the midfield.
Yep. Well, they don't know it, but they've actually got a rear gunner, these two, in the form of Jacob Harris, because Harris is there a couple of seconds off the back of them, but he can't be promoted because he's got a penalty for takeout, or taking out a fellow competitor. So they've actually got a gap of 6 seconds back to Glen Orford before they would have to worry.
Someone who could knock them out of the A final spots. 4.5 minutes to go. Just to note that Sam White and Tom Edwards having a good fight, competing over third place in the C3 ranks. We'll start to see some of the event trophies be handed out. Wilson checks over the shoulder. He's just playing this nice and calmly now.
Yeah.
Knows the situation. 2.5 seconds clear of Jacob Harris behind. Does not need to go for this move.
Yeah, he may be in that novice class, but there's nothing novice about this drive. He knows what the situation is. He's playing it very sensibly. So that's Dan White versus Scott Parker up at the top of the hill. And that is a change of position for fifth place. Richard Newton staying with them as well there in the 22.
Been impressed with Lawrence Chair again today, Howard, in cart number 29. He's looking for another top 10 here in a B final. Been solid throughout the day. This is going to be good points for driver, trying to solidify in the top 30 in the championship. It's in the A final last time out. Oh, he's just got a bump and pass penalty. Sorry, Lawrence. That's a good one. That goes in the curse, the Halloween curse. We said there was going to be some on social media early in the week. There is one. It's only four places though. It'll only cost him a few points, and it's still going to be a counting score that's going to improve his tally. Today, it's going to get rid of a C final 12th place with that kind of score.
On Richard Newton now. That is Lawrence Chair going for a move, and he's made that one work. Has Chair. So the 29 has got through there and up into 7th place. And he's going to have a go there at Dan White as well. Is he into Paddock corner? That's going to be bold, and Dan White's going to hit the wall. And everyone has to go to avoidance there. I'm happy to. I know it sounds weird. I'm happy to see that Dan White is in such a position as to raise his hands aloft in frustration, because we've seen incidents into that wall end a little less mildly, shall we say, as that's
Harrison Kirkham
down
inside.
Kirkham.
Oh, sorry, no, that's his dad.
No,
it's
Jason
Kirkham down inside. Oh dear. It was always going to happen one of these days.
It was indeed.
Jason will thank you for that one. 2 minutes to go. What it is more points for Jason Kirkham. It's a bit of a stretch on the points, but it keeps Jason creeping towards Jonathan Wilson's tally.
What I like there is my brain paused as I was thinking of the net, and you came in and scored the own goal for me. So Alex Pritchard is fending off Jonathan Wilson here in the closing stages. And I've got to say, if you're Jonathan Wilson, I mean, they have worked themselves into a relatively comfortable position here. They can have a bit of a tussle, maybe a bit early for the Bast break now. But maybe a lap's time, couple of laps time. Could be worth a bit of a crash. That's Dan White round from quite high up in the order there.
He'd already fallen down.
Oh, yes, he had. Sorry, of course he had. Yeah, so, frustrating there for Dan White. What's this going on here? This is Lenny Wood and
Mike Bodner and Dan Grocott. Mike Bodner recovering from a spin on the first lap.
It is.
I don't think it was a spin of his own making.
That's Adrian Ray we just saw. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's on the tail of Stuart Kirk. Here he is, having a go on Kirk. That's a battle over 15th place, but a 44.831. Where's that come from? Not saying I'm surprised to see Adrian Ray with that pace. It's just no one else is on anything like that pace out there. This has been an interesting one, hasn't it? In many ways. That is and Dan White's off again. I wonder, is everything okay with that Club 100 kart after its contact with the wall?
Yes.
I wonder. It was good to see that the driver's okay, but it's also the Club 100 kart as well. That's a factor there, and everyone backing off duly for the yellow flags as we are on the last lap now. And Alex Pritchard is already heading towards the boot. Here we go then. We said he had to bag this spot on the A final grid, and that's exactly what he has done. Fair play to him. Alex Pritchard takes the win in the B final. Jonathan Wilson will finish second and bag the last of the spots on the A final grid, and it's a massive day for him in his pursuit of the Class 3 title in this heavyweight senior sprints championship. Jacob Harris finishes third, albeit there's a penalty to be applied to him. Glenn Orford finishes in fourth. Fifth for Scott Parker. Richard Newton in sixth. Lawrence Chair in seventh, but also has a penalty to be applied. Jason Kirkham in eighth. Matthew Batter in ninth. Tom Edwards in 10th. 11th is Andrew Hicks. John Old Muhaj, good from him. Worked his way halfway up the order, having got promoted from that C final win up into 12th place. Actually, Andrew Hicks as well was a promotee of the C final, was he not? So good efforts there all round from our C final promotees. Sam White in 13th. Stuart Kirk was 14th, Adrian Ray in 15th, and it was Edward Gordon recovering to 16th place and showing some good pace. I know he might be a bit frustrated, but he really had some good pace today, and I think he could take a lot from that. Sam Iddles in the 17th, then it was Lenny Wood, Sam Pike and Mike Bodner to round up the top 20, then it was Dan Grocott, Nicholas Stieper, Patrick Seckinger, Joe Wright was in 24th, 25th is Dan White, Darren Townsley is in 26th, or was in 26th place. That's how they finish the B final then. And it's already they're getting ready there on the dummy grid for the final race of the day. It's the big one, folks, in the heavyweights. It's the A final for round number 9 coming up next. We've got a little bit longer with this one, of course, because they get some shakedown laps ahead of the formation laps, but let's take a look at your grid, and this one is looking interesting, particularly in terms of that fight for second place in the championship. Kurt Holmes starts this one on pole position. Adam Wright is alongside him on the first row of the grid. Anwar Barul Smith and Joe Holmes are on row number 2, and then it's Adam Naffer and Callan Sigafus on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Kyle Walker and Tim Penny. Tim Williams and Steve Lindley are on row number 5. Stephen Jennings and Bill Taylor are on row 6. Kieran Chigsey and Luke Elliott are on row 7, and then it's Josh Pettit and Jordan Hawkins on row 8. Row 9 is where we find Steve Bosley and Darrell Lowe. Rounding out your top 20, it's going to be Mikey Nichols and Lee Henderson. Tom Angier and Ben Cottle are on row 11. Kai Crawford and Alexander Lamin are on row number 12. And then we are expecting to be joined by our 2 promotees from the B final, confirmed now as Alex Pritchard and Jonathan Wilson. That's how they'll line up on the 26 kart grid to determine who wins the round outright for round number 9. There's a lot going on with that grid, Andrew. I think it's highly appropriate on a day when we're looking at the battle for second place in the championship, that there's no Joe Holmes on that front row, although he is right there on row number 2. And we haven't got Anwar Burrell-Smith on the front row either. It's Kurt Holmes, it's Adam Wright on that front row of the grid.
And Alex Pritchard going from the back of it as well.
Yeah.
Let's throw some things in the spreadsheet.
I mean, other things as well in there, I have to say. Kyle Walker and Tim Penny both on the same row. That's quite interesting from a Class 2 perspective. And interesting as well, Bill Taylor starts 12th in this one. He's got Kieran Chigsey just behind him in 13th, and then he have to go back to 20th spot on the grid for Lee Henderson. So there's stuff to be played for there in super heavyweights as well.
I think the key thing if I just go with Adam and Kurt at the moment, what they've effectively done today is write off the missed round that they both had early in the season. Round 4 for Adam, round 6 for Kurt. It means it's quite straightforward to look at their relative comparisons. At the moment, Adam's got 1,623 points. Kurt's got 1,580. What I will say, though, because that makes it sound, that's quite a gap apart. They've both. Is that Adam Nather who's had a spin coming out of pit lane? That's a good job. That's in a race where you've got a few warm-up laps. That means you don't fall to the back of the grid, Adam.
Yep.
Kurt is still holding in his score, irrespective of what happens today. Some results that he's not particularly pleased about, let's say. I'm thinking back to Landau in particular. He'll be hoping to write those out of his scorecard at Bookmore Park. What it means that in terms of max possible, or the range of what those two drivers can do, they're still only 1 point apart. Adam could finish on 1,813. Kurt could finish on 1,812. Now that's in the case that both of them win every single race between now and the end of the season, which is not possible. Both of them can't win this race, for example.
Yes.
So that is, I'm still saying that, the bank scores are a bit separated. That's still a very close fight in the grand scheme of things.
Yes.
Alex has taken a bit of a step back today. He was in that 4-point area around those two drivers. His max possibles now dropped back by about 15 points. But if he races through and there's problems for Adam and Kurt in this one, it'll swing back the other way. The other one that I want to talk about quickly is super heavyweights. The scores on the doors look a little bit like this. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to compare this by max possible as well. It's kind of given range of how much margin for problems each of the drivers have. The fact that both of them have got here into the A final, Lee Henderson and Bill Taylor, that's very good. They're before they've even started, they're gaining points on what they've done previously this season. Lee's perspective on it is a bit different because he's done every single race. He's in that improving on what he'd already got scenario. He could finish the year on 1585. That would give him a 25-point margin over Bill Taylor, who today is writing off not being around for round number 3. If they both held position, as an example, Bill starting 12th, Lee starting 20th, Lee would have the lead by 43 points. Good lead to have going into the final round of the season, but he could do with scoring a few more points on what he's already gone. And looking through, you've got some 14ths and 13ths in there. You've got some just outside the top 10s. Today's the kind of day, 5th, 7th, 7th, and getting through onto the A final grid is exactly the kind of day he would need at Bookmore Park to win that championship he's craved for so long. The last one that I'm just going to have a quick look at as well is the Kyle Walker-Tim Penny situation. They're nice and easy for me on the maths because they've done every single race so far this season. On current bank scores, Kyle Walker 1682 is a 5-point deficit to Tim Penny.
Kurt Holmes has requested to switch.
Okay.
Request for you have to proceed because everyone's followed suit. Has everyone followed suit? No, because Joe Holmes is sat behind Kurt Holmes on the road, and that's wrong.
Yes.
That's interesting. We've got a situation very similar to what we had in the C final. Have I misunderstood the pole switching rule?
Don't think you
have. Is it just row 1?
You have.
Well, I thought the whole point was that you have to tell the start marshal ahead of time so that everyone can be informed. But maybe that's not the case.
Or just forgotten that he's not meant to be allowed.
Oh, yes, or everyone. Yes, that's true. Interesting. Okay. Yes, Carl Walker and Tim Penny as well in the same row. That's quite tasty from Class 2 perspective, but I think that's still pretty open and
very open.
And
very,
we'll go on
very
to a bit
open.
more.
Yeah.
But just interesting to have the top 2 in that class.
Very open, but also in a regard where every single point, every single place in every single race counts.
I'll say this as well, just returning back to the Class 1. Adam Wright, I consider to be the king of consistency.
Yes.
He hasn't won a trophy final this year.
Doesn't tend to do well in finals on streamed rounds as well.
No. Well, don't say that. That's not the point I was trying to make at all. I'm just saying he would fancy himself for this one. He's due one. That's the phrase. There we go. And Kurt Holmes, I think, has only had one so far of trophy final win.
Yes.
Back at round 4. So this could be an interesting one here. 12 minutes on the clock. Yeah, the start marshal gets underway a little bit more promptly because these guys want to race. Here we go then. 12 minutes on the clock. Who's going to win? It's a good start from Kurt Holmes from pole position, and Joe Holmes has immediately followed him through there and up into the top 2 go the Holmes brothers as they head up the hill for the first time. Adam Wright defending against Anwar Brule Smith, and through they go at Christmas Corner for the first time, and that is over the grass there, and Tim Williams is off as a result of it. It was Natha, wasn't it, on the grass? And it just, as we've seen already a couple of times today, it just all concertinaed us up at the pinch point of Boxing Day, and Tim Williams was the unfortunate victim of that on the outside.
Yeah, Natha and Lindley having another little contretemps, not their first in the last couple of rounds, but this is a very intriguing situation, isn't it? Kurt Holmes and Joe Holmes, first and second on the road. There is a penalty out there, and it's a takeout penalty for Adam Natha. I have to agree with that one.
Yes.
I think Adam just kept his nose in on that occasion a bit too longer than he should have. It was always going to tighten on that apex, and he was not really on the circuit anyway. And yeah, I can understand why that one's been called as an ABC takeout.
Interesting situation here then. Adam Wright really wants to get up past Joe Holmes if he at all can.
That's a very good run through the Zulus for Adam Wright.
Yeah.
Gained a bit of time on Joe ahead. Joe, if you're just tuning in, thinking, oh, looks a little bit different today. Because he's racing in Barry Newman's suit for the British 24-hour world record attempt for the Heart Cells Foundation. Great cause. Do check it out online. And if you have got a bit of cash to spare, do donate as well, because I think the Just Giving page for Barry is still open. An incredible amount of money raised for life-changing, life-saving surgery and medical support. 10 minutes to go in this one, though. Kurt Holmes, as I say, I feel he's found his mojo again this weekend, particularly when it comes to sprint racing. This has been the Kurt Holmes that I don't think we've really seen since the start of the season. Oh, it's getting a little bit rough in there. It's Adam Wright. Trips over the rear bumper, and I think also may have clipped a cone. Now, in previous years, that would have been a penalty. May just get a cone warning for that. You get one strike, and then it's penalties for clipping track furniture. Adam Wright will argue that he was squeezed a bit there. Adam Wright waves Anwar Brule Smith through. Now, that's an interesting tactic. Well, is the thought that the outgoing champion in the heavyweights has got a bit more pace at this stage of the race?
Well, I'm surprised to see Joe Holmes going as defensive as he was on that last lap this early on, to be honest with you. He was throwing a defensive shape into Christmas. He was throwing a defensive line into Inkerman's. And I think that's what led to Adam Wright really going for it into the boot, because he was like, well, I've got to get through, and if you're going to go this defensive, it's going to hold me up. It's going to allow Kurt Holmes to get on up the road. So, yes, that was it was an interesting one, that. Fastest lap of the race from Joe Holmes brings him back onto the tail of his brother. And there's Callan Sigafoos running strongly in 5th place with Tim Penny behind.
We need to note as well that it's not been a good first couple of laps for Carl Walker. He's down to 15th place. Yeah. Meanwhile, his championship rival in C2, Tim Penny, is up there in 6th. That would swing things back. It's all about these 5 points. Back, it would then be Tim Penny leading the championship by 5 points on pretty much every way you could look at it.
still very close there. Max possibles would remain 1 point apart. I'm actually thinking, would it end up as a drop score for Kyle Walker? And there is Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker's out. Well, now it definitely will be a drop score for Kyle Walker. That will be 25th and last, I think, because we've lost Tim Williams from this race as well. Is that a big moment? The winner from Ella Park out here at Whilton Mill. And this is a great opportunity now for Tim Penny to get a good lead heading into the final round of the season in the C2 Stakes.
Yeah, there's been a penalty for Kieran Chigty, now running in 10th place for a bump and pass. We're looking at a battle here headed up by Steve Lindley in 8th place. Bit of a train forming behind him, but Josh Pettit wants to break up the stalemate there, and he's gone for it, and it's a nice move there from Pettit. And now Chigty, who's trying to negate that penalty somewhat, goes through as well on Lindley. This is the battle over 4th place. Is that Sigurfus? Yes, it is. It's Sigurfus versus Tim Penny up the hill. This is the battle over 5th place. And as Andrew was just alluding to, this is a fantastic opportunity for Tim Penny to bag some crucial points in the Class 2 battle with the now at the side of the road, Kyle Walker, the number 30, who won it last time we were streaming out at Ella Park. Kurt Holmes leads the race then. Joe Holmes in 2nd place. Will Smith in 3rd, Adam Wright 4th, and then this battle over 5th place between Sigurfus and Penny. Up the hill then, and Joe Holmes is on the inside there, and Anwar Brawl Smith is round the outside on Joe Holmes there. They said they wanted a battle when we spoke to them earlier in the paddock. And, well, they're going to get it. It's not for the lead of the race, but they are going to get it. What it's going to allow, though, is for Kurt Holmes to get on up the road.
Just tuning in with the super heavyweights as well, as Anwar Brawl Smith will come back to the super heavyweights, because Anwar Brawl Smith's wrestling down the inside, wants to take this win over Joe Holmes. Here comes Adam Wright as well. Adam Wright can't find a way around the outside. But here we go. They have got the battle on here between Barul Smith, the 2022 champion, Joe Holmes, the 2023 champion. Joe Holmes is nearly on the grass there as they go through Fine Lady. Is this the opportunity for Adam Wright to go round the outside? Has he got the nose there? No, he just has to concede. Holds there in 4th place. Very quickly, just to tune in with super heavyweights, there have been developments. Bill Taylor is not having the best of A finals here. He's fallen down to 20th place. Lee Henderson is in 24th. Yes, they've both lost places there, but I think that's still advantage to Henderson. At the moment, Bill Taylor not able to capitalise from where he started. Remember, he started on the 6th row of the grid. 5 minutes to go. Kurt Holmes leads by 1.8 seconds ahead of Anwar Barul Smith, but then they're all queuing up behind. Joe Holmes, Adam Wright, Callan Sigurfus, Tim Penny, all looking for positions and points here in the penultimate round of the year.
Penny through. Penny's gone through there on Sigurfus up at Christmas Corner. I was about to say these Class 2 drivers have caught up onto the back of this battle, given the various overtaking attempts that there have been between the 3 Class 1 runners. And Tim Penny has seen fit to take the opportunity there to get by on Sigurfus. Adam Nather is running not too far off the back of it either. In fact, yeah, he's right with them there in the 181, albeit remember he has a penalty for taking out Tim Williams at the start of the race, as there's a few warnings coming onto the board, but no penalties that time around.
We should note as well, Callan Sigurfus, tremendous day. I think this has been one of his best days of 2023. Very much solidifying P3 and C2. He's too far back, though, to be challenging Penny or Walker for the top 2 spots.
Issue for Luke Elliott out there. He's just dropped down to the back of the carts that are still running, so some drama there for the driver of the 33.
Also, not good news again for Bill Taylor, now 21st in this race. Only 2 spots ahead of Lee Henderson. That would leave them at the end of this race looking like this. Henderson on 1,470 with a range to improve by another 80 points when they go to Buckmore Park. For Bill Taylor, 1,421 with a range of 106 to improve.
Battle for second. Anwar Brawl Smith had to go extremely defensive there on the run up to Christmas Corner. So much so by the time they got there that Joe Holmes had gone I wasn't going to go for that pass anyways. Steve Lindley's under attack here. That is a move by Darrell Lowe in the 81 to get by, and that moves Lowe up into the top 10. Kieran Chigsey now pursues Steve Lindley. And then there's the 21 of Kai Crawford, and Stephen Jennings as well is with them in this battle pack as well. Under 3 minutes now on the clock. Kurt Holm leads by 1.3 seconds from Anwar Burrell-Smith. And then it's Joe Holmes. You can't miss him in that bright orange race suit. Adam Wright still unable to find a way through. Tim Penny is sticking with them as well in the 36 car as the highest placed Class 2 driver.
How would this play out in the fight for second place? I think it's going to hand the advantage back to Kurt Holmes here. He would be leaving in 1,730. Yes, 33 points behind Adam Wright in terms of secured scores, but with more range to improve by putting similar performances in. Have the scope to finish the championship 10 points ahead of Adam Wright with a similar performance to what we've seen today from Holmes. First, second, first through the heats, now leading in this A final. Mist starting to come in a little bit. This is proper Whilton Mill in the autumn. And Robert Allsmith very much in a 1v1 versus Joe Holmes today. I know there's 24 other drivers out there on circuit. These guys said to us earlier, yeah, we want to race against one another, or we want to see which one of us wins in our own personal battle. They're keeping it clean, they're keeping it fair. It'll be frustrating Adam Wright though, because he's not able to find a way through at the moment as Anwar Burrell-Smith goes defensive again through Christmas Corner. Alan Sigafus has lost 6th place on the road there to Adam Nather. So that would mean that Adam Nather would be around 12th place, I think, once everything shakes out.
Just double check, by the way. I think I had misinterpreted the rules. I think it is just the football.
Okay.
Gets impacted by that.
Joe Holmes looking to the outside of Anwar Burrell-Smith. This is great news for Kurt Holmes, all of this 1v1 fighting between these two great drivers, because he's just galloping down the road, similar to what we saw in his very first heat today.
Yes.
3.6 seconds is the lead now for Kurt Holmes. He could almost breeze his way to this A final win. We're on the last lap, Howard. And after a difficult middle part of the season for Kurt Holmes, this has been more like it today. Very impressive performance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very good run for him in this latter phase. Has put the momentum into his championship campaign at the point when it matters most here in the run towards the end of the season. The battle rages on for second place. Anwar Burrell-Smith, I think, will have that one covered through the boot. But it's Kurt Holmes who rounds the final corner now and will cross the line to take the win for round number 9. There he is in the number 6 kart. It's a big moment for him in his pursuit of second in the championship. And across the line, it's a drag to the line. Of course it is. How else could we finish the day's racing after we've seen so many so far today? But Anwar Burrell-Smith takes second place by 84 thousandths of a second from Joe Holmes. Adam Wright finishes in 4th. Then it's Tim Penny, just 72 thousandths behind him in 5th place. Takes home the spoils in Class 2. Could be a big moment in determining the Class 2. I think when we said it would stay open going into Butmore Park, I mean, it still
is very open.
But I don't think we'd banked on it being quite that much of a divergence between him and what happened to Kyle in that race. Adam Nather, what a day he has had, finishing in 6th place. Callan Sigafus finishes in 7th. Josh Pettit finished in 8th. Mikey Nichols worked his way up nicely there to 9th position. Darrell Lowe rounded out your top 10. Then it was Steve Lindley in 11th. Kai Crawford in 12th. I didn't cover, by the way, therefore, your Class 2 podium for the round is Tim Penny, Adam Nather and Callan Sigafus. That's your Class 2 podium. Stephen Jennings finished in 13th place. Steve Bosley finished 14th. Kieran Chigsey in 15th, although I think he had a penalty that will be applied. Alex Pritchard got that promotion spot with the B final win, worked his way up to 16th place. He's still in that hunt as they head towards Butmore Park. Tom Angier is finished in 17th place. Jordan Hawkins, Good Days Racing, saw him finished in 18th place. Bill Taylor, I didn't mention. Oh, that's going to be close, actually. So Kieran Chigsey is the highest place of the super heavyweights on the road, but I'm sure I saw a penalty.
Yes, bump and pass.
Bump and pass. So he's going to be docked 4 positions, which means which Bill Taylor will take the win for the round in super heavyweights.
And an extra championship point that Lee Henderson does not. So that's
absolutely.
In fact, there we go. The penalties have just been applied on our screen. Thank you, Al, for timing.
It does. That's it does. I don't know where that leaves me in my run through. Let's go. I'll tell you what. I'll very quickly run through from the top there. Kurt Holmes confirmed with the win. Amar Brule-Smith in second. Joe Holmes in third. Adam Wright fourth. Tim Penny fifth. Callan Sigafus in sixth. That's a change.
Yep.
Daryl Lowe in 7th, so your podium for Class 2 therefore becomes Tim Penny, Callan Sigafus and Daryl Lowe. Steve Lindley in 8th, Kai Crawford in 9th, Alex Pritchard, that's big. Alex Pritchard moves from 16th place to 10th. That is significant from a Class 1 second place perspective. Josh Pettit in 11th, Adam Nather down to 12th. Lots of penalties that he accrued in that one. Mikey Nichols in 13th, Tom Anger in 14th, Jordan Hawkins in 15th. Bill Taylor wins the round in super heavyweights in 16th. Stephen Jennings in 17th. Steve Bosley was 18th. Kieran Chigsey is in second in the super heavyweights in 19th. Lee Henderson rounds up the top 20 and completes your super heavyweight podium. Tim Williams finishes 21st by being at the side of the road at the end of lap 1, such is the way that penalties work out. So well done, Tim. Jonathan Wilson, 22nd overall and the winner in Class 3 for this round. That's got to be a big moment in his pursuit of that championship. Ben Cottle finished 23rd, Alexander Lamin in 24th, Luke Elliott in 25th, and Kyle Walker at the side of the road retired, 26th place, one of the key players in that Class 2 championship battle. Very interesting day from a championship perspective.
As we expected.
Yep.
And we've seen some titles decided today. As a summary, Rob Newman took the C1 and overall title in the lightweights this morning. And good evening to Steve Hicks and Matt Hale. Steve makes a very good point. We could see, don't necessarily will, there's some Titan Motorsport followers who would argue that this is going to happen. We could see double champions of Newman and Holmes as individual sprints champions and also team endurance champions.
Oh yes,
depending
good
on
point.
how things go at Bookmore Park. But yes, Rob Newman became our lightweight champion this morning and early afternoon. We saw Harrison Kirkham take the honours in C2 as well, and then all of our titles in super heavyweights that weren't already decided today, because of course Joe Holmes wrapped up C1 at Ella Park, in some shape or form roll on to Bookmore Park. For all of the news when we do go to Bookmore Park for the finale of this championship on the weekend of the 11th and 12th of November, 2 places you really need to follow: at CLUB100 Racing on your social media networks and at _MM as well. We'll have all the latest from you across the weekend. And that complete streaming from a seniors perspective for 2023. We do hope you've enjoyed it, and there'll be more news coming out about 2024 in a short while. We are not done though for Club 100 and Alpha Live streaming for 2023. The weekend of the 25th and 26th of November, Kartmania weekend, for those aware of when that is in the calendar. We will be at Bookmore Park for the cadets and juniors. Particularly, I'm looking forward to the Sunday, because we've got titles to decide on the last day of the season there for those categories. Should be absolutely fantastic.
Certainly should. Plenty of action and stuff to enjoy back again. Don't forget, you can go and enjoy all of it on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And yes, do please check out what we're up to as well. Double Dash Motorsport Media. The next round of Club 100 iRacing is this coming Wednesday. You can catch that over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Search for _MM on your various forms of social media.
That's all we've got time for here today at Whilton Mill. Thank you everybody for a great weekend for the penultimate round of the seniors. If you're following the seniors, we'll see you at Bookmore Park in a social media variety in a few weeks' time. If you're following the cadets and juniors as well, we'll see you at the end of November. This has been an Alpha Live production for Club 100 Racing. Commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday and Halloween in the middle of the week. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.